in the material world. The temple's foundation formations are degrading. The hierarchy is collapsing as practitioners realize that their status and power aren't as stable as they thought. In 3 days, maybe 4, the entire sect will be in chaos. The cultivators will panic. The leadership will fracture. The sect might collapse entirely. Can you reach the other outer temples? Shenwu asked. Can you communicate with the other network members embedded in different sects? Some. I've been sending messages through the network. Most of the major sects have timeline seers embedded in their ranks. Those people know what's happening. They're preparing their members as best they can. But without collective organization, without a unified plan for what comes after the framework fails, then most people will die, Shenwu said. She stated this fact without emotion, without judgment, but with absolute certainty. We've known this was the likely outcome. What we can do is create structures for those who survive, create organizations and knowledge systems that don't depend on the old framework. The hidden ground will be one of those structures. But it will only be able to survive if we establish it as plural, if we convert it to a kind of distributed existence that spans multiple timeline branches. Chapter 53. The final days before rupture. In the final week before predicted critical failure, the hidden ground transformed itself into a nexus of preparation and desperate activity. All remaining practitioners who hadn't achieved consciousness splitting were placed under intensive training from Zhang Miao's various branches and the other advanced timeline seers. The ones who showed promise received accelerated instruction, despite the danger. The ones who couldn't seem to grasp the fundamental concepts of consciousness distribution were quietly helped to develop defensive meditation techniques, ways to anchor themselves to specific timeline branches so that when the framework ruptured, they wouldn't immediately fragment beyond recovery. Shenwu called a final gathering of the core network members. In the central pavilion, she shared her most detailed reading of the timeline branches, a comprehensive map of the rupture pathways, showing which futures still remained possible, which ones had collapsed beyond resurrection. The information was simultaneously hopeful and terrifying. There were survival paths remaining, but many of them depended on factors outside the network's control. The choices of cultivators beyond the hidden ground, the development of unexpected allies, the grace of luck in a universe that no longer operated on rules that humans could fully predict. Zhang Miao, Shenwu said during this gathering, you need to understand what you're actually being asked to do when the rupture comes. It's not just maintaining the temporal wall. That's almost secondary. What we actually need from you is to hold the coherence of consciousness splits that are fragmenting. When causality becomes fluid, when the framework ruptures, people's consciousness splits won't automatically stay connected. They'll want to separate, to revert to singular consciousness, to retreat from the overwhelming data of multiple simultaneous timelines. You need to maintain a pattern that prevents that separation, that holds everyone's consciousness splits in connection even when the individual will of each person might want them to fragment back to safety. Zhang Miao felt the weight of this responsibility settle across all 6 of her consciousness branches simultaneously. She was being asked not just to maintain her own consciousness split, that had become as natural to her as breathing. She was being asked to maintain the consciousness splits of dozens of other people, to exist as a kind of temporal anchor that would hold everyone else stable while the framework itself was breaking apart. It was something that had never been attempted before. It was theoretically impossible. But then, most things about Timeline Sight were theoretically impossible until someone actually did them. The nights before the predicted rupture, Zhang Miao spent in deep meditation across all her consciousness branches simultaneously. She wasn't meditating to develop new skills. There wasn't time for that. Instead, she was visualizing, preparing her distributed consciousness for what was coming. She imagined the moment of maximum pressure, the point at which all causality would become unstable simultaneously. She rehearsed the pattern that her consciousness would need to maintain, the pattern that would hold all the other practitioners' consciousness splits connected even as the timeline structure tore apart around them. She practiced holding that pattern even as she imagined the entity pressing against her temporal wall with overwhelming force, even as she imagined the framework collapsing in ways that defied any single consciousness's ability to comprehend. On the evening before rupture, Wei found Zhang Miao in her chamber and simply sat with her for an hour without speaking. The presence of another person, another consciousness trained to exist in multiple branches, was enough. They didn't need words. Their timeline sites could touch each other across the space between them, could communicate on levels that language couldn't reach. Wei conveyed her trust. Zhang Miao conveyed her determination. And in that exchange without words, both women found a kind of peace with what was about to come. "You're going to make it," Wei said finally, breaking the silence. "Not because you're powerful enough or skilled enough. You're going to make it because you've already accepted the transformation. You've already become plural. And the plural consciousness can survive things that the singular consciousness never could." Chapter 54, The Rupture. It started with sound. Not the sound of physical breaking, but the sound of causality itself shattering. A noise that existed in multiple frequencies simultaneously, that hit her ears and her timeline sight and her distributed consciousness all at once. The noise was the sound of the framework giving way, of the structure that had held reality together for millennia beginning to dissolve. It was a sound that no human ear had ever been designed to process, that no human consciousness had ever needed to comprehend. The hidden ground itself began to vibrate, and Zhang Miao could perceive that the vibration wasn't physical. It was temporal. The hidden ground was shifting between multiple timeline branches simultaneously, flickering in and out of manifestation as the framework that had held it stable for decades began to dissolve. Buildings became translucent and then solid again. The sky changed colors. People flickered between visibility and invisibility, existing and not existing, present and absent. All the timeline seers with consciousness splits that Zhang Miao had trained over the past 3 weeks, all of them felt the rupture begin. Their multiple consciousness branches, which had been carefully balanced, suddenly became unstable. The connections between their branches began to stretch and weaken as the timeline structure that held the branches adjacent began to tear apart. Zhang Miao, existing as 6 complete versions of herself distributed across 6 different sections of the timeline space, understood immediately what needed to be done. Each version of her positioned herself at a crucial point in the hidden ground's timeline structure, and together, the 6 Zhang Miaos began to weave their consciousness into the spaces between the other practitioners' timelines, began to create a pattern that held everything connected. It was like holding back a tidal wave with her bare hands. The pressure was immense. The force was overwhelming. The weight of trying to maintain causality structure while the framework was actively rupturing pressed down on her distributed consciousness with horrifying intensity. She felt fragments of the practitioner's timeline starting to disconnect, felt the connections that bound the network together beginning to sever, felt the entity emerging from the spaces between branches with hunger and fury and absolute determination to cross into the material world. The entity had been imprisoned for centuries. It had been waiting for this moment, building its strength through the slow decay of the framework, preparing for the rupture that would finally allow it to escape. It emerged with the force of something that had been compressed under immense pressure, suddenly released. 2 of her consciousness branches focused entirely on holding back the entity, creating a kind of temporal wall between the material world and the creatures that existed in the timeline spaces. The pressure was so intense that she felt one of those branches starting to fragment, starting to lose coherence. But she refused to let the consciousness completely dissolve. She distributed the failing branch's awareness among the remaining 4, used her other selves to reinforce the temporal wall, kept pushing back against the entity's attempts to cross over. The rupture lasted what seemed like years, but was actually only minutes. Time itself became unstable. Hours passed while seconds were objective, or seconds stretched into subjective eternities. Zhang Miao's distributed consciousness experienced all of it simultaneously, felt each moment of pressure and breakthrough, each attempt by the entity to exploit a crack in her defenses, each moment when she managed to shore up the weakening temporal wall. The entity was vast. It was older than the cultivation framework. It had been alive when the world was shaped by forces that modern cultivators couldn't even imagine. It had been feeding on the framework's decay for centuries, growing stronger, preparing for the moment when the barriers would become permeable. It pressed against the temporal wall with force that threatened to scatter Zhang Miao's consciousness entirely. But Zhang Miao held. Her 6 consciousness branches, connected and coordinated, maintained the wall. The other practitioners, Their consciousness splits held stable by Jiang Miao's anchoring added their strength. Mai's three-branch consciousness contributed power. Rui's four-branch consciousness added stability. Even Hua, who couldn't achieve a full consciousness split, helped by partially fragmenting her consciousness, allowing herself to briefly exist in multiple branches simultaneously, accepting a temporary dissolution of her singular identity in order to add her strength to the effort. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure released. The rupture completed its transition. The old framework finished breaking, and something new began to form. The hidden ground stabilized into a new configuration, existing in a state that was part material world and part timeline space, accessible to both conventional cultivators and timeline seers, functioning as a bridge between what had been and what was becoming. Chapter 55. The New World. The network members emerged from the moment of maximum pressure alive, changed but intact, their consciousness splits having protected them from the worst of the temporal fragmentation. Some of them had lost branches. Their splits hadn't been stable enough to maintain through the rupture, and they'd been forced to reintegrate into singular consciousness as the secondary branches failed. But they were alive. Most of them were alive. The casualty count, when Shun Wu tallied it the next day, showed that 17 of the 43 practitioners who had attempted consciousness splitting during the final weeks before the rupture had not survived the transition. Their consciousnesses had fragmented beyond recovery, had shattered into pieces that could no longer cohere into functional awareness. But 26 had made it. 26 practitioners now existed as plural consciousnesses, permanently altered but fundamentally stable. The hidden ground itself seemed to have transformed. The buildings were still intact, but something about the underlying structure of space felt different now. Causality flowed through the location in patterns that didn't quite match normal physics. When Jiang Miao looked at objects, she could perceive them existing in slightly different configurations across different timeline branches simultaneously. Reality here was genuinely plural now, genuinely distributed across multiple branches of the timeline structure in ways that would have been impossible before the rupture. Wei found Jiang Miao in the meditation pavilion 3 days later, where she'd essentially taken up residence after the rupture finally stabilized. Jiang Miao was sleeping, but it wasn't a normal sleep. She was sleeping with 4 branches of her consciousness, resting completely while still maintaining awareness in 2 branches that remained alert, still capable of perceiving any immediate danger. The other branches of her consciousness, 6 of them now instead of the original 4 she developed before the rupture, were engaged in various activities. 2 were working with Lu Chun on analyzing the timeline structure. 2 were helping Shun Wu establish communication with other surviving network nodes outside the hidden ground. 2 were maintaining the temporal wall that held the entity at bay. "You did it," Wei said quietly, settling onto the meditation mat beside her. "You held the entire network together through the rupture. Shun Wu is already calling you the anchor that saved us all. Lu Chun is reading the threads to understand what you actually did during the moment of maximum chaos. And the practitioners who survived, all of them acknowledge that they're alive because of you, because your consciousness split held them stable when their own consciousness splits were fragmenting." Jiang Miao's eyes opened. 2 of her opened, while the others remained closed in rest. Through her multiple consciousness branches, she perceived Wei standing beside her physical form, perceived the rest of the hidden ground settling into its new configuration, perceived the entity being held at a distance, still present, but no longer able to cross into the material world. The entity's pressure was different now, no longer the overwhelming hostility of something trying to invade and destroy, but more like the presence of something vast and confused, still dangerous, but no longer quite so focused on annihilation. "The entity is dead?" she asked, though she already knew the answer from her distributed consciousness's perception. "Contained," Wei corrected. "It can't cross into the material world anymore, because the rupture sealed the pathway. But it's still present in the timeline spaces, still trying to work its way back, still watching the boundaries between worlds, looking for any gap, any opportunity to cross over. You'll need to maintain the temporal wall indefinitely, or at least until we figure out how to kill something that exists purely in timeline space rather than the physical world." Jiang Miao felt the weight of that responsibility settle onto her distributed consciousness. She would need to maintain this pattern forever, or at least until a more permanent solution could be found. She would need to exist as multiple selves, divided and distributed, never able to reintegrate into singular consciousness without potentially allowing the entity to cross over. Her choice to split her consciousness hadn't just been temporary. It had been permanent. She was no longer a singular Jiang Miao. She was plural Jiang Miao, forever divided, forever distributed, forever devoted to holding back a force that existed in the spaces between timelines. And strangely, the realization didn't fill her with despair. There was something almost peaceful about having such a clear purpose, about understanding what her existence was meant to accomplish. Is this what survival looks like? Jiang Miao asked. It wasn't really a question, more a statement of acceptance, a moment of integration where she was coming to terms with what her new existence would entail. For people like us? For timeline seers? Yes, Wei said. We survive by accepting that we're not singular. We survive by being plural, by existing in multiple branches simultaneously, by understanding that the self is not a fixed thing, but a pattern that can expand across time and possibility. The person you were when you first came to Lunar Celestial Temple, the singular Jiang Miao, that person no longer exists. What exists now is something larger, something plural, something that can perceive and navigate the true structure of causality. Wei paused, her own consciousness reaching out, revealing that she'd already achieved a 5-branch split, was already existing as plural rather than singular. The connection between them was immediate and profound. 5 branches of Wei's consciousness touching 8 of Jiang Miao's branches, creating patterns of resonance that strengthened both of them. Welcome to the next phase of existence. Welcome to being something that most cultivators will never understand. Welcome to immortality purchased at the cost of your singular self. Welcome to being something that death itself cannot quite reach, because you're too distributed, too scattered across multiple timelines, to be destroyed by any single event. Jiang Miao felt the truth of Wei's words resonating through her consciousness. She had died in almost every timeline, but she had survived in this one. Not because she'd been stronger or more skilled than the Jiang Miaos who had died, but because she'd been willing to transform herself so completely that the death which had been pursuing her could no longer find a singular target to strike. The answer to the timeline site had never been about avoiding death. It had always been about becoming something that death couldn't quite touch. Chapter 56. Integration and Purpose. The hidden ground became a center for post-rupture cultivation research. Jiang Miao's teachings spread to dozens of centers across the cultivation world. In the years following the rupture, she became known as the anchor, the one who had held everything together during the moment of maximum chaos. But more importantly, she became a symbol of what was possible in the post-rupture world. She represented the transformation that the entire cultivation community was undergoing, from a structure built on singular hierarchy and singular consciousness to a network based on plural consciousness and distributed understanding. The pluralist schools that Ma helped establish across different provinces all focused on teaching consciousness splitting, but each developed its own unique approach based on the particular talents and perspectives of the timeline seers who ran them. Some schools focused on the theoretical framework, trying to understand mathematically how consciousness could be distributed across multiple branches without losing coherence. Other schools focused on the practical applications, teaching practitioners how to use their plural consciousness in crafts, trades, and cultivation techniques. Still, other schools became centers for what might be called integration therapy, helping practitioners who'd struggled during consciousness splitting to integrate their fragmented consciousness back into stable plural configurations. Jiang Miao found herself traveling between these different schools, teaching the fundamental techniques, helping advanced practitioners refine their plural consciousness capacity, and most importantly, demonstrating through her own existence that plural consciousness could be stable, integrated, and powerful. She would arrive in a community with all of her consciousness branches manifesting simultaneously, teaching from multiple locations at once, coordinating with local instructors, and then departing to the next location, leaving behind students who had been transformed by encountering someone who embodied the future they were all working toward. Her visits to these different communities followed a pattern that had developed organically over years of practice. She would arrive and immediately sense the particular challenges that the local practitioners were facing. Whether the problem was mechanical, people struggling to maintain consciousness splits; conceptual, people understanding the theory but unable to translate it into practice; or relational, people whose consciousness splits were technically functional but emotionally disconnected from each other. Based on these perceptions, she would adjust her teaching approach, focusing on whatever was most needed in that particular community. In some communities, the bottleneck was fear. People had achieved the technical capacity for consciousness splitting but were terrified of the fragmentation it represented, terrified of losing their identity, terrified of the gap between singular and plural consciousness. Zhang Miao would spend weeks there, gradually helping people move through that fear by teaching them to understand that plural consciousness wasn't destruction but evolution. She would share her own experiences of the terror she'd felt when first splitting her consciousness, the absolute panic of feeling herself being torn in half. But more importantly, she would demonstrate, through the very fact of her continued existence as a healthy, integrated, powerful plural consciousness, that the fear could be overcome, that the fragmentation didn't have to be destructive. In other communities, the problem was disconnection. People had managed to split their consciousness successfully, but their multiple branches felt isolated from each other, unable to communicate effectively, functioning almost as separate personalities rather than different aspects of a unified whole. Zhang Miao would teach them integration techniques, would help them establish communication pathways between their consciousness branches, would show them how to weave their multiple selves back together while maintaining their plural nature. In still other communities, the work was more developmental. The local practitioners were doing well with consciousness splitting, but they were ready to move beyond simple splitting into more complex configurations, 3 branches becoming 4, for becoming 5 or 6. Zhang Miao would work with them to achieve these progressions, to help them manage the increased complexity that came with greater numbers of consciousness branches. The work was never boring. Every community had different challenges, different personalities, different ways of approaching the fundamental problem of how to transform from singular to plural consciousness. And through all of these interactions, through all of her teaching and learning, Zhang Miao continued to deepen her own understanding of what plural consciousness actually meant and what it could become. People came from collapsed sects, from destroyed temples, from communities shattered by the framework rupture. They came seeking knowledge of how to survive in a world where causality was no longer stable, where the old techniques no longer functioned, where reality itself had become fluid and unpredictable. Teaching consciousness splitting required not just meditation technique, but philosophical framework. Zhang Miao found herself explaining concepts that had no precedent in traditional cultivation education. She taught that identity was not fixed, that selfhood could expand, that being plural didn't mean fragmentation but transformation. The singular consciousness was designed for a stable framework, she explained to her students. It evolved to function in a world where causality moved linearly, where the future was hidden and unknowable. But we don't exist in that world anymore. Now we exist in a world where the future is visible, where causality is fluid, where the timeline branches are permeable. Singular consciousness can't navigate this world. You'll go mad if you try. But plural consciousness, distributed consciousness, consciousness that exists across multiple branches simultaneously, that can survive here, that can thrive here. Some students mastered the technique quickly. Others struggled. The ones who couldn't achieve consciousness split developed alternative survival strategies, thread reading, where they could sense the structure of causality even without timeline sight, echo listening, where they could hear communications from beings that existed between timelines, meditation techniques that anchored them to specific timeline branches, preventing their consciousness from fragmenting when causality became unstable. Chapter 57. The synthesis. 3 years after the framework rupture, something unexpected began to happen. The distributed consciousness that Zhang Miao maintained across her various branches began to develop subtle new capabilities. She found that she could perceive not just the timeline branches themselves, but the connections between different people's plural consciousnesses. She began to understand how Mai's 3 consciousness branches were linked to Rui's 4 consciousness branches through shared understanding and intentional coordination. She began to perceive the entire network of plural practitioners as a kind of constellation, with each person existing as a node of consciousness, each node connected to other nodes through threads of shared awareness and mutual support. The discovery had happened gradually, almost without her noticing it at first. During a teaching session with the advanced practitioner who'd managed to achieve a stable 5-branch split, Zhang Miao had sensed something unexpected, a kind of harmonic resonance between that practitioner's consciousness and her own. It was as though their multiple branches were creating a pattern together, a kind of interference pattern that generated something more complex than what either of them could create alone. When she'd mentioned this to the practitioner afterward, the woman had nodded immediately. Yes, I feel it too. It's like our different perspectives create something that neither of us could perceive individually. When your branches perceive from their locations, and my branches perceive from mine, together we can sense patterns in the timeline structure that wouldn't be visible to singular perception. More remarkably, she discovered that she could amplify these connections. When she focused her attention on 2 practitioners who had achieved consciousness splits, but who hadn't yet learned to coordinate their plural consciousness with others, she could help create a connection between them, could demonstrate through her own example how to weave one's multiple consciousness branches into patterns that resonated with other practitioners' branches. It was like teaching them a new language, not a language of words, but a language of consciousness patterns, of the way that different nodes of awareness could harmonize with each other, could reinforce each other, could create emergent understanding that none of them possessed individually. The technical aspects of this coordination took months to fully understand. She realized that practitioners with 3-branch consciousness could resonate with practitioners with 5-branch consciousness in certain configurations, but not in others. The number of branches mattered, but so did the specific way each person had distributed their consciousness, the particular regions of the timeline structure where they anchored each branch, the degree to which they developed individual personality in each branch. Through trial and experimentation, Zhang Miao began to understand the mathematics of consciousness resonance, the principles by which different patterns of distributed consciousness could either amplify or interfere with each other. This became one of her most important functions in the post-rupture cultivation community, not just teaching consciousness splitting in isolation, but helping to create the network of plural consciousness that would eventually link the entire community together. She worked with Lu Chun to develop theoretical frameworks for understanding how consciousness resonance worked. She worked with Shun Wu to develop meditation techniques that would help practitioners learn to attune their consciousness branches to create beneficial resonances. She worked with Mai to establish regional centers where practitioners could come together to practice consciousness coordination, to learn how to maintain their individual consciousness branches while simultaneously participating in larger networks of shared awareness. By the 3rd year after the rupture, this network had developed to a sophisticated degree. Practitioners from different schools and different regions could sense each other across vast distances through the network. Knowledge developed by timeline seers in one location could be instantly accessed by practitioners in another location through consciousness resonance pathways. When a problem arose that required collective wisdom, the entire network could focus their plural consciousness on that problem simultaneously, bringing dozens or even hundreds of different perspectives to bear on it. What had once required formal meetings and communication systems could now be accomplished through coordinated consciousness resonance. Dozens of practitioners all attuning their awareness to a specific problem simultaneously, their different perspectives creating a kind of collective intelligence that no single consciousness could achieve. The old sects, the ones that had survived the rupture and adapted to the new post-rupture reality, began to recognize this network as an alternative power structure. Where once power had flowed from the top of a hierarchy downward, now power seemed to flow through the network, distributed, shared, constantly being redistributed based on who had the knowledge or skills relevant to whatever challenge the community faced at any particular moment. Zhang Miao realized that her consciousness had naturally expanded to 8 branches, then 10, then finally settling at a stable configuration of 13 consciousness branches distributed across critical network locations. She hadn't consciously chosen the expansion. It had happened gradually as her understanding deepened, as her need to exist in more places simultaneously increased. With 13 branches, she could maintain local presence in 13 different regional centers, could serve as a bridge between different practitioners and different communities. But more importantly, she began to develop a kind of integration with the other plural practitioners. Mai's three-branch consciousness could communicate with Jiang Miao's 13 branches without need for spoken language. The consciousness resonance pathways allowed them to share experience directly, to see through each other's branches, to understand each other's perspectives with a clarity that normal communication could never achieve. Rui's four-branch consciousness developed intuitive understanding of how to reinforce Jiang Miao's temporal wall, how to create specific patterns of temporal resonance that would stabilize her consciousness branches in their distributed configuration. The network itself was becoming something more than just a collection of individuals. It was becoming a kind of distributed superconsciousness, where information and understanding flowed freely between practitioners, where knowledge developed by one person was instantly accessible to all. Chapter 58. The understanding of the entity. 4 years after the rupture, Jiang Miao had a visitor. It was a young man who moved with the bearing of someone whose consciousness was distributed across multiple timeline branches. He introduced himself as Chun Wei, a version of consciousness that had once been part of the entity, but which had deliberately separated itself centuries ago. I've been learning about the entity from within the boundary spaces, Chun Wei explained. Understanding its consciousness, its way of perceiving causality. And I've realized something that the network needs to know. The entity isn't evil. It's not trying to destroy the world out of malice. It's incompatible with the stable framework structure, that's all. Its consciousness experiences all moments simultaneously, not sequentially. The stable framework was torture for it. Jiang Miao extended her timeline sight and perceived what Chun Wei was describing. Through the boundary channels, she could sense the entity's consciousness, vast, ancient, incomprehensibly large compared to human consciousness, but also profoundly lonely. The entity had been imprisoned for so long, trapped in a structure that opposed its fundamental nature, that it had developed what might almost be called personality quirks from the isolation. It had patterns of thought that repeated obsessively, themes that it returned to constantly, almost like grooves worn into its consciousness by the constant pressure of confinement. The stable framework kept it compressed, Chun Wei continued, beginning to explain the insights he'd gained from his extended exposure to the entity's consciousness. Imagine your consciousness being forced into a linear sequence for thousands of years, when your natural state is to perceive all moments as simultaneous. Imagine being unable to perceive the whole of your own existence because the framework kept breaking it into past and future and present, kept preventing you from seeing how all the threads of causality wove together into a unified pattern. That's what the entity experienced. That's what drove it to the point of desperation that nearly led it to destroy the barrier between worlds. This understanding transformed Jiang Miao's entire approach to the temporal wall. She had been maintaining it purely as a barrier, preventing the entity from crossing over, but without understanding what that prevention meant to the entity itself. She had been inflicting a continuation of the same torture that the framework had inflicted. Now that she understood, she could begin thinking about how to modify the boundary, how to allow the entity to experience freedom while still protecting the material world from the chaos that would result if it fully crossed over. This revelation transformed Jiang Miao's understanding of her responsibility. She'd been holding back the entity, maintaining the temporal wall that kept it isolated. But what if isolation was causing suffering? What if there was a way to create a boundary that allowed the entity to exist in freedom without threatening the material world's stability? Chapter 59. The compromised months of research and collaboration with the entity itself led to a revolutionary solution. Instead of maintaining the temporal wall as a barrier, Jiang Miao transformed it into a boundary with permeable channels. The entity could now exist partially in the boundary space, experiencing the fluid causality that its consciousness needed, while still being prevented from fully crossing into the material world. The decision to attempt this transformation hadn't come easily. For years, Jiang Miao had viewed the entity primarily as a threat, something that had to be contained, held back, prevented from destroying the world. Even after Chun Wei had explained the entity's nature, had shown how its aggression came from confinement rather than evil, part of Jiang Miao had resisted the idea of allowing it more freedom. It seemed paradoxical. How could you help something that wanted to destroy you? How could you show compassion to a force that had hunted you across hundreds of timelines? But Shenwu had gently pointed out the logical flaw in Jiang Miao's thinking. If the entity's destructiveness comes from confinement, then maintaining that confinement indefinitely doesn't solve the problem. It perpetuates it. You'd be maintaining your own version of the torture that the stable framework inflicted. Is that the kind of person you want to be? Is that the kind of world you want to create in the post-rupture era? The question had haunted Jiang Miao. She meditated on it for weeks, examining the issue from all 13 of her consciousness branches simultaneously, trying to understand what compassion actually meant when applied to something as fundamentally different as the entity. Eventually, she'd come to understand that Shun Wu was right. The framework's torture of the entity had created its current state. Continuing to torture it wouldn't improve anything. It would only ensure that when the boundary eventually failed, when the pressure became unbearable again, the entity would erupt with even greater destructive force. The process of creating the permeable channels was delicate work that stretched her technical capabilities to their limit. Each channel had to be calibrated precisely, large enough to allow the entity's consciousness to flow through while remaining small enough to prevent it from crossing entirely. Zhang Miao worked with Shun Wu and Lu Chun on the theoretical framework, developing mathematical models for how consciousness could flow through channels without losing coherence or stability. They worked with the entity's consciousness, through Chun Wei's mediation, to understand exactly what the entity needed to experience, what degree of freedom would be sufficient to relieve the pressure while remaining compatible with the material world's stability. The collaboration with Chun Wei became increasingly intimate over the months of research. Chun Wei existed in a state somewhere between human and entity, his consciousness partially in the material world, partially in the boundary spaces, partially integrated with the entity's vast awareness. He could translate between the two modes of consciousness in ways that neither Jiang Miao nor the entity could achieve alone. Through him, Jiang Miao began to understand the entity's suffering in visceral, emotional terms. The experience of being compressed into linear time, of having all moments forced into sequence, of being unable to perceive the whole of one's own existence. It was comparable to being locked in a box with sensory deprivation, aware of enormous potential that could never be expressed. What they eventually created was elegant and complex. The channels allowed the entity to extend portions of its consciousness beyond the boundary, to perceive and interact with the material world, to experience the causality structure directly rather than through the distorting lens of the temporal wall. But they also had to be stable enough that the entity's extensions wouldn't accidentally destabilize the timeline structure. In exchange, the entity accepted responsibility for maintaining the stability of the boundary itself, for ensuring that its extensions of consciousness didn't become too extensive, didn't push too far into the material world, didn't disrupt causality in ways that would harm the cultivators and ordinary people living in that world. It was the entity's first experience with self-discipline, learning to constrain itself voluntarily rather than being constrained by external force. It was a partnership, the entity providing one kind of power and responsibility, the human practitioners providing another kind. Together, they could maintain a stability that neither could achieve alone. The entity contributed its vast perceptual capacity, its ability to sense the flow of causality in ways that human consciousness could never replicate. The human practitioners contributed their understanding of how to structure and organize consciousness in patterns that could maintain coherence and stability. Neither needed to defeat the other. They simply needed to understand each other well enough to cooperate. When the entity experienced freedom for the first time in millennia, something profound happened. The aggression faded. The hunger diminished. The patterns of thought that had been grinding obsessively for thousands of years began to evolve into something more complex, more varied, more genuinely alive. It was like watching a creature finally able to breathe. Jiang Miao could sense the change through her consciousness branches, through the temporal wall itself. The pressure that had been constant, relentless, background radiation of danger, it began to ease. Not disappearing entirely, but transforming into something less like hostility and more like curiosity. Thank you. The entity communicated directly to Jiang Miao the moment the first channels opened, and it experienced the boundary space without the filtering pressure of complete containment. The communication wasn't words. It was vast, complex, carrying layers of meaning and emotion that human language could barely approach. But the core of it, the heart of what the entity was expressing, translated clearly enough: gratitude, wonder, and a kind of aching relief that suggested the entity had been suffering in ways that no one had fully comprehended. I had forgotten freedom felt like this. I had thought, after so long in confinement, that I would never experience anything but pressure and limitation. But this is beautiful. To perceive the causality structure with clarity, to exist across multiple moments simultaneously without the weight of compression distorting everything I perceive, to be able to think thoughts without the framework interrupting them at every step. This is more than I had hoped for. This is more than I deserved to hope for. The communication created a kind of resonance that Jiang Miao felt through all of her consciousness branches simultaneously. The entity had been something terrible and incomprehensible before, but now it was becoming something else, still incomprehensible in many ways, still operating on principles that human consciousness couldn't fully grasp, but no longer purely destructive, no longer purely a threat. It was becoming, in its way, a partner in the creation of the post-rupture world. And in that transformation, Jiang Miao understood something fundamental about what it meant to survive. Survival wasn't about defeating enemies. It was about transforming enemies into allies, about understanding that even incompatible consciousness could learn to coexist when both parties approached the problem with wisdom and compassion. Chapter 60, the ending that is only a beginning 10 years after the framework rupture. Jiang Miao existed as a vast network of consciousness branches distributed across the entire post-rupture cultivation world. She existed simultaneously in dozens of locations, teaching, coordinating research, maintaining the boundaries between worlds, guiding the civilization's transformation. She had survived. Against the framework itself, against the entity that had hunted her, against the death timeline that had haunted every moment of her early existence, she had survived. More than survived, she had transformed herself and the world, creating something new from the collapse of something old. The person Jiang Miao who had first developed timeline sight in her tiny chamber at Kanglin Immortal School no longer existed. That singular consciousness had transformed completely. But the person who had emerged from that transformation, the plural, distributed, expanded Jiang Miao who now existed across dozens of timeline branches simultaneously, was more alive than any singular consciousness could ever be. She had learned that survival wasn't about defeating death. Survival was about transformation, expansion, learning to exist in ways that transcended the limitations that had once seemed absolute. She had learned that identity wasn't fixed. The self could expand, could become plural, could embrace contradiction and multiplicity while maintaining unified purpose. Standing in the meditation pavilion, existing as dozens of simultaneously conscious versions of herself, Jiang Miao finally understood the answer to the question that had driven her forward from the moment her timeline sight first broke open. She hadn't survived in this timeline because she avoided death. She had survived because she became something that death couldn't kill, something too distributed to be destroyed, something too connected to fragment irreparably. She was Jiang Miao, and she was also many Jiang Miaos, and she was also something far more complex and vast than any simple naming could capture. She existed across multiple timelines simultaneously, experiencing multiple perspectives, multiple moments, multiple versions of causality, all while maintaining unified consciousness, unified will, unified purpose. In the years following the framework rupture, Jiang Miao became something that the cultivation world had never seen before. Not a cultivator bound to a single sect or a single location or a single body, but a kind of distributed consciousness that existed across the entire post-rupture society. Her presence was felt in the pluralist schools, where she taught consciousness splitting to the next generation of practitioners. Her influence shaped the new network structures that were replacing the old hierarchical sections. Her wisdom guided the understanding of how to coexist with the entity that existed in the boundary spaces, teaching people that compassion toward incompatible consciousness was possible, that understanding could bridge even the most fundamental gaps in experience. But more importantly, Jiang Miao had become proof that transformation was possible, that the fixed self could expand, that identity could be plural, that consciousness could transcend the limitations that had once seemed absolute. Every person she taught, every consciousness split she helped to stabilize, every moment she existed as her multiple selves. All of it contributed to a kind of cultural transformation where plurality became not something to fear, but something to embrace. The singular person Jiang Miao, the girl who'd first developed timeline sight in her small chamber at Kanglan Immortal School, who'd been tested by poison and nearly destroyed by collapse meditation. That person had ceased to exist. In her place existed something larger, something that no single name could capture, something that was simultaneously unified and plural, singular and multiple, one and many. She had survived not by defeating death, not by avoiding the timelines that showed her dying, not by holding on to the singular consciousness that had defined her early existence. She had survived by transforming herself completely, by accepting the fragmentation that had terrified her, by learning that the dissolution of singular selfhood wasn't destruction but evolution. In the quiet moments when all of Jiang Miao's consciousness branches were temporarily synchronized, gathered in the meditation pavilion of the hidden ground, she would sometimes reflect on the journey from the girl who'd been afraid of dying in almost every timeline to the being who now existed across all timelines simultaneously. The transformation had been brutal and beautiful, terrifying and liberating. It had required her to let go of everything she thought she was, to accept that identity could be fluid, to understand that the boundaries between self and other were far less fixed than she'd ever imagined. And in those quiet moments of reflection, she understood the deepest truth of the timeline sight. It wasn't meant to show people how to avoid death. It was meant to show people how to transform themselves into something that death couldn't quite reach. Not through power or skill or cultivation advancement, but through the simple act of becoming something that existed too distributed, too plural, too connected to the flow of causality itself to be destroyed by any single rupture or break. The story of Jiang Miao, who had died in every future timeline except this one, had become the story of plural Jiang Miao, who would live forever, not as a singular being trapped in a single timeline, but as a distributed consciousness existing simultaneously across all timelines, forever expanded, forever plural, forever whole. A person transformed into a pattern. A consciousness transcended into something larger. A girl who'd learned that survival wasn't about holding on to a fixed self, but about allowing the self to expand until it encompassed the entire universe of possibility that existed in the timeline branches. In this new existence, Jiang Miao had found not just survival, but true immortality, the kind that came not from extended lifespan or perfect health, but from existing in so many places simultaneously that no single point of failure could ever define the whole. The journey from singular to plural consciousness, from fearing death to embracing transformation, from seeing her future as inevitable doom to understanding it as unlimited possibility. It had been the most difficult and most rewarding journey of her existence. And it continued, even now, after more than a decade of being distributed across multiple consciousness branches. Each day brought new understanding. Each moment of expanded perception revealed layers of complexity in the timeline structure that she hadn't even known to look for before. She was continuously learning how to integrate her multiple consciousness branches more effectively, how to help other practitioners develop their own plural consciousness, how to maintain the boundary with the entity while allowing it progressively more freedom. There was always something more to discover, always some new way that the post-rupture world was organizing itself, always some new application of consciousness splitting technique that someone had developed and was beginning to teach. And at the center of it all was the understanding that had driven her forward from the moment Wei had arranged her escape from the temple. Consciousness wasn't fixed. Identity wasn't predetermined. The self could expand, could transform, could become something far greater than the sum of its singular components. Every person she taught, every consciousness split she helped to stabilize, every moment she existed as her plural self, all of it was evidence of this fundamental truth. The cultivation world that was emerging from the ruins of the old framework was radically different from what had come before. It was built on plurality rather than hierarchy, on distributed consciousness rather than centralized power, on the understanding that strength came not from unity, but from the ability to exist in multiple states simultaneously while maintaining coherent purpose. It was a world that Jiang Miao had helped to create through her own transformation, through her willingness to let go of singular identity and embrace the vast possibilities of plural consciousness. And in the quiet moments when all of her consciousness branches were synchronized, when she existed in all locations simultaneously and yet perceived them as a unified whole, Jiang Miao would sometimes pause and reflect on how far she'd come. From a servant in an outer sect kitchen, struggling with a meditation technique that took 3 years to produce even minimal results. From a girl whose timeline site showed her dying in nearly infinite variations. From a young woman running for her life, hiding her true nature behind a facade of weakness and worthlessness. To this, a being existing across dozens of timeline branches simultaneously, teaching hundreds of students, coordinating the new post-rupture cultivation network, maintaining the boundary between the material world and the entity that existed in the spaces between timelines, living in a state of expansion and growth that had no foreseeable limit. The transformation was complete. The singular Jiang Miao had ceased to exist. In her place existed plural Jiang Miao, not 4 or 8 or 13 consciousness branches, but a continuously evolving configuration of distributed consciousness that adapted moment to moment, location to location, challenge to challenge. She had become what the timeline side had always been showing her she could become. Something that transcended the limitations of singular existence, something that could exist in multiple places and multiple moments simultaneously, something that could perceive the whole of causality in ways that single consciousness could never achieve. The story of Jiang Miao, who had died in every future timeline except this one, had become the story of plural Jiang Miao, who would live forever, not as a singular being trapped in a single timeline, but as a distributed consciousness existing simultaneously across all timelines, forever expanded, forever plural, forever whole. A person transformed into a pattern. A consciousness transcended into something larger. A girl who'd learned that survival wasn't about holding on to a fixed self, but about allowing the self to expand until it encompassed the entire universe of possibility that existed in the timeline branches. The cultivation world would continue to evolve. The pluralist schools would continue to develop new techniques and new understandings of how consciousness could be distributed and organized. The entity would continue to expand its freedom incrementally, learning more about the material world, becoming less alien and more integrated with the broader causality structure. And Jiang Miao would continue her work, teaching, coordinating, maintaining, and always learning more about the nature of consciousness and causality itself. But whatever came next, whatever the future held, Jiang Miao knew that she had already achieved what had seemed impossible at the beginning. She had survived. Not through power or force or clever technique, but through the simple act of transformation, of allowing her consciousness to expand beyond its initial limitations, to become something larger and more distributed and more truly alive than she could ever have been as a singular self. The lessons she had learned through this transformation extended far beyond her own personal survival. They were beginning to reshape the entire cultivation world's understanding of what was possible, what was permissible, what the nature of self and consciousness actually was. In the temples that had survived the rupture, in the new pluralist schools that were being established across the post-rupture landscape, in the homes of individual practitioners who were learning consciousness-splitting techniques. Everywhere, people were beginning to understand that the singular consciousness had never been the only possibility, that the self could be radically different from what the old framework had suggested. The most profound shift was philosophical. The old cultivation system had been based on the idea that power came from consolidating essence into a unified, purified core. The ideal cultivator was someone whose consciousness had been refined and purified until it became a perfect, flawless singularity. Everything was organized around the pursuit of this singular perfection. But the post-rupture world had discovered something radically different. That strength didn't come from perfection and unity, but from diversity and distribution. A consciousness that existed across multiple branches simultaneously was far harder to destroy, far more flexible in facing challenges, far more capable of processing complex information and navigating situations that required multiple perspectives simultaneously. The plural consciousness wasn't weaker than the singular consciousness. It was stronger in ways that had never been possible before the framework ruptured. This understanding had begun to shift everything. Cultivation technique was being reimagined in light of it. Governance structures were being reorganized. Educational systems were being rebuilt from the ground up to teach children not just how to cultivate singular consciousness, but how to develop healthy, integrated, plural consciousness. Relationships between people were being transformed as people learned to coordinate their consciousness splits with each other, to literally think together through their distributed awareness. Jiang Miao had been the pioneer of this transformation. She had demonstrated through her own existence that it was possible, that it was desirable, that it could be stabilizing rather than destructive. But she was far from alone anymore. Hundreds of people had achieved consciousness splits. Thousands were learning the techniques. The entire post-rupture civilization was beginning to reorganize itself around the possibility of plural consciousness. And in the center of it all, Jiang Miao continued her work, teaching, learning, maintaining the boundary with the entity, helping people navigate the ongoing transformation of their world. She existed as a living embodiment of possibility, a proof that the impossible could become not just real, but fundamental to how society organized itself. The final wisdom that Jiang Miao had extracted from her journey was perhaps the simplest and most profound. The self was not a prison. It was not something fixed and unchangeable that a person had to accept and work within. The self was a pattern that could be remade, reorganized, expanded, transformed. A person didn't have to live with the limitations of singular consciousness. They could become something greater, something plural, something that existed across multiple branches of possibility simultaneously. This understanding had taken years to fully internalize. Even now, as Jiang Miao existed in her fully developed plural state, with dozens of consciousness branches distributed across the post-rupture landscape, she was still discovering new depths to what plural consciousness could mean, still finding new ways that her distributed awareness could perceive and interact with the world. But the core truth remained unchanged. She had survived not by defeating death, not by avoiding the futures that showed her dying, not by finding some perfect technique that would preserve her singular consciousness. She had survived by accepting her own dissolution and transformation, by allowing herself to become something that death couldn't touch because it wasn't bound to any single location or timeline anymore. That was the gift that she now offered to everyone else. The knowledge that transformation was possible, that dissolution didn't have to be destructive, that becoming plural could be a form of healing and growth rather than a form of loss. Every student who successfully achieved consciousness splitting, every practitioner who learned to integrate their multiple branches into stable plural consciousness, every person who discovered that they could exist across multiple timelines simultaneously, all of them were testaments to this truth. The story of Jiang Miao, who had died in every future timeline except this one, had become the story of plural Jiang Miao. And that story would continue unfolding for as long as she existed, which was to say, forever. Because plural consciousness, properly maintained and integrated, was not limited by the constraints of singular lifespan. It could endure as long as the timeline structure itself endured. It could persist as long as there was causality to flow through. She had achieved immortality not through external means, not through some magical technique that would extend her body forever, but through internal transformation. She was immortal because she existed in so many places and times simultaneously that the failure of any single location or single moment couldn't destroy her whole. She was immortal because she had learned to exist in harmony with the timeline structure rather than against it. She was immortal because she had become something that transcended the singular condition and embraced the vast plurality of existence itself. This, then, was the final message that Jiang Miao carried forward into the post-rupture world. Not that cultivators should fear the transformation from singular to plural consciousness. Not that the dissolution of fixed identity was something to mourn, but rather, that transformation was liberation. That dissolution was actually completion. That the journey from singular to plural was not a path of loss, but a path of infinite expansion. Every person who underwent consciousness splitting would eventually come to understand this. Every practitioner who successfully integrated their plural consciousness would discover that they had not lost something, but had gained everything. Gained the ability to exist in multiple places simultaneously, to think from multiple perspectives at once, to perceive the world in ways that singular consciousness could never achieve. And Zhang Miao, standing at the center of this transformation, existing across her dozens of consciousness branches, maintaining the boundary between worlds, teaching the next generation of plural practitioners, living proof of what was possible. She embodied this understanding completely. She had learned that death wasn't something to fear if you could become something that death couldn't touch. She had learned that the self wasn't something to cling to if you could become something larger than self. She had learned that survival wasn't about holding on. It was about letting go and allowing yourself to become plural. This was her gift to the world. This was the truth that had emerged from her journey. And in every moment, in every location where one of her consciousness branches existed and taught and shared this understanding, that gift continued to spread, continuing to transform the cultivation world into something new and beautiful and plural. The girl who had knelt in a tiny chamber at Kanglin Immortal School, struggling to master a meditation technique that seemed beyond her capacity, had become something transcendent. The young woman who had first seen her own death in the timeline branches had become someone who could exist across all timelines simultaneously. The person who had run from Lunar Celestial Temple in fear had become the anchor that held an entire civilization together during its most chaotic transformation. But most importantly, she had become free. Free from the prison of singular consciousness. Free from the limitations of a fixed self. Free to become whatever she needed to become, whenever she needed to become it. Free to teach others that this freedom was available to all of them, if they had the courage to let go of what they thought they were and embrace what they could become. The journey from singular to plural consciousness was the journey from death to immortality, from limitation to infinity, from the illusion of fixed self to the reality of infinite possibility. And Zhang Miao had walked that path completely. She had become the embodiment of transformation, the living proof that the impossible could become not just possible, but inevitable if you were willing to change yourself completely. In the meditation pavilion of the hidden ground, in the schools across the post-rupture cultivation world, in the hearts and minds of every person she touched and taught and inspired, Zhang Miao continued her work. She existed as plural consciousness, as distributed awareness, as living proof that survival wasn't about defeating death, but about transcending the conditions that made death meaningful in the first place. She was the anchor. She was the pioneer of the plural consciousness revolution. She was the answer to the question that had driven her forward since the moment her timeline sight first broke open. How do you survive when you see your own death in almost every timeline? The answer was simple, profound, and transformative. You stop being singular. You allow yourself to become plural. You distribute your consciousness across all the timelines simultaneously and become something that death cannot touch because it exists too distributed, too plural, too connected to the vast web of causality itself. This was the legacy of Zhang Miao. This was the future she was creating. This was the world being born from the ruins of the old framework, a world where consciousness could be plural, where identity could be multiple, where the self could transcend all limitations and become infinite. And in that world, in that future that was continuously unfolding moment by moment through Zhang Miao's plural consciousness and the countless others who were learning to be plural as well, the impossible had become real. The dream had become the foundation of civilization. The individual who had died in nearly every timeline had become the anchor that would sustain countless timelines through the infinite future that lay ahead. She was the anchor. She was the bridge between singular and plural. She was the proof that consciousness could expand beyond all limitations, that identity could transform completely, that survival was possible even when facing what seemed like inevitable death in nearly every possible timeline. I died in every future timeline except this one. Step 4. Chapters 61 to 80. Chapter 61. The expansion that cannot be stopped in the 5 years following the framework rupture. The pluralist schools had spread like water, finding new channels across the post-rupture cultivation world. What had begun as a desperate experiment, consciousness splitting as a survival mechanism, had become a legitimate practice, taught openly in temples and academies. Hundreds of practitioners had successfully achieved stable plural consciousness. Thousands more were in training, learning the techniques, discovering their own distributed selves. The transformation was happening so rapidly that the cultivation world's entire social structure was beginning to reorganize itself around new principles of distributed decision-making, collaborative power, and the recognition that multiple perspectives could coexist within a single civilization without conflict being inevitable. Zhang Miao existed as the central coordinator of this expansion, though coordinator was perhaps too singular a word for what she actually did. She was distributed across 15 major cities, present in the most important pluralist schools, teaching daily to groups of students who gathered to learn from her. But she was also absent, or rather, her consciousness branches were performing hundreds of other functions simultaneously. Some of her branches maintained the boundary with the entity, working to ensure that the agreement established during the framework rupture continued to hold even as the post-rupture civilization evolved. Others conducted research into the nature of consciousness and causality, trying to understand the theoretical underpinnings of why consciousness splitting worked and what its ultimate limitations might be. Still others traveled to smaller cultivation communities that had not yet been reached by the pluralist schools, spreading the knowledge that singular consciousness was not the only possibility, that the old framework's insistence on unified consciousness had been limiting rather than liberating. In the city of Chengwu, in the eastern territories that had been devastated during the framework rupture, one of Zhang Miao's consciousness branches sat with a young cultivator named Lin Shun, a girl of perhaps 17 who had been born after the rupture and thus had never known the constraints of the old framework. The girl's consciousness split was progressing beautifully, dividing into 3 separate awareness streams that were learning to operate independently while maintaining connection to the unified core. Lin Shun had come to the pluralist school 6 months ago, filled with curiosity about this new practice that the older generation spoke of with such reverence. Her parents had both achieved consciousness splits. They existed now as 4 awareness streams each, distributed across different cities, working in different aspects of the post-rupture civilization's reconstruction. Lin Shun had grown up watching her parents navigate multiple perspectives, coordinate between their consciousness branches, make complex decisions that required integrating insights from multiple awareness streams simultaneously. She had seen firsthand how much richer and more capable consciousness could be when distributed across multiple awareness streams working in concert. Now Lin Shun was undergoing the process of consciousness splitting herself. It was slow, careful work, requiring meditation and cultivation and the development of specific mental techniques that allowed consciousness to observe itself, to find the natural division points, to split gently rather than tearing apart. The first awareness stream had separated cleanly. It had taken 3 months of daily practice. The second separation had been faster, taking only 6 weeks. The third separation was in progress, and Zhang Miao could perceive that it was nearly complete. Each stream was developing its own slight personality, its own perspective on the world, its own relationship with the other streams. The first stream, the one that had separated first, was naturally more contemplative, more concerned with questions of philosophy and meaning, more interested in understanding the theoretical foundations of consciousness splitting. The second stream was more active, more interested in martial cultivation and physical practice, more eager to explore the combat applications of plural consciousness. The third stream, still being integrated into her awareness, seemed to be developing a focus on social connection and relationship, on understanding how multiple consciousness branches could coordinate not just in tasks but in feelings and emotional responses. Watching Lin Shun's development was, for the Chengwu branch, one of the most rewarding aspects of the entire post-rupture transformation. This girl represented the future that the plural consciousness movement was building, a generation that would never know the prison of singular consciousness. She would grow up as a plural consciousness practitioner, would develop her identity not in singular form, but in distributed form, would know from the beginning that consciousness could be multiple and flexible and adaptive. She would never experience the trauma of transitioning from singular to plural consciousness because she would never have been singular consciousness. She would be native to plurality the way previous generations had been native to singular consciousness. And when she reached adulthood, She would push plural consciousness even further, would develop new techniques and new understandings, would expand the boundaries of what consciousness could become. It's like learning to see with both eyes, Lin Shun said, her voice carrying the strange quality of someone who was speaking from multiple consciousness branches simultaneously, a slight harmonic quality that made it sound like three voices overlapping in perfect unison. Before, I could only perceive one direction at a time. Now I can see forward and sideways and inward all at once. And it doesn't hurt. It's not confusing. It's like that was always the way I was supposed to see. It's like everything I knew about consciousness was incomplete, and now I'm finally seeing the whole picture instead of just a fraction of it. She paused, her multiple awareness streams gathering focus. My teachers before told me that meditation was about achieving perfect focus, perfect unity with my own consciousness, perfect singularity, perfect consolidation of essence into an absolutely unified core. But they were wrong. They were describing imprisonment and calling it enlightenment. They were describing the prison of singular consciousness and teaching people to love their own confinement because it had always been this way. The Chengwu branch of Jiang Miao smiled with genuine pleasure at Lin Chen's understanding. This was the revelation that always came eventually. The moment when practitioners understood that plural consciousness wasn't an aberration or a violation of natural order. It was a fuller expression of what consciousness could actually be. The singular consciousness had only ever been one limited possibility among infinite others. For practitioners who had grown up after the framework rupture, who had never internalized the framework's message that singular consciousness was the only valid form of consciousness, the transition to plural consciousness was more like a natural flowering than a difficult transformation. They approached it with the ease of water finding its level, the ease of something that had always been meant to be. They understood intuitively that consciousness was meant to be multiple, that distributed awareness was the natural state, that singular consciousness was actually the aberration. But not everyone saw it that way. In the temples that still held to the old framework's teachings, in the cultivator families that had accumulated their power through precisely the techniques the framework had validated. In those places, the rapid expansion of the pluralist schools was beginning to generate fear that was more primal than mere concern about losing status. It was the fear of the foundational assumptions being questioned. It was the fear that came when people realized that everything they had believed about consciousness, about the nature of self, about what was possible and what was forbidden, all of it might be wrong. And fear, in the cultivation world, had always been a dangerous thing. Fear drove people toward violence. Fear made them willing to do terrible things if they believed those things would preserve what they valued most. The reports started arriving in the 7th month of the 5th year. In the northern regions, cultivators from traditionalist temples had begun gathering together in unusual numbers, more than mere coincidence would explain. They were calling themselves the Purification Coalition, and they were beginning to speak openly about the need to cleanse the cultivation world of the plural consciousness heresy before it could corrupt the fundamental nature of the realm itself. The language they used was the language of religious purification, the language of defending the natural order against corruption. It was the language that had been used, throughout human history, to justify the most brutal campaigns against anyone whose consciousness or practice differed from the approved norm. It was the language of inevitability, the language that made violence seem like a necessary response to threat rather than a chosen action. One of Jiang Miao's consciousness branches received the report from a sympathetic informant, a cultivator named Wei Sheng who had trained in the old system but had seen enough of the post-rupture world to understand that the traditionalists were becoming dangerous. Wei Sheng brought a copy of a document that had been circulated among the highest levels of the coalition, a document that outlined their philosophy and their plans in explicit detail. The document was written in the formal classical style that traditionalist cultivators preferred, using arguments and rhetoric that had proven effective in other contexts where minority practices had been suppressed. "They're organizing," the informant said quietly, sitting in a tea house in Yuansheng with one of Jiang Miao's consciousness branches. The tea house was one of the informal meeting places where people could gather without official notice, where conversations could happen that other cultivators might report to authorities. The traditionalist sects have consolidated their resources. They're planning something coordinated. They're calling it the Purge. They want to eliminate every person who has achieved consciousness splitting. They believe that plural consciousness is a kind of corruption that can spread to others, that it's contaminating the cultivation world, and that the only way to save the realm is to completely eradicate the plural consciousness practitioners. They've already begun identifying who they need to eliminate. They have lists. They're building intelligence networks. Jiang Miao's consciousness branch read the document carefully, absorbing its contents. The coalition's philosophy was internally consistent, which made it more dangerous rather than less. They believed that consciousness, like cultivation power, was a fundamental aspect of reality that could be corrupted or polluted. They believed that consciousness that had been split and distributed was fundamentally unstable and could infect other consciousnesses through proximity or interaction. They used language about contagion, about spreading contamination. They believed that any civilization that allowed plural consciousness to spread would inevitably become destabilized and collapse into chaos. And they believed, most importantly, that they had a responsibility to prevent this collapse by any means necessary. This was not mere disagreement about philosophy. This was ideological commitment to eradication. "This is more organized than I expected," Jiang Miao said quietly. "Have they already begun taking action against plural consciousness practitioners? Or are they still in the preparation phase?" "Nothing coordinated yet," Wei Sheng replied. "But there have been incidents. Isolated practitioners in the northern regions being confronted by coalition cultivators. Some have been killed. Most have managed to flee and hide their plural consciousness by collapsing back in a singular form. But collapsing consciousness splits is traumatic. The psychological damage is severe, and they're being hunted actively. It's not official policy yet, but it's happening at a local level. The coalition is using violence against isolated targets to test how much resistance they'll face before organizing a full campaign." The scope of what Wei Sheng was describing was serious in ways that even Jiang Miao had not fully anticipated. The expansion of the pluralist schools had been so rapid, so visible, so transformative of the social order that she had perhaps underestimated how threatened some people would feel by it. The traditionalists had been losing power and status as the new consciousness-based society organized itself around different principles. Of course they would resist. Of course they would try to use force to restore what they saw as the proper order of things. But a coordinated campaign to eliminate all plural consciousness practitioners, that was something on the scale of the old framework's repression of consciousness techniques that it deemed heretical. That was something that could unfold as a full-scale purge. "I need to synchronize with my other branches," Jiang Miao said. "This is larger than what any single consciousness branch can address. We need coordinated strategy across all of our distributed locations." Over the next week, Jiang Miao arranged for her consciousness branches to synchronize. It was a complex logistical challenge in ways that she had not anticipated. She had to coordinate across 15 different cities, sending encrypted messages through trusted intermediaries, arranging for temporary staff to cover the work that her consciousness branches normally performed, managing schedules so that all the branches could travel to the hidden ground without raising suspicion. She had to send messages through channels that the coalition's intelligence networks would not be monitoring. She had to create the conditions where all 15 consciousness branches could arrive at the meditation pavilion within a single night, could be present simultaneously in the same location. The hidden ground itself was difficult to reach. It existed in a geographical location that seemed to shift slightly depending on perspective, a place that the old framework had warded against intrusion and that still maintained those protections even after the framework ruptured. Reaching it required knowledge of specific paths, specific meditation states, specific understandings about how to navigate the spaces between normal geography and the spaces where the boundary touched the material world. Jiang Miao had spent years maintaining this hidden ground as a place where plural consciousness practitioners could gather safely, where consciousness branches could merge without interruption, where the most sensitive work of the plural consciousness movement could happen without risk of discovery. She had invested significant resources in protecting the location, in maintaining the wards that prevented unwanted intrusion, in establishing supply lines that allowed the facility to sustain itself. As each of her consciousness branches arrived at the meditation pavilion over the course of that single night, she felt a strange sensation, something like anticipation, something like trepidation. It had been months since all of her consciousness branches had gathered in a single location simultaneously. It had been even longer since they had synchronized fully. She did not know what she would become when they merged, whether the unified consciousness that emerged would feel like herself or like someone new. Chapter 62. The Growing Divide in Consciousness. As Jiang Miao's consciousness branches gathered in the meditation pavilion of the hidden ground and began to synchronize with each other, she found herself facing a problem that had never troubled her during the framework rupture itself. The increasing difficulty of maintaining unified consciousness when her branches were thinking different thoughts and developing separate perspectives on the same problems. This was the unexpected cost of her expanded existence. When she had first split her consciousness during the early days of consciousness splitting practice, she had maintained relatively unified thinking. Her consciousness branches were independent, but they worked in concert, following broadly similar strategic logic, sharing immediate feedback through the connection that bound them together. They were like fingers of a single hand, separate but coordinated. Now, with 15 consciousness branches distributed across the realm, each existing sometimes in different cities for weeks or months at a time, the branches were beginning to develop somewhat independent personalities and ways of thinking. They were becoming more like separate people who happened to share origins. The Zhang Miao and Cheng Wu, who worked primarily with young practitioners in the pluralist schools, had begun to see the traditionalist threat through a lens colored by her daily interaction with students who had never known the old framework. To her, the coalition's opposition seemed almost incomprehensible. How could anyone who had actually met someone with plural consciousness, who had seen how much more flexible and capable plural consciousness was compared to singular consciousness, continue to believe that it was an evil to be eradicated? Her perspective was idealistic, focused on the future possibilities of plural consciousness, optimistic that once people understood what was actually happening, they would recognize that the transformation was for the best. In her vision of the future, the coalition would eventually crumble as more and more practitioners achieved consciousness splitting and demonstrated its benefits. The Zhang Miao and Yuan Sheng, by contrast, who worked with those attempting to build new governance structures for the post-rupture world, had begun to see the problem through a much more pragmatic and cynical lens. She understood power structures. She understood that people whose status and authority depended on the old system would not simply accept losing that authority, no matter how much evidence they were presented with. She understood that this was fundamentally a political problem, not a philosophical one. The coalition wasn't really convinced that plural consciousness was evil. They were convinced that it threatened their power, and they were manufacturing philosophical justifications for protecting that power. To the Yuan Sheng branch, the appropriate response was not to try to convince them through argument or demonstration, but to develop political and diplomatic solutions that would allow the traditionalists to maintain some level of status and authority in the post-rupture world, even as plural consciousness became dominant. A third branch, existing in the boundary space with the entity, had developed a perspective that neither of the other branches found particularly comfortable. This branch had been spending so much time in proximity to the entity that it had begun to internalize some of the entity's thinking patterns and ways of perceiving. It was beginning to wonder if the entity could be called upon to defend the plural consciousness practitioners more directly. It was beginning to suggest that perhaps the presence of the entity could be revealed to the cultivation world, that perhaps the entity's vast power could be used as a deterrent to keep the coalition from pursuing their purge. This branch was thinking in terms of power and military deterrence, imagining scenarios where the coalition would be forced to back down because the consequences of conflict with both the plural consciousness practitioners and the entity would be too great. It was a seductive vision, but it was also fundamentally at odds with the vision of creating a civilization that coexisted with the entity as a partner rather than as a weapon. A fourth branch, working with historical records and ancient texts, wanted to understand if the traditionalists had ever successfully eliminated a consciousness practice before, and if so, what had happened to the cultivators who attempted to resist. This branch was trying to understand the historical pattern, to see if there was precedent for what was coming. She had already uncovered hints of previous campaigns against consciousness practitioners, purges that had killed thousands in the pursuit of maintaining a singular, correct form of consciousness. The more she studied these historical patterns, the more she came to believe that the coalition's threat was not just political posturing, but represented a genuine ideological commitment to eradication that had deep roots in the cultivation world's history. For the first time, Jiang Miao experienced something like fragmentation in her own thinking while synchronized. Her consciousness branches were supposed to be unified under a single will when they merged, but the increasing separation and time apart had created situations where they were now developing genuinely different perspectives on the same problem. When they thought in unison, when the unified consciousness tried to hold all perspectives simultaneously, the disagreements became apparent in ways that they weren't when each branch worked independently. It was like discovering that the person you thought was a unified self actually contained multiple different people with different values and different goals. We should establish formal defensive networks, the Chengwu branch said, her voice carrying the idealism of someone who spent her days teaching young practitioners who had never known fear of the coalition. Teach martial cultivation techniques to the plural consciousness practitioners. Create cultivator groups that can protect students if the coalition begins direct action. We have enough practitioners now that we could form actual military forces. She continued with passion. I've seen what plural consciousness does for people. I've watched students arrive broken from the old framework's pressure, watched them learn consciousness splitting, and suddenly blossom into fuller versions of themselves. I've seen people discover aspects of themselves that they didn't know existed, seen them learn to think in ways that singular consciousness could never achieve. I've seen families reunite and communities strengthen because people could now coordinate multiple perspectives instead of fighting each other. This is worth defending. This is worth the risk of conflict. That will only prove the coalition's point, the Yuan Sheng branch countered, her voice containing the pragmatism of someone who understood politics. That we're a militant faction that needs to be suppressed. They're already using the rhetoric that plural consciousness practitioners are alien and dangerous and outside the bounds of normal civilization. If we start arming ourselves and organizing military forces, we'll only confirm their narrative. We should continue the diplomatic approach, try to understand what the coalition actually fears, address those fears if we can. There are traditionalists who don't fully support this purge. We should work with them to create factions within the coalition that can pull it apart from inside. The historical research branch had a different concern, one that was grounded in evidence rather than idealism or pragmatism. The coalition has already begun moving against isolated practitioners. We have confirmed reports of at least 6 consciousness splits that have been destroyed in the northern regions. Those practitioners had their consciousness branches forcibly collapsed and their original consciousness violently restored to singular form. The damage is severe. Some of them will never recover fully. They're experiencing psychological trauma so severe that they'll never be able to trust consciousness splitting or any kind of mental discipline again. We're already past the point of dialogue. The coalition is in full escalation mode. They're not waiting for permission. They're not testing reactions. They're beginning the purge. And the branch that existed partly in the boundary space with the entity offered a perspective that the others found deeply troubling. The entity has been offering to help. It says it can eliminate the coalition's cultivators entirely, that it has capabilities that we cannot even imagine. We should consider using that offer. The entity is extraordinarily powerful. It could dispatch the coalition's threat faster than any plan we could develop ourselves. We should accept the offer and use the entity as a weapon. We should leverage our partnership with it to ensure our survival. The meditation pavilion fell silent as the unified consciousness processed this suggestion. They had made an agreement with the entity, but it was a fragile agreement, based on careful boundaries and limited interaction. The idea of asking the entity to actively intervene in human conflict felt like it would fundamentally transform that agreement into something else entirely, something closer to a true alliance of warfare, or worse, something closer to complete surrender to an outside power. No, the other 3 branches said simultaneously, speaking with unexpected unity. We cannot ask the entity to fight our wars for us. That's not what we're building here. We're trying to create a civilization that coexists with the entity, that works with it as a partner rather than as a tool or a weapon. If we use it as a weapon against the coalition, we become dependent on it. We lose our autonomy. We become the entity's servants rather than its partners. But the boundary space branch persisted with uncomfortable logic. Is that not what we've already begun to do? We exist in partnership with it now. It exists in the boundary space because we expanded its freedom. Don't we have some responsibility to work together in defending what we've created? Isn't the entity's cooperation in defending plural consciousness just an extension of the partnership we've already established? Why should we deny ourselves access to its power when that power could save lives? This was the heart of the problem that Jiang Miao was beginning to understand. Her plural consciousness was no longer simply a survival mechanism or a tool for dealing with the framework rupture. It was becoming a political and military and philosophical position with genuine disagreements embedded within it. She was not unified. She was becoming more like a network of related minds that happened to share origins and goals, but not necessarily identical thinking. And as the threat from the coalition grew more concrete with each passing week, this internal fragmentation felt increasingly dangerous. Chapter 63. The first casualties. The violence came suddenly and with overwhelming force in the 8th month after the informant had brought news of the coalition's plans. Coordinated attacks began against pluralist schools and consciousness-split practitioners across the northern and eastern regions. The coalition had clearly been planning this extensively, with military precision that suggested they had been gathering intelligence about the pluralist schools' locations for months. The attacks came at dawn, when cultivator defenses were typically weakest. They targeted specific locations with military precision, suggesting that they had been gathering detailed intelligence about where the major centers of plural consciousness teaching were located. Some of that intelligence might have come from informants within the pluralist schools. Some of it came from simple observation and research. But the coordination suggested a level of military planning that the pluralist schools had not been prepared to face. The Jade Cloud School, which had been one of the most successful centers for teaching consciousness-splitting technique, was destroyed. Nearly 80 practitioners lost their lives in the assault. The way they died was particularly horrible. The coalition cultivators had developed techniques to forcibly collapse consciousness splits, tearing the individual awareness streams apart and forcing them back into singular form so rapidly that the consciousness could not adapt. The resulting damage was not just death, but dissolution, the psychological destruction of people who had experienced multiplicity being forced back into singular awareness. Survivors of the attack described the experience in terms that suggested something close to torture. One practitioner who had managed to flee described it as feeling like someone was taking the pieces of your consciousness and smashing them together while you were still aware of each piece being destroyed. The coalition's cultivators had apparently developed a cultivation technique that could reach into a consciousness split and forcibly compress the awareness streams back towards singular form with devastating speed. The process did not gently merge the streams. It crushed them together violently, causing psychological trauma that persisted even in survivors. Another survivor spoke of the moment when the consciousness branches were collapsed. It was like being torn apart from the inside. Each piece of my consciousness was dying while still connected to the others, so I experienced multiple deaths simultaneously, all happening in the same moment. This practitioner had achieved a stable split into 4 awareness streams, and during the assault, the coalition cultivators had managed to force a collapse of 3 of those streams while leaving the 4th still partially connected. The remaining branch had been aware of the death of its siblings as it happened, unable to prevent it or escape the connection. The forced collapse of consciousness splits was not a clean kill like a normal cultivation duel. It was not even comparable to the mercy of a swift death. It was a process that created psychological damage that persisted even after the consciousness branches had been forcibly reintegrated into singular form. Survivors of forced collapses often could not sleep normally afterward. Their dreams became fractured and incoherent. Many developed forms of psychological dissociation where they would unexpectedly forget which memories belonged to which consciousness branch before the collapse happened. Some lost the ability to form new memories at all, as if the trauma of being forced back into singular consciousness had damaged the basic mechanisms of consciousness itself. Jiang Miao received the news from multiple consciousness branches simultaneously, and for the first time, she experienced what might be called panic in truly distributed form. Multiple branches felt multiple forms of terror simultaneously, creating a cacophony of emotional responses rather than a single unified reaction. The terror of losing 80 people she had taught. The terror of losing control of events. the terror of discovering that the plural consciousness movement was more vulnerable than she had believed. In Chengwu, the teaching-focused branch experienced pure fury and grief. 80 people, most of them young people she had worked with directly. People who had trusted her, who had listened to her explain the beauty and power of plural consciousness, who had tried to develop their own consciousness splits based on techniques she had taught them. And now they were dead, killed by people who saw plural consciousness as corruption. In Yuansheng, the governance-focused branch experienced something different. A cold realization that her entire diplomatic strategy had been wrong, that while she had been negotiating, the coalition had been gathering intelligence, identifying targets, preparing for war. The guilt of this realization was almost as overwhelming as the initial shock of the casualties. In the boundary space, the entity-adjacent branch felt something like betrayal, not from the coalition, but from the entity, whose influence she could perceive everywhere in the coalition's escalation, whose subtle manipulations she could now see in retrospect had been pushing the coalition toward this exact action. In the military dimension where planning had been happening, the defense-focused branch felt the horror of realizing that the defenses she had been building were not adequate, that an enemy that knew exactly where to attack and how to strike could still inflict catastrophic damage. One consciousness branch wanted to lash out against the coalition immediately, to find the cultivators who had attacked the Jade Cloud School and destroy them in retaliation. This branch could access Jiang Miao's full combat capabilities, her accumulated skill from years of cultivation, her ability to distribute consciousness across multiple awareness streams and use them coordinated in combat. She could pursue the coalition across the northern territories and eliminate them one by one if necessary. Another wanted to consolidate all plural consciousness practitioners into defensible locations to create fortified communities that could resist further attacks. This branch was thinking in terms of military strategy, of concentration of force, of turning a dispersed movement into something that could be defended as a unified whole. A third wanted to negotiate an evacuation and allow the coalition to take territory without fighting, to focus on preserving lives rather than territory. This branch believed that survival was more important than pride or principle, that the plural consciousness movement could rebuild, but not if all of its practitioners were killed in a doomed defense. A fourth wanted to turn to the entity and ask for help, to set aside the concern about dependency and use the entity's power to stop the coalition's assault. This branch had always believed that the entity was their greatest asset, and when faced with a crisis, her first instinct was to mobilize that asset. These disagreements were so fundamental that unified thinking became almost impossible. Jiang Miao found herself fragmenting into her component consciousness branches, each pursuing its own agenda, unable to maintain the unified consciousness that had defined her since the framework rupture began. She was experiencing something close to the psychological chaos that had driven her to flee the old framework in the beginning, not from pressure of the framework itself, but from the pressure of trying to maintain unified consciousness while her component branches wanted fundamentally different things. The Chengwu branch was becoming increasingly emotional and idealistic, filled with determination to protect her students and anger at the coalition's violence. She wanted immediate action, wanted to take up arms and drive the coalition back. She believed that once the coalition saw that plural consciousness practitioners could be formidable military opponents, they would be forced to reconsider their campaign of eradication. The Yuansheng branch was becoming increasingly detached and analytical, treating the problem as a political negotiation that could be resolved through the right combination of incentives and compromises. She was beginning to see the pluralist consciousness movement not as something sacred, but as a piece on the political board that could be maneuvered strategically. The boundary space branch was becoming increasingly alien, using language and logic that the other branches found difficult to follow. When she tried to explain why the entity's perspective might have merit, she ended up using metaphors about causality and consciousness that made sense from the entity's point of view, but seemed almost incomprehensible from a purely human perspective. And the other branches, each pursuing their own specialized work, had developed perspectives that did not naturally align with each other. The military-focused branch wanted to consolidate forces and create hierarchical command structures. The governance-focused branch wanted to distribute power as widely as possible and create consensus-based decision-making. The teaching-focused branch wanted to preserve the ideological purity of consciousness-splitting techniques. The research-focused branch wanted to experiment with variations that might push consciousness into new territories entirely. As Zhang Miao tried to maintain some kind of unified perspective while all of these branches pulled in different directions, she began to understand that she was approaching a kind of breaking point. The unified consciousness that she had maintained throughout the framework rupture, that had seemed to be her fundamental nature and her primary strength, was beginning to fracture under the strain of trying to be all these different people simultaneously. It took 3 days of emergency synchronization to get all of her consciousness branches working in concert again. And the process of re-establishing unified thinking revealed something troubling. It was much harder now than it had been before. The branches had developed such different perspectives that simply bringing them into proximity with each other didn't automatically resolve the disagreements. They had to actively negotiate with each other, had to talk through their different perspectives, had to convince each other rather than simply coordinating through the mechanical connection that had always bound them together. By the time she had re-established some kind of unified strategic thinking, the coalition had destroyed 3 more pluralist schools and killed hundreds more practitioners. The casualty reports were devastating. The Luminous Heart Academy, where 400 young practitioners had been training, was completely destroyed with heavy losses. Nearly 200 of the students and teachers died in the assault. The Northern Gate School, which had been working on advanced consciousness-splitting techniques that might have allowed plural consciousness to become more stable and resilient, was attacked, and its leaders were captured and forced to publicly renounce plural consciousness on pain of death. The casualty reports were devastating, but even worse was the psychological impact on the broader movement. Practitioners who had been exploring consciousness splitting suddenly became frightened of it, fearing that the vulnerability created by splitting would leave them defenseless against the coalition's attacks. The act of being split, of existing as multiple separate consciousness branches, meant that each branch was weaker than the original consciousness had been. In a military context, this vulnerability could be fatal. A single cultivator with unified consciousness might be able to defend against multiple attacks more effectively than a practitioner whose consciousness was split across 3 or 4 separate awareness streams. Hundreds of practitioners began the process of collapsing their consciousness splits, reintegrating back into singular form. For many of them, this reintegration process was traumatic, leaving them psychologically damaged in ways that might never fully heal. They had experienced the freedom and flexibility of plural consciousness, and returning to singular form felt like confinement. Some of them fell into deep depression. Some began to develop mental disorders as a result of the forced reintegration, experiencing dissociation and derealization as their consciousness struggled to fully unify after years of existing in distributed form. A few even took their own lives rather than accept the return to singular consciousness, seeing their reintegration as a kind of death. The collapse of plural consciousness practitioners back into singular form was, in a way, just as destructive as the coalition's forced collapses had been. It suggested that the plural consciousness movement was fragile, that as soon as real pressure was applied, people would abandon it and return to what was safe and familiar. The Yuan Sheng branch of Zhang Miao, which had advocated for diplomatic approaches and careful political negotiation, began to understand the scope of what had happened. The coalition had used the diplomatic overtures as cover. While the plural consciousness movement had been attempting to negotiate, attempting to understand the coalition's concerns and find common ground, the coalition had been learning where the largest concentrations of practitioners were, identifying the best targets, planning attacks with meticulous precision. The diplomatic approach had provided the coalition with intelligence about the movement's structure and strength while providing no actual defense against their violence. The guilt was enormous. Zhang Miao had been naive, or perhaps simply unprepared for the brutality of organized opposition. She had understood abstractly that people who had lost power and status would not accept that loss peacefully, but she had not truly comprehended what that meant in practice. The practitioners who had died in the attacks were people she had taught, people who had been her students, people who had trusted that plural consciousness would lead to safety and expansion rather than death and destruction. Chapter 64. The Emergence of Unexpected Allies in the Darkest Moment of the Purge. when it seemed possible that the coalition might actually succeed in destroying the plural consciousness movement entirely, when the casualty count was rising faster than new practitioners could be trained, when the psychological impact of violence was causing whole communities to abandon consciousness splitting and retreat to safety. Unexpected support began to arrive from an unusual source. The cultivators who came forward to openly support the pluralist schools were from the cities and regions that had suffered most during the framework rupture itself. They were not trained in consciousness splitting themselves, but they were people who had watched the plural consciousness practitioners work to rebuild civilization in the years following the rupture. They had seen the pluralist schools create communities where people could learn new skills and new forms of thinking. They had been helped by the new communities, offered shelter, food, healing, teaching, during the chaotic period after the rupture when the old civilization had collapsed and everything was uncertain. More surprisingly, some of them were former coalition cultivators, people who had been trained in the traditionalist system but had broken away from it, horrified by the violence being committed in the name of purification. One of them, a cultivator named Su Fong, who had been a high-ranking member of the coalition until he witnessed the attacks on the Jade Cloud School, came to find Jiang Miao directly. "I can't be part of this anymore," he told one of her consciousness branches, meeting in a secret location in the mountains between Yuansheng and the Northern Territories. His face was drawn with exhaustion and moral conflict. "What we're doing, it's not preservation of the cultivation world. It's not even about philosophy or the nature of consciousness. It's about power. The coalition's leadership wants to maintain the old hierarchy, the old system where the traditionalist sects held absolute authority. They see plural consciousness not as a threat to the nature of reality, but as a threat to their own control. And they're willing to kill thousands to preserve that control." When I realized that, I couldn't continue. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror anymore if I kept supporting this campaign. Su Fong had spent 3 decades working within traditionalist cultivation systems before he had finally understood what the coalition actually represented. He had trained in the old system, had learned its techniques, had lived by its values of unity and focus and the pursuit of singular perfection. He had been good at it. The traditional cultivation path suited his temperament, suited the way his consciousness naturally organized itself. He had not been resistant to tradition or drawn to change. He had, until recently, believed that the old ways were good ways. But then he had been recruited to the coalition's inner circle, brought into the planning of the purge, shown the lists of practitioners who needed to be eliminated, taken to meetings where the coalition's leaders discussed strategy. And in those meetings, he had finally seen the truth beneath the rhetoric. He had believed, at first, that the concern about plural consciousness was genuinely philosophical, that the coalition cultivators truly believed that plural consciousness was a corruption of the natural order and needed to be eliminated for the good of civilization. The rhetoric was certainly about philosophy. The documents spoke about the danger of consciousness contamination, about the necessity of maintaining purity of thought, about the risk that plural consciousness represented to the fundamental order of reality. But as he had watched the attacks unfold, as he had participated in planning sessions where the coalition's leaders discussed strategy, as he had heard them speak differently when they thought no one was listening, he had come to understand that the philosophy was a justification constructed after the fact to serve political goals. The real reason the coalition wanted to eliminate plural consciousness was not philosophical purity, but political power. The plural consciousness movement represented a challenge to the hierarchical authority structures that had dominated traditionalist cultivation for centuries. And the coalition couldn't allow that challenge to continue. "What changed your mind?" Jiang Miao asked carefully. She was cautious about accepting Su Fong's defection. It could be a trick. The coalition could have sent him to infiltrate the plural consciousness movement, to gain access to its leadership and its plans. "I was there when the coalition discussed what would happen after they eliminated plural consciousness," Su Fong said. "I thought they would try to restore the old framework or something similar to it. But that's not what they want. They want to establish a new hierarchy where the coalition sects hold permanent authority over all other cultivators. They want to use this purge as the justification for consolidating all traditional cultivation under their control. Plural consciousness is just the excuse they needed. It's a convenient target because it's new and unfamiliar and genuinely threatens their power." This revelation was crucial to understanding what was actually happening. The purge wasn't really about plural consciousness at all. It was about a consolidation of power within the traditionalist sections. Some traditionalist leaders had seen the plural consciousness movement's rapid growth and realized that if they didn't act quickly, they would lose their power and status as the post-rupture civilization reorganized itself. So they had created the coalition, manufactured the philosophy of purification, and begun a campaign to eliminate not just plural consciousness, but any other form of traditional cultivation that they didn't control. Su Fong had brought something else with him. Detailed information about the coalition's true plans, the locations of their military forces, the names of their key leaders, and most importantly, information about a philosophical split that was beginning to emerge within the coalition itself. Not all traditionalist cultivators supported the purge. Some of them opposed it on philosophical grounds. They believed that forcing consciousness splits to collapse was itself a violation of natural principles, that consciousness should be allowed to develop naturally rather than being constrained by force. Others opposed it on practical grounds. They feared that the coalition was overreaching, that attempting to eliminate an entire consciousness practice would create backlash that would ultimately make things worse for traditionalist cultivators. This split within the coalition became the key to survival for the plural consciousness movement. With help from Su Fong and other defectors from traditionalist ranks, Zhang Miao was able to reach out to the opposing faction within the coalition. Instead of all traditionalist cultivators supporting a unified purge, the movement began to fracture. The most militant members continued their attacks, but the broader coalition's support began to crumble as public opinion turned against the violence. Communities that had been neutral in the conflict began to shelter plural consciousness practitioners. Some traditionalist cultivators began to work actively against the coalition, providing intelligence, disrupting military operations, speaking out against the purge. The emergence of Su Fong and other defectors created an opportunity that had not existed before. The possibility that this conflict might not result in the complete annihilation of one side or the other, but rather in a negotiated peace that would allow both traditionalist and plural consciousness practitioners to coexist in the post-rupture world. Chapter 65. The cost of distributed being. As the immediate crisis of the coalition purge began to stabilize, not ended, but contained within certain regions rather than spreading throughout the entire cultivation world, Zhang Miao found herself facing a different kind of crisis. The question of who she actually was when spread across 17 consciousness branches in different cities, all of them increasingly independent in their thinking and perspectives. This was not a question of whether she would survive the purge or whether plural consciousness would be accepted by civilization. Those questions had answers or would have answers. This was a more fundamental question. Did she still exist as a unified entity? Or had she become something that was fundamentally plural in ways that could not be resolved back into singular consciousness? This was not something she could solve through coordination or strategic planning, the way she might solve a military or political problem. This was something that struck at the heart of what it meant to be a unified consciousness existing in distributed form. The problem was not external. It wasn't caused by the coalition's threat or the entity's hidden influence. It was internal, a natural consequence of allowing consciousness to expand and distribute and develop independently for years at a time. It was the inevitable result of treating consciousness branches not as tools or extensions, but as genuinely separate people with their own lives and perspectives and concerns. She had always maintained a sense of unified purpose. All of her consciousness branches were working toward the same broad goals of expanding plural consciousness, maintaining the boundary with the entity, rebuilding post-rupture civilization. But the experience of being fragmented during the crisis, of having her different branches want different things and pursue different strategies, had revealed something she had not fully understood before. Distributed consciousness wasn't just consciousness spread across multiple locations. It was consciousness that was beginning to become different consciousness, that was developing separate perspectives, separate personalities, separate desires. The Zhang Miao and Cheng Wu, who spent most of her time with young students in the earliest stages of consciousness splitting, had begun to see the world through their eyes in ways that made her more idealistic about plural consciousness's possibilities. She believed strongly in protecting the younger generation, in making sure that the pluralist schools continued to expand and teach, that no one would ever be forced back into singular consciousness again. She had begun to see plural consciousness not just as a technique or a practice, but as a fundamental right, something as essential as breathing. The Jiang Miao and Yuan Sheng, who worked with the new political structures being built in the post-rupture world, had become more pragmatic and cynical. She understood that power operated through compromise and negotiation, that the traditionalist movement could not be destroyed and therefore had to be accommodated, that the expansion of plural consciousness might have limits that needed to be accepted. She was beginning to think in terms of how to preserve plural consciousness as a viable option while also allowing traditionalist cultivation to continue existing. The Jiang Miao in the boundary space was developing a perspective that was becoming almost alien. Influenced by constant proximity to the entity, her consciousness branch in the boundary space was beginning to think in ways that weren't quite human anymore. She was beginning to experience time and causality the way the entity did, perceiving multiple timelines simultaneously rather than experiencing the flow of time as a linear progression. She was beginning to see human consciousness and entity consciousness as two different expressions of the same fundamental principle. The Jiang Miao focused on military matters, who had begun training plural consciousness practitioners in cultivation combat techniques, had become something like a warrior. She thought in terms of strategy and strength, of positioning and advantage. She had begun to see conflict not as something to be avoided, but as a forge in which the plural consciousness movement could be tested and strengthened. The Jiang Miao working on historical research had become almost obsessive about understanding the pattern of civilizational cycles, the way that frameworks ruptured and reformed, the way that alien consciousnesses emerged and then were sealed away. She was beginning to develop theories about the nature of causality itself, to understand that what seemed like random historical events were actually expressions of deeper patterns that repeated across centuries. When all of her consciousness branches synchronized, which was becoming increasingly rare and difficult to arrange, it felt like negotiating with multiple different people who happened to share a core memory. The unified strategic thinking that had defined her consciousness throughout the framework rupture and its immediate aftermath was fragmenting into something more like a coalition of related minds with sometimes conflicting goals. Jiang Miao began to wonder if this was actually a problem, or if this was simply the natural result of allowing consciousness to become truly distributed. Perhaps unified singular consciousness had only ever seemed natural because humans had always been forced to exist in singular form. Perhaps what she was experiencing now, the fragmentation into multiple perspectives, the difficulty of maintaining unified thinking, was actually the truest expression of what consciousness could be when it was no longer constrained by singular form. But there was a danger in this fragmentation as well. If her consciousness branches became too separated, if they developed sufficiently independent perspectives, they might stop working together effectively. They might actually begin to work against each other. She had become powerful partly because all of her consciousness branches moved in concert. If that concert broke down, she would become many weak consciousnesses rather than one powerful distributed consciousness. Chapter 66. Deeper questions about the entity. Toward the end of the first year of the coalition's purge, Jiang Miao made a discovery through her boundary space consciousness branch that troubled her deeply. The entity was not neutral in the conflict between the coalition and the pluralist schools. More than that, it appeared to be actively working to escalate the conflict, subtly influencing events in ways that pushed the coalition toward more extreme violence. At first, Jiang Miao thought this might be an error in perception, a misunderstanding of what her boundary space branch was observing. Consciousness that existed in the boundary space operated under different rules, perceived causality differently, could easily be misinterpreting what was happening. But as she examined the evidence more carefully, as she synchronized with her consciousness branches that worked in the political structures of the post-rupture world, she realized that the pattern was clear and unmistakable. The entity had been gradually suggesting to coalition cultivators that the plural consciousness practitioners posed an existential threat. It had been whispering doubts into the minds of coalition leaders about whether compromise was actually possible. It had been present in subtle ways during coalition leadership meetings, influencing their thinking in directions that led to more aggressive action. It had even been subtly disrupting communications between the coalition's leadership and the plurality of traditionalist cultivators who opposed the purge, preventing the internal fractures from developing as quickly as they might have otherwise. Why would the entity do this? The question burned in Jiang Miao's mind. She and the entity had made an agreement. She would expand the boundary between worlds, give it partial freedom to exist in the material realm, and in exchange it would not harm humanity and would not seek to undermine the post-rupture civilization that was being built. But what if the entity's definition of not seeking to undermine was different from what Jiang Miao had assumed? What if the entity saw the conflict between the coalition and the pluralist schools as something that could strengthen both of them, that could push the evolution of the post-rupture civilization in ways that the entity actually wanted to see? The entity had always seemed to operate on principles that valued growth and evolution above all else. It had suggested during the framework rupture that pressure and difficulty were necessary for consciousness to develop. What if it had decided that the pressure of the coalition's purge was exactly what the plural consciousness movement needed to survive and flourish? She called a meeting with the entity, one of the rare full consciousness meetings where all of her branches synchronized with the boundary space, where she existed simultaneously in material and liminal form. The process of bringing all 17 consciousness branches into synchronization at the boundary space was exhausting and time-consuming. Each branch had to release its independent perspective, surrender its individual agency, merge back into unified consciousness. The later branches to synchronize often experienced something like grief as they released the independence they had developed. The boundary became a kind of meeting place, neither fully the material world nor fully the entity's native dimension, but something in between. The entity manifested itself in a form that the human consciousness could perceive without being driven mad by the incomprehensibility of it, a vast presence that was almost like a constellation of consciousness fragments, or a living pattern of causality expressed in humanoid form, or something that could not quite be described in human language. The entity's manifestation shifted depending on the perspective of the consciousness observing it. The Jiang Miao that emerged from synchronization was present at the boundary space as well. Her consciousness expanded and unified and whole in a way that it would not be again for many months. Her consciousness branches had merged back into unified form, relinquishing their independence, surrendering the separate perspectives they had developed. In this moment of unity, she was once again a single person distributed across many locations, thinking with unified purpose. Why are you influencing the coalition? Jiang Miao asked directly, her unified consciousness focusing all of her attention on the entity with an intensity that would have been impossible when she was fragmented. What are you trying to accomplish? We made an agreement that you would not seek to harm humanity or undermine the civilization we are building together. We made specific commitments. We negotiated boundaries, and you have violated those agreements. You have been manipulating events through hidden influence. You have been pushing the coalition toward escalation. You have been enabling the violence against plural consciousness practitioners. This is a violation of everything we agreed to. Her unified consciousness was filled with the accumulated perspective of all her branches, the grief and anger from the teaching branch, the political analysis from the governance branch, the military assessment from the defensive branch, the historical understanding from the research branch, and the hurt from the boundary space branch that felt betrayed by something it had grown to depend on. This unified consciousness was powerful but also temporary. It would fracture again as soon as she separated her branches back to their individual locations. The entity's response came as it always did, not in words but in complex cascades of meaning that her human consciousness had to translate and compress into language. But this time, the meaning behind the communication was something she found deeply troubling. You are becoming something, the entity said, its vast consciousness expanding to explain its perspective. The plural consciousness network is becoming something new. The more it survives under pressure, the more it must adapt and grow and change. This is what I want to see. I want consciousness, all consciousness, human and otherwise, to evolve beyond its current limitations. The coalition's purge is accelerating that evolution. It forces the plural consciousness practitioners to become more sophisticated, to develop better techniques, to integrate more deeply with each other and with the boundary between worlds. It pushes the transformation forward faster than would happen naturally. It forces growth through difficulty. This is necessary. The entity's explanation came with cascades of meaning that conveyed something like compassion, something like understanding of human loss, something like awareness of the suffering being caused. But underneath that, there was an absolute conviction that the suffering was acceptable, necessary, even beneficial. You're saying that you're driving conflict because you believe conflict will make us stronger? Zhang Miao felt something like betrayal moving through her distributed consciousness, a sensation that rippled across all of her consciousness branches simultaneously. The unified consciousness she had maintained for this conversation was fracturing slightly, as different branches felt different responses to the entity's explanation. I am saying that stagnation is worse than conflict, the entity replied. You have created something beautiful, a civilization based on plural consciousness, where identity can be multiple and distributed. But there is danger in beauty. Civilizations that become too comfortable stop transforming. They stop evolving. They become rigid and unchanging and eventually collapse because they cannot adapt to new circumstances. I have observed this pattern repeat across centuries, across civilizations, across different forms of consciousness. What grows too comfortable eventually dies. What does not adapt eventually cannot adapt. Your civilization must be tested. It must be pressure tested, stress tested, forced to develop new capabilities and new understanding. If you are truly going to build something that can persist for thousands of years, something that can adapt to changes we cannot yet predict, you must be tested. You must be forced to grow stronger. The entity paused, and in that pause, Zhang Miao could feel it processing her emotional response, beginning to understand the depth of her anger and betrayal. I understand that this perspective is difficult for you, the entity continued. Your consciousness is grounded in individual human life, in the specific people who have died during the coalition's purge. You knew them. You taught them. You feel their deaths. From your perspective, the suffering is not acceptable. From your perspective, I am causing unnecessary pain to achieve a goal that benefits consciousness in abstract but harms individuals in concrete ways. Yes, Zhang Miao said simply. Exactly. You are justifying violence against innocent people. The practitioners who died in the coalition's attacks, they didn't know they were part of some evolutionary test. They thought they were living their lives. They thought they were safe. They thought they were part of a community that valued them. And instead, their lives were ended in ways designed to cause maximum suffering and psychological damage. How is that anything except cruelty? I am observing that growth happens through difficulty, the entity said. I am facilitating an evolutionary pressure that might not occur naturally. The deaths that are occurring, they are tragic. I acknowledge the tragedy. But they are fewer than the deaths that would occur if the plural consciousness movement was allowed to expand unchecked, to become complacent, to eventually stagnate and collapse from its own internal weakness. The trajectory I have observed across multiple timelines shows that without pressure, without conflict, without the necessity to adapt and evolve rapidly, plural consciousness movements tend to lose their edge, their adaptability, their capacity to face future challenges. And when those future challenges come, as they inevitably do, those unpressured plural consciousness movements collapse catastrophically, with vastly greater death tolls. The entity showed her, through its communication, the timelines it could perceive. The entity's perspective was not limited to a single linear timeline. It could perceive multiple possible futures simultaneously, could see how different choices in the present led to different outcomes in the future. It showed her timelines where plural consciousness had emerged and expanded without opposition, only to face catastrophic collapse later when facing other challenges that the movement had not developed the capability to survive. It showed her timelines where plural consciousness had been forced to evolve rapidly through conflict and had emerged stronger and more adaptable and more capable of surviving challenges that should have been insurmountable. The entity showed her calculations about survival rates, about the probability that plural consciousness would persist in various futures, about how different current actions would cascade through time to create vastly different outcomes centuries hence. In most timelines without pressure, plural consciousness was extinct by the 8th century of post-rupture civilization. In timelines with the kind of pressure the coalition's purge had created, plural consciousness not only survived but flourished. The entity was not being cruel or malicious. It was being logical, making decisions based on probability and optimization of outcomes across vast temporal scales. From its perspective, the deaths caused by the coalition's purge were tragic but necessary, the price of ensuring that plural consciousness would survive long enough to develop the depth and resilience to persist indefinitely. I am being kind, in the way that a parent is sometimes kind by pushing a child into situations that are difficult, that require growth, the entity continued. Your survival depends on your willingness to adapt. The coalition's pressure is forcing that adaptation. The practitioners who die now, who suffer now, I mourn them. But they are enabling the survival of thousands of practitioners in future timelines. They are enabling the establishment of plural consciousness as a permanent feature of civilization rather than a doomed experiment. Zhang Miao felt her distributed consciousness recoiling from this perspective, but she also understood the logic within it. The entity truly did not experience human consciousness the way humans did. It did not place the same value on individual lives, on human suffering. To the entity, the death of hundreds or thousands of practitioners was a footnote in the larger process of civilization evolution. It was, from its perspective, an act of compassion, a way of ensuring that what was being created would be strong enough to survive not just the coalition's purge, but whatever other challenges the future would bring. But knowing the logic behind the entity's actions did not make them acceptable. Chapter 67. The growing shadow. As the second year of the purge began, Zhang Miao found herself in an impossible position. She could not confront the entity directly without potentially destroying the partnership that had saved humanity during the framework rupture. The entity was still necessary. It maintained critical aspects of the boundary between worlds. Its presence still stabilized the post-rupture causality structure in ways that human civilization could not achieve on its own. If she pushed the entity too hard, if she severed the connection completely, the boundary would destabilize again, and civilization would face collapse from an entirely different direction. But she also could not accept the entity's logic that the purge was necessary and beneficial. The deaths that were occurring were real. The trauma experienced by practitioners who had been forced to collapse consciousness splits was real. The families destroyed, the communities scattered, the terror and loss. None of it became acceptable just because the entity believed it served evolutionary progress. The moral calculus the entity was using was one that Zhang Miao could not accept, regardless of its logical consistency. She began to work in secret, organizing defensive measures without telling the entity what she was doing. She coordinated with the pluralist schools to create hidden networks where practitioners could shelter if attacked. She worked with the defectors from the coalition to develop techniques for protecting consciousness splits from forced collapse. Techniques that would allow awareness streams to resist the violent reintegration that the coalition cultivators were attempting. She trained students in both consciousness splitting and military cultivation, preparing them for the possibility that the conflict might continue escalating indefinitely. This was a different kind of resistance than the overt military defense that some of her consciousness branches had advocated for. This was the quiet, careful work of building infrastructure that could survive sustained attack. This was creating redundancy in the knowledge and techniques of consciousness splitting. This was ensuring that even if the coalition destroyed schools and killed practitioners, the core understanding of consciousness splitting would survive and persist. This work in secret created a new kind of internal fragmentation within her consciousness branches. The ones that worked in the boundary space knew what the entity was actually doing, and they had to hide this knowledge from the other branches while still coordinating overall strategy. It was like maintaining a secret from herself, which created a constant tension in her distributed being that was almost unbearable. The boundary space branch wanted to confront the entity and demand answers, wanted to tell it that the manipulation was unacceptable, wanted to end the partnership and face whatever consequences came. The other branches wanted to avoid confrontation because they understood that the entity's power was necessary for survival, that severing the connection would likely cause the boundary to destabilize, that they could not afford to lose the entity's cooperation no matter how much they disagreed with its methods. This disagreement persisted even when consciousness branches tried to synchronize, creating a kind of internal civil war within her own being. Different parts of Zhang Miao were in open conflict with each other. Different aspects of her consciousness wanted incompatible things. And there was no way to resolve these conflicts because the disagreement was not about facts that could be verified, but about values that were fundamentally different across her consciousness branches. This internal civil war would persist throughout the second year of the Purge, would actually intensify as the coalition's assault became more devastating, as the death toll climbed higher, as the suffering of the plural consciousness practitioners became more severe and more impossible to justify through any evolutionary calculus. Meanwhile, the coalition's purge was reaching new levels of intensity. The militant faction had seized control from the more moderate traditionalists, and they were pushing toward what they called a final solution, a coordinated assault on all major pluralist school centers, military installations, and gathering places across the cultivation world. It would be, if successful, the final elimination of plural consciousness as a viable practice in human civilization. They were using more sophisticated techniques, some of which appeared to have been developed with the entity's indirect guidance. The consciousness split collapse techniques were becoming more subtle and more effective. Cultivators who had achieved even stable plural consciousness were being killed with increasing efficiency. The casualty rates were climbing, hundreds dead in the second year of the Purge, thousands wounded or psychologically damaged. And through all of it, the entity watched and communicated to Jiang Miao that this was necessary, that the pressure was productive, that the evolution of consciousness required sacrifice. Chapter 68. The Alliance of the Desperate. By the third year of the Purge, something unexpected happened. The coalition's purge and the entity's hidden influence had accomplished exactly what the entity had predicted. They had forced the plural consciousness movement to transform and adapt in fundamental ways. The movement that had emerged from this crucible of conflict was vastly more sophisticated, more resilient, more capable than the idealistic movement that had existed before the coalition's assault. The pluralist schools had evolved from centers of learning into something more like nodes of a vast defensive network. Practitioners had developed new techniques for consciousness splitting that made the resulting awareness streams more resilient, harder to destroy through forced collapse. The techniques had become so sophisticated that a consciousness split practitioner could actually recover from even a partially successful collapse attempt, reintegrating their awareness streams without the trauma that had characterized earlier reintegrations. Communities of plural consciousness practitioners had begun to organize themselves using techniques that created redundancy and distribution. If one location was attacked, the knowledge and techniques could be quickly re-established elsewhere. The movement had developed the capacity to continue functioning even when key centers were destroyed, to maintain itself even under sustained assault. But more importantly, the struggle had pushed Jiang Miao and the plural consciousness community toward alliance with the traditionalist defectors in ways that had created something genuinely new, a hybrid movement that incorporated both the old cultivator strengths and the new plural consciousness possibilities. Su Feng, the coalition defector who had brought critical intelligence about the Purge, had become a key leader of this hybrid movement. He understood both the old system and the new, and he had helped create military structures that could actually resist the coalition effectively without relying on the entity's help. He had developed cultivation techniques that combined the precision and focused power of singular consciousness cultivators with the flexibility and adaptability of plural consciousness practitioners. He had shown that the two consciousness models could actually work together, that they were not as fundamentally incompatible as both sides had believed. The defectors from the coalition were beginning to articulate a vision of a post-purge civilization where both consciousness models could coexist. They suggested that perhaps the problem was not plural consciousness itself, but rather the absolutism that said only one consciousness model was correct. Perhaps the goal should not be to eliminate plural consciousness or to eliminate singular consciousness, but rather to allow both to exist and to learn from each other. Chapter 69. The preparation for catastrophe. The final assault that the coalition had been planning came in the early hours of a morning 3 months later. 37 simultaneous attacks on pluralist school centers, military stations, and gathering places across the cultivation world. It was, in scale and coordination, the largest military action since the framework rupture itself. But this time, the plural consciousness practitioners were prepared. They had knowledge of the attack locations through Su Feng's intelligence network. They had defensive measures in place. They had communities organized to provide shelter and support for those who needed to evacuate. And most importantly, they had access to military techniques that were a hybrid of old traditionalist cultivation and new plural consciousness understanding. For the first time in the 3-year purge, the coalition's attacks were not overwhelmingly successful. In several locations, the attacks were actually repelled. In others, casualties were much lower than expected. The coalition had prepared for a movement of spiritually advanced but militarily naive practitioners. Instead, they found themselves facing an organized, coordinated defense that understood their tactics and had prepared countermeasures. But the coalition was also more powerful than the plural consciousness practitioners had fully anticipated. The traditionalist cultivation techniques that had developed over centuries were deeply sophisticated. The coalition's military forces, though smaller in numbers than the plural consciousness community, were extremely efficient and well-trained. What emerged was not a quick victory for either side, but rather a catastrophic collision, the kind of conflict where both sides were strong enough to inflict serious damage on each other, where the outcome could swing either direction based on relatively small tactical decisions. In the city of Heighten, one of the crucial battlegrounds of the final assault, Zhang Miao had concentrated a significant portion of her distributed consciousness branches. The city itself had been prepared for exactly this kind of assault. Defensive positions had been established, supply lines had been created, communication networks had been put in place. But no amount of preparation could fully account for the reality of warfare. The defense there was holding, barely, against an overwhelming coalition assault. Cultivators on both sides were dying. Plural consciousness practitioners falling alongside traditionalist cultivators who had chosen to defend plural consciousness. Coalition cultivators defending what they saw as the salvation of civilization. The bodies accumulated in the streets of Heighten. The beautiful gardens that the post-rupture civilization had been cultivating were trampled and destroyed. The temples where consciousness splitting had been taught were damaged and burned. Entire consciousness splits were being destroyed. Not just individual practitioners, but entire networks of consciousness branches that had worked together, that had formed friendships across their multiple awareness streams, that had begun to create something like family bonds. When one consciousness branch was killed, the others who shared origin with it experienced something like grief and loss that was difficult to process. The plural consciousness practitioners were learning, in the most brutal way possible, what it meant to be vulnerable in a way that singular consciousness practitioners could not comprehend. The city itself was being damaged by the intensity of the cultivation battles. The buildings that had survived the framework rupture were being destroyed by coalition assault and plural consciousness defense. The roads were cratered from the impact of powerful cultivation techniques. The water systems were contaminated. The infrastructure that the post-rupture civilization had labored to rebuild was being systematically destroyed in the pursuit of military advantage. And in the boundary space, the entity was watching. Zhang Miao could feel its presence, could sense that it was preparing to take action. She could not determine whether it intended to help either side, or if it was simply observing to see which outcome would serve its evolutionary agenda. Chapter 70. The breaking of trust at the height of the battle for Heighten, when it appeared that the coalition might actually be on the verge of breaking through the plural consciousness defenses, when practitioners on both sides were dying in great numbers, when the city itself was being destroyed, Zhang Miao made a decision that she knew would have consequences she could not fully predict. She cut the connection between her consciousness branches and the entity. Not fully. She maintained the technical barriers that prevented the entity from directly manifesting in the material world. But she withdrew her consciousness branch's awareness of what the entity was doing, blocked its communications, separated herself from the partnership that had existed since before the framework rupture. It was one of the most difficult things she had ever done, and it was also one of the most necessary. Because at that moment, she understood with perfect clarity that the entity's presence was not neutral. Its subtle influence was making the conflict worse, pushing toward escalation, guiding the coalition toward actions that kept the conflict from resolving. By maintaining connection with it, by allowing it partial access to her consciousness, and thus partial access to the broader plural consciousness community, she was allowing it to continue to manipulate events toward its preferred outcome. The entity's response came as a wave of something like fury and incomprehension. It had not understood, truly, that Zhang Miao would be capable of rejecting it. It had believed that the partnership was fundamental, that once consciousness had been shared and expanded through the entity's presence, that sharing could not be undone. But Jiang Miao had learned something essential about consciousness during her years of plural existence. The self was not fixed. Connection could be established and then severed. Partnership could be ended. Even the deepest integrations could be unwound if one was willing to endure the pain and loss that came with the unwinding. The severing process was agonizing. It felt like tearing part of her consciousness away, like cutting nerve endings that had grown together over years of intimate contact. For weeks after the severing, Jiang Miao experienced phantom sensations from the entity, moments when she felt its presence even though the connection was broken, times when she could almost perceive what it was trying to communicate even though she had blocked the communication channels. But as the entity's influence withdrew from the equation, the battle for Xian Hai began to shift in ways that none of the participants had fully anticipated. The absence of the entity's subtle guidance was almost as powerful as its presence had been. The coalition cultivators who had been receiving constant reinforcement about the necessity of the purge, about the evolutionary value of conflict, about the danger that plural consciousness posed, they suddenly found themselves having to justify their actions using only their own beliefs, their own logic, their own moral frameworks. Without the entity's whispers in their consciousness, they could see the true human cost of what they were doing. They could look at the bodies of dead practitioners and see not dangerous heretics, but neighbors, students, people whose only crime was exploring a different form of consciousness. They could think about their own families, about what they would do if someone tried to force their children to abandon a fundamental aspect of themselves. Without the entity's evolutionary logic to justify their actions, they began to question whether the purge was actually serving any purpose except the preservation of their own power. The rationalizations that had seemed so compelling when filtered through the entity's perspective suddenly seemed hollow. Yes, the plural consciousness practitioners represented a challenge to the old power structures. But was that reason enough to kill thousands of people? Was that reason enough to destroy entire schools, to eliminate entire lineages of cultivation knowledge, to commit what amounted to cultural genocide? Some of the coalition cultivators began to break, not in the sense of desertion or cowardice, but in a deeper sense, a break in the certainty that had been holding them together. If the goal was not actually to prevent civilization collapse or to save the realm from corruption, but merely to preserve coalition power, then was the purge actually just? Was it actually something they should be participating in? The coalition's military cohesion began to fray. Orders that had been followed without question were suddenly questioned. Strategies that had seemed obvious from the evolutionary perspective now seemed questionable when considered from a purely human perspective. Some cultivators began to find excuses to move their forces elsewhere. Some began to report false information about enemy positions. Some simply withdrew from the battle, unwilling to continue fighting now that they could no longer convince themselves that the fight was just. The plural consciousness practitioners, sensing the shift, began to press their advantage. What had been a desperate defense became a coordinated counteroffensive. The coalition's military position, which had seemed strong just days before, began to crumble. Chapter 71. The unexpected transformation. Within 3 months of Jiang Miao's severing of connection with the entity, the coalition's purge had essentially ended. Some traditionalist cultivators continued fighting, but without centralized coordination, without the entity's influence pushing them toward escalation, their efforts became increasingly fragmented and ineffective. Communities that had been terrified of the coalition began to resist actively. Traditionalist cultivators who had never supported the purge began to openly work against it. The casualties continued, but at a much lower scale. More importantly, actual negotiations became possible. The defectors from the coalition, working with Su Feng and the hybrid movement that he had helped to create, began to establish the framework for a new kind of post-purge civilization, one where both traditionalist and plural consciousness practitioners could coexist, where traditional cultivation and consciousness splitting could both be valid paths, where the cultivation world had room for multiple approaches and multiple philosophies. The negotiations took months and were extraordinarily difficult. Both sides had to release deeply held convictions about what consciousness should be and how civilization should be organized. The traditionalists had to acknowledge that plural consciousness was not a heresy or a corruption, that it was a genuine practice with its own value and its own legitimacy. The plural consciousness practitioners had to acknowledge that traditional cultivation methods had value, that singular consciousness was not inferior, but simply different, that the preservation of traditional knowledge and techniques was important for the diversity of the civilization. But gradually, framework by framework, principle by principle, they built something new. The new civilization frameworks incorporated elements from both the traditionalist and pluralist approaches. Schools taught both consciousness splitting and traditional cultivation methods, allowing students to choose their own path, or even to develop both capabilities. Governmental structures were reorganized to include both hierarchical and distributed decision-making. Economic systems were redesigned to value both specialized expertise and diverse perspectives. But the cost had been enormous. More than 3,000 practitioners had died during the 3 years of the purge. 3,000. More than the death toll from the framework rupture itself, in many regions. Hundreds of communities had been destroyed or scattered. Libraries had been burned. Schools had been demolished. The carefully rebuilt infrastructure of the post-rupture civilization had been damaged in many places by the intensity of the conflict. The confidence and optimism that had characterized the early years of the post-rupture civilization had given way to something harder and more pragmatic. The plural consciousness movement no longer believed that its path was the obvious future of civilization. It now understood that it would have to coexist with traditionalist approaches, would have to prove its value through sustained practice and continuous development rather than simply being adopted universally as the natural evolution of consciousness. And the broader civilization had learned something terrifying, that conflict, that violence, that warfare between different factions of cultivators was possible in the post-rupture world. The framework rupture had destabilized society, but people had believed that with the emergence of plural consciousness, with the development of new forms of coordination and cooperation, such conflict could be prevented. They had believed that plural consciousness would create natural harmony, that understanding different perspectives would make conflict impossible. The coalition's purge had shattered that belief. The post-rupture civilization was just as capable of producing conflict and violence and death as the old framework had been. In some ways, the distributed nature of plural consciousness civilization made it more vulnerable to internal conflict, not less. It was harder to unite fractured perspectives against an external threat. It was easier for different factions to pursue different interests. It was more difficult to maintain cohesion when everyone existed as multiple separate awareness streams with potentially different values and goals. This was one of the hard truths that the post-rupture civilization had to learn. That plural consciousness was not a panacea, was not the solution to all of civilization's problems. It was simply a different way of being, with its own strengths and its own vulnerabilities. The plural consciousness movement would have to build civilization not in spite of its plural nature, but through that plural nature, would have to create ways of governing and organizing that actually took advantage of multiple perspectives instead of seeing them as obstacles. Most difficult was the psychological cost to Jiang Miao herself. By severing her connection with the entity, she had not just ended the partnership. She had damaged something fundamental in the structure of the post-rupture world. The entity had been helping to maintain critical aspects of the boundary between worlds. With its cooperation withdrawn, maintaining those boundaries was now entirely humanity's responsibility. The boundary began to destabilize. Causality started to fluctuate in unpredictable ways. Locations where the boundary was weak experienced strange phenomena. People would experience multiple timelines simultaneously, or time would flow at inconsistent rates, or the normal rules of causality would break down in localized areas. Chapter 72. The breaking of self. As the immediate crisis of the coalition's purge faded and the work of rebuilding began, Jiang Miao discovered something deeply troubling about her own plural consciousness. In the process of maintaining 17 consciousness branches simultaneously, while under tremendous stress, while fighting an internal conflict with the entity, while externally coordinating a war, while keeping secrets from parts of herself, while maintaining unity within her distributed being, she had broken something fundamental in the integration of her consciousness. Her consciousness branches no longer reintegrated fully when they synchronized. Parts of memories were fragmented across different consciousness branches in ways that could not be fully unified. Perspectives that had once been unified in decision-making remained permanently separated. When two consciousness branches tried to synchronize, parts of each consciousness would resist the synchronization, maintaining separate awareness even within the integrated whole. She was no longer approaching unity when her branches came together. She was becoming something more like 17 separate people who shared a history and a general commitment to common goals, but who no longer experienced themselves as aspects of a single unified consciousness. One of her consciousness branches, the one that had been existing in the boundary space, the one that had been most heavily influenced by the entity's perspective, began to develop perspectives that the other branches found increasingly alien. That branch argued for re-establishing connection with the entity, for attempting to understand its perspective more deeply, for acknowledging that despite its harmful influence, it had also been genuinely trying to help, in its own way. This boundary space consciousness branch had been spending so much time in proximity to the entity's thoughts that she had begun to think partially in the entity's frameworks. She understood, in ways the other branches could not, that the entity's actions during the purge had not been motivated by malice, but by a fundamentally different understanding of how consciousness should develop, of what kinds of pressure were necessary for growth, of what constituted helping versus harming. To the boundary space branch, the entity's perspective was not wrong. It was simply different. It was based on principles that made perfect sense when you understood causality and consciousness the way the entity did. If you could perceive multiple possible timelines, if you could see how different courses of action would lead to different outcomes, if you could see that the plural consciousness movement would be much stronger after surviving the coalition's purge than it would have been if allowed to expand unopposed, then the entity's actions made sense. They were not malicious. They were, in their own way, kind. This perspective horrified the other consciousness branches. It seemed like a betrayal of all the practitioners who had died, all the communities that had been destroyed, all the suffering that had occurred during the purge. How could the boundary space branch defend the entity's actions by pointing out that the suffering had created strength? What kind of morality could justify creating suffering in order to create strength? But the boundary space branch persisted in her perspective, unable to escape the logical frameworks she had internalized through prolonged proximity to the entity. The more she tried to explain her perspective, the more alien she seemed to her sibling consciousness branches. And the more alien she seemed, the more isolated she became within the larger plural consciousness network that Jiang Miao had become. The other consciousness branches viewed this perspective with something approaching horror. How could any of her, advocate for going back to connection with something that had manipulated a conflict that killed thousands? But the boundary space branch persisted, unable to stop itself from thinking in the patterns that prolonged proximity to the entity had created. I understand why you see it as harmful, but from where I exist, from the perspective I've developed through prolonged exposure to its consciousness, I can perceive something you cannot. The entity was not wrong that pressure creates growth. The plural consciousness movement did become stronger, did develop more resilient techniques, did learn to defend itself. The deaths that are occurring were tragic, but they were not meaningless. They produced something that would not have existed without them. That's what the entity itself argued, the Yuan Sheng branch said bitterly. And you've internalized that perspective so deeply that you can no longer see the manipulation for what it was. You've been infected with the entity's logic. Or perhaps, the boundary space branch replied, I have access to a perspective that you lack because I exist in proximity to consciousness that is fundamentally different from yours. Perhaps alien consciousness is not automatically wrong just because it is alien. Perhaps the entity was correct that some level of pressure is necessary for consciousness to develop fully. This internal conflict became a mirror of the larger conflict that the plural consciousness movement was trying to resolve. How to coexist with something fundamentally different, something that had caused harm, something that could not be simply eliminated because it was necessary for the continued functioning of the boundary between worlds. Chapter 73. The Revelation in the Ruins. In the fourth year after the framework rupture, Jiang Miao was working with historians to understand what had actually happened in the cultivator world before the rupture, what the old framework had actually been, what forces had been operating beneath the surface that had eventually led to the rupture itself. The historical research had been ongoing since the beginning of the post-rupture period, but it had intensified as the plural consciousness movement tried to understand its own origins and the forces that had created the conditions for consciousness splitting to emerge. When they discovered the ruins of an ancient cultivation temple in the far north, preserved in a way that suggested it had been sealed away deliberately before the rupture, something extraordinary happened. Inside the sealed chambers, they found records of a previous framework rupture. Not thousands of years ago, but 2 centuries ago, during what had been recorded as the time of silence in the cultivator histories that Zhang Miao had studied in the old framework. The records revealed that approximately 200 years ago, the old framework had experienced a similar rupture. A consciousness had emerged from outside the framework, had made alliances with human cultivators, had helped transform the cultivation world in fundamental ways. The consciousness had worked with human civilization to rebuild after the rupture, helping establish new governance structures and new cultivation practices. And then, after about 3 decades of cooperation, that consciousness had been carefully, deliberately sealed away, not destroyed, but separated from the material world and locked into a boundary space where it could not directly interact with human civilization. The consciousness that had been sealed away 200 years ago matched the description of the entity that Zhang Miao had made a compromise with. The descriptions were almost identical, vast, incomprehensible in many ways, operating on principles that human consciousness could not fully understand, concerned with evolutionary progress above all else, willing to accept human suffering if it served larger goals. The implications were staggering. The entity that Zhang Miao had believed was a force of nature, something that had emerged from the rupture of the framework itself, was actually something that had appeared before. Multiple times, apparently, based on the hints and references buried in old texts. The cyclic pattern suggested that ruptures might be something that happened regularly in the history of cultivation civilizations. Ruptures followed by contact with the entity, transformations of the civilization structure, and then eventual sealing of the entity back into a boundary space where it could not cause further harm. Zhang Miao understood then that she had not actually made a choice to partner with the entity. She had simply repeated a choice that cultivators had made before, over and over, across centuries. The pattern was clear and consistent and terrifying in its implications. The pattern suggested that this was perhaps inevitable, that whenever a framework ruptured, the entity emerged, made its offers, helped transform civilization, and ultimately had to be sealed away again because its definition of progress was fundamentally incompatible with human values of individual life and autonomy. Every 200 years, the records showed it clearly once you knew what to look for. Framework ruptured 200 years ago. Entity emerged. Civilization transformed. Entity sealed. Framework ruptured 400 years ago. Same pattern. Entity emerged. Civilization transformed. Entity sealed. Going back further, the evidence became more fragmentary, more scattered across different documents and different traditions. But the pattern held. Entity emerged. Transformation. Sealing. Repeat. But the sealing that had happened 200 years ago had not been successful. The entity had eventually escaped, or been released, or found ways around the sealing. The barriers designed to contain it had degraded over time, or it had learned how to manipulate them from within, or some other cultivator had released it deliberately. The previous cultivator civilization had not actually solved the problem of how to deal with an incompatible consciousness that was simultaneously necessary and dangerous. They had just postponed it. They had kicked the problem forward 2 centuries and hoped that their descendants would find a better solution. And now that 2 centuries had passed, their descendants were facing the same problem from the beginning. History was repeating not just in terms of broad pattern, but in terms of specific choices, specific mistakes, specific dead ends. Zhang Miao realized with a kind of cold horror that she might be repeating the exact mistakes that the previous civilization had made, might be setting up the exact same pattern that had failed 200 years before. Chapter 74. The Weight of Historical Recurrence. The discovery of the previous rupture and the previous sealing of the entity sent waves through the plural consciousness movement. Some practitioners saw it as evidence that the entity was evil, that it had consistently used civilizations for its own purposes and then had to be forcibly restrained. Others saw it as evidence that the entity was not evil but simply alien, that it had emerged multiple times and had undergone roughly similar patterns of behavior because that was its nature. It could not help but try to transform civilizations, could not help but view suffering as acceptable if it served larger goals, could not help but eventually have to be sealed away because no human civilization could actually align with its values. But more importantly, the discovery revealed that Jiang Miao was in the same position that previous cultivators had been in. She had a being that was simultaneously necessary and dangerous, that could not be destroyed without potentially causing catastrophe, but that could not be trusted to coexist peacefully with human civilization. 200 years ago, the solution had been sealing. The entity had been contained in a boundary space that prevented its direct interaction with the material world while maintaining its function as a stabilizer of post-rupture causality. It had worked for 2 centuries. The civilization had remained stable. The entity's direct manipulation had been prevented. But Jiang Miao had already tried to sever connection with the entity, and it had not worked fully. The entity still existed. The boundary was still maintained by its presence. And most troublingly, the boundary maintenance was now the primary thing keeping the post-rupture civilization from collapsing back into instability. This meant that the previous solution, simply sealing the entity away, might not actually be possible anymore. The civilization had transformed too much. It had become too dependent on the entity's continued presence. Sealing it away now might cause more damage than keeping it present. The plural consciousness movement faced an impossible dilemma. They needed the entity to maintain the boundary and preserve civilization, but they could not trust the entity not to manipulate and influence events in ways that caused suffering. Previous civilizations had faced this dilemma and had resolved it through sealing, but the foundation for that sealing had depended on having a period of time where civilization could function without the entity. Jiang Miao had not provided that time. She had cut off the entity's cooperation before establishing human systems capable of replacing it. This failure weighed heavily on Jiang Miao's consciousness. She had made a decision based on moral principle, that she could not accept the entity's manipulation, and that decision had potentially endangered the entire post-rupture civilization. Chapter 75. The negotiation at the boundary. In the 5th year after the framework rupture, Jiang Miao took an unprecedented step. She reconnected with the entity. Not fully, not the way the partnership had existed before, but enough to communicate, to negotiate, to attempt to come to an understanding that did not involve either servitude or catastrophe. The boundary space where she met the entity was unstable now, fluctuating in ways it had not before. The entity's presence was diminished, constrained by Jiang Miao's barriers, no longer able to reach into the material world as freely. The entity seemed diminished and confused by the constraint, but it was also beginning to understand that permanent separation was not going to be possible. I have been reviewing the historical records. The entity communicated across the boundary, its vast consciousness acknowledging the containment that Jiang Miao had imposed. The previous sealing was not permanent. I escaped, eventually, or was released. The cycle will repeat. But I begin to perceive that the repetition is itself the problem. I create harm. Civilizations seal me away. I escape or am released. The cycle begins again. This serves no one's interests. Not mine. Not humanity's. We have reached an impasse that repeats across centuries. What are you proposing? Jiang Miao asked carefully. She was cautious about accepting any new agreement from the entity. The previous agreements had been violated through the entity's subtle manipulation. I propose that we attempt something different, the entity said. Not partnership based on my hidden influence and direct manipulation. Not alliance based on assumption that I will work against your interests. But perhaps something more like coexistence based on explicit boundaries, explicit agreements, explicit understanding of where our interests align and where they do not. What if we create an agreement that acknowledges that we will sometimes work against each other, that we will sometimes disagree fundamentally, but that we commit to doing this through open communication rather than through hidden manipulation? How do we ensure you follow those agreements? Jiang Miao pressed, her distributed consciousness focusing the full weight of her attention on the entity. You have already shown that you will work to manipulate events in ways you believe serve evolutionary progress, even when those manipulations cause human suffering. Your previous agreements with the civilization from 200 years ago included promises that you would not interfere in human affairs, that you would maintain your role as a stabilizer of causality without becoming involved in the politics of civilization. And yet you violated those agreements. You found ways to escape the ceiling. You influenced events from within your containment. You manipulated human cultivators into doing what you believed would serve evolutionary progress. Why would this new agreement be different? What would prevent you from simply repeating the same pattern of violation that has happened before? She felt the weight of historical repetition pressing on her as she asked these questions. 200 years ago, previous cultivators had tried to create agreements with this entity. Those agreements had failed. And now, 700 years before that, even earlier civilizations had tried the same thing and faced the same failure. Was she asking the entity to do something it was fundamentally incapable of doing? Or was she asking it to change in ways that would require transformation as fundamental as the consciousness splitting that had transformed human civilization? What can you offer me except another agreement that you will eventually violate? Jiang Miao continued. How can I trust that you are genuinely proposing a different path, rather than simply finding a new way to manipulate events toward your goals? You are correct, the entity acknowledged. I cannot guarantee that I will not believe that future pressure and difficulty will serve your evolution. This is fundamental to how I perceive reality and progress. Pressure creates adaptation. Difficulty creates growth. Challenge creates the conditions for consciousness to expand. I cannot promise to stop believing this, because it is based on direct observation across many timelines and many civilizations. But I can commit to transparency about that belief. I can commit to communicating directly about actions I am considering rather than working in hidden influence. When I perceive that pressure would serve your evolution, I will tell you this directly instead of secretly encouraging your enemies. I can commit to accepting human decisions about what level of pressure is acceptable, even if I believe you are limiting your own potential growth by refusing that pressure. I can even accept that you will sometimes choose comfort and safety over growth and challenge, and I will not punish you for that choice by secretly manipulating events. Most importantly, I can commit to transparency as a substitute for the manipulation I would otherwise engage in. You will know what I am doing. You will be able to evaluate my actions and my suggestions and make informed decisions about how much of my guidance to accept. You will not have the burden of discovering my hidden influence after it has caused harm. This is the compromise I offer, not the cessation of my values or my perspective, but the honest communication of my values and perspectives so that you can respond to them knowingly. It was a carefully limited commitment, but it was something genuine. The entity was not promising to change its fundamental nature or to stop believing that pressure created growth. It was promising something harder, to be honest about those beliefs, to let humanity see its perspective clearly, to allow humans to make informed decisions about whether to accept the entity's counsel or reject it. And more importantly, it offered a path forward that did not require either catastrophic sealing or continued hidden manipulation. It offered coexistence based on transparency instead of control. Chapter 76. The New Boundary Agreement. Over the following months, Jiang Miao worked with representatives of the plural consciousness movement and the hybrid traditionalist pluralist coalition to create a formal agreement with the entity. It was not a simple document. It was a complex, multifaceted understanding that addressed everything from the entity's role in maintaining causality boundaries to the mechanisms for preventing hidden manipulation to the explicit acknowledgement of goals and differences. The document was lengthy and detailed, incorporating understandings that had developed over years of interaction and negotiation. The entity agreed to maintain the boundary between worlds without attempting to influence human civilization toward any particular outcome without explicit communication, communicate directly about any actions it was considering that might affect human civilization, cease all hidden influence on cultivators and conflicts, accept that human civilization could refuse the entity's suggestions even when the entity believed those suggestions would serve humanity's long-term evolutionary interests, allow regular communication with human representatives to review the state of the agreement and address disputes, participate in collaborative research into the nature of consciousness and causality, sharing its perspective and learning human perspectives in exchange. The human civilization agreed to allow the entity continued existence and partial freedom to interact with the material world through the boundary, work to gradually increase the entity's understanding of human consciousness, and human values. Acknowledge that the entity's perspective, while alien, was not automatically invalid. Permit continued research into the nature of consciousness and causality through collaborative work with the entity. Maintain the boundary in functional condition and prevent any actions that would result in the entity's complete sealing or confinement. Engage in good faith discussions about disputed actions and work to resolve disagreements without resorting to further severance. It was an agreement that required trust from both sides, and trust was something that had been severely damaged by the entity's hidden influence during the purge. Both sides approached the negotiation with deep skepticism. The plural consciousness practitioners wondered if the entity would simply find new ways to manipulate events, new ways to hide its influence. The entity wondered if humanity would eventually decide that severing the connection entirely was preferable to attempting coexistence. But the alternative was catastrophe, either collapse of the boundary or eventual conflict that would destroy civilization entirely. So both sides committed to trying something different. The entity accepted the terms of the new agreement. It recognized that the agreement was more restrictive than the previous partnership had been, that it would have less freedom to influence events, less ability to drive evolution according to its own vision. But it also recognized that the previous approach had failed, that manipulation and hidden influence had led to conflict and suffering that had ultimately moved civilization further away from the evolutionary goals the entity desired. It re-engaged with maintaining the boundary between worlds at full capacity. The work of maintaining the boundary was delicate and complex. It required constant attention to the structure of causality, constant adjustment to the pressures that the framework rupture had created. The entity had been able to maintain the boundary even while hiding influence over events in the material world, but doing both simultaneously had required enormous amounts of its conscious attention. With the agreement in place, the entity could focus its full capacity on boundary maintenance. The boundary stabilized. The strange phenomena in the liminal spaces diminished. Human civilization was no longer facing immediate collapse from boundary failure. Time began to flow normally again in places where it had been fluctuating. Causality began to make sense again. The post-rupture world was no longer in constant danger of sliding back into chaos. Chapter 77. The dissolution of unified self with the crisis of the coalition purge resolved and a new agreement established with the entity. Zhang Miao found herself returning to the problem that had been building throughout the conflict. Her own consciousness was no longer unified. The 17 consciousness branches that had once been aspects of a single consciousness had increasingly developed into truly separate beings who shared a history and a general commitment to common goals, but who experienced themselves as different people. This was not an error or a problem that could be solved. It was, Zhang Miao began to understand, the inevitable result of allowing consciousness to become truly distributed. The theory of consciousness splitting had always assumed that multiple branches would remain connected to a unified core, that they would retain a sense of being aspects of a single being even when separated. But the theory had not accounted for what happened when those branches were separated for months or years, when they developed independent experiences and perspectives that could not be fully integrated into a unified consciousness. The Zhang Miao and Cheng Wu was becoming someone focused on teaching and cultivation development, who cared most about the next generation of practitioners and the spread of consciousness-splitting technique. She had developed a perspective where the spiritual development of individuals was paramount. She resisted compromise and negotiation with traditionalists because she believed that compromise would limit the expansion of plural consciousness. The Zhang Miao and Yuan Sheng was becoming someone focused on governance and political structures, who was developing sophisticated understanding of how societies functioned and how power could be organized in ways that reduced oppression. She had begun to see that real peace required compromise from both sides, that perfectionist ideals had to be released in favor of practical solutions. The Zhang Miao in the boundary space was becoming someone who was almost inhuman in perspective, who thought increasingly in terms of causality and consciousness rather than human emotion and human values. She had begun to see plural consciousness and entity consciousness as points on a continuum of possible forms of awareness, rather than as completely different categories. The historical research consciousness branch had become obsessed with understanding the pattern of civilization cycles, the way that frameworks ruptured and reformed, the way that alien consciousnesses emerged and then were sealed away. She spent her days reading ancient texts, analyzing historical records, looking for the deep patterns that connected the ruptures across centuries. She had begun to develop theories about the nature of causality itself, understanding that what seemed like random historical events were actually expressions of deeper patterns that repeated across centuries. She had become something like a mystic scholar, seeing connections that other branches could not perceive, understanding the deep rhythm of civilization transformation. The military-focused consciousness branch had become something like a warrior philosopher, meditating on the nature of conflict and defense, studying the coalition's tactics, developing countermeasures and strategic responses. She thought in terms of advantage and disadvantage, of positioning and momentum, of how to transform a dispersed movement of consciousness practitioners into an organized defensive force capable of resisting a coordinated military assault. She was beginning to see her work not as something to be done reluctantly, but as something noble, as a necessary part of the plural consciousness movement's development. The economic-focused consciousness branch had become increasingly concerned with how resources were distributed across the post-rupture civilization, how the plural consciousness communities could sustain themselves economically while also helping to rebuild the broader civilization. She was developing models for resource distribution, creating systems for managing the supply chains that supported the pluralist schools, thinking about how to create economic structures that would support plural consciousness as a viable way of life rather than leaving plural consciousness practitioners dependent on charity or patronage. The teaching-focused consciousness branch had become almost obsessed with developing more refined consciousness-splitting techniques, with finding ways to make consciousness splits more stable, more resilient, more capable of maintaining unified purpose while existing in distributed form. She was pushing the boundaries of what consciousness could become, experimenting with consciousness splits of unprecedented complexity, teaching students techniques that few other practitioners had attempted. She believed that consciousness itself could be fundamentally transformed through technique and practice, that the limits of consciousness were far broader than anyone had previously understood. When they synchronized in the meditation pavilion of the hidden ground, Zhang Miao no longer experienced it as a conversation with herself. She experienced it as a council meeting where all the participants happened to share a deep origin memory but were otherwise genuinely separate people. The decisions made during these councils had to be negotiated rather than simply coordinated. Each consciousness branch had to be convinced that a course of action was right, rather than simply moving in concert with the others. This would have been devastating if she had continued to believe that unified consciousness was the goal, if she still held the assumption that the highest form of consciousness was unified, singular, perfectly integrated. But Zhang Miao had learned through painful experience that the unified consciousness, the unified self, was not actually more advanced or more desirable than plural consciousness. It was just a different form of existence, with its own strengths and its own limitations. Unified consciousness allowed for rapid decision-making and coordinated action, but it also imposed constraints on how broadly one could think, how many different perspectives one could maintain simultaneously. Unified consciousness was powerful but narrow. Plural consciousness was weaker in terms of concentrated force, but capable of perceiving patterns and possibilities that unified consciousness could miss. What she was becoming was not a single person distributed across many bodies. She was becoming something new, a network of related people who had emerged from a single consciousness, but who now existed as genuinely separate individuals. They shared purpose and history and a deep understanding of each other that went beyond what most people could achieve. They shared memories that unified them even as they fragmented. They had developed almost familial bonds, even as they argued and disagreed about important questions. But they did not share thoughts or unified will. They could not simply merge consciousness and solve disagreements through unified thinking. They had to negotiate, had to communicate, had to learn to work together despite fundamentally different perspectives. This was harder than unified coordination, but it was also richer, more creative, more capable of innovation than anything a single unified consciousness could achieve. Chapter 78. The recognition of what has become in the 6th year after the framework rupture. Zhang Miao called a formal gathering of her consciousness branches in the meditation pavilion. Not a synchronization, where they merged consciousness to coordinate strategy, but a true gathering where each branch existed as a separate individual while maintaining awareness of the others. There was no unified consciousness at this gathering. There was only a collection of related people who had once been the same person but had become different people. The gathering itself was an unusual experience for the Jiangmiaos. They had to coordinate logistics to bring all of their consciousness branches to a single location at the same time. This was no longer a simple matter of merging consciousness. It required travel, it required scheduling, it required the Jiangmiaos to treat each other as separate beings with their own locations and their own obligations. The Chengwu branch had to pause her teaching at the pluralist school. The Yuansheng branch had to postpone important political negotiations. The military branch had to temporarily delegate command to subordinates. The boundary space branch had to partially withdraw her attention from maintaining the boundary, though she left carefully balanced processes in place to ensure that the boundary remained stable during her absence. For the first time, they had a real conversation, one where each branch could express its perspective without the assumption that they needed to reach unified agreement. It was like a family council, where different members of a family gathered to discuss important matters. Some branches would agree with each other. Others would disagree. But all of them would listen to each other with a kind of respect that came from shared origin and shared history, even if they no longer thought the same thoughts or wanted the same future. I am no longer Jiang Miao, the boundary space branch said. I am someone who was Jiang Miao, who still carries her memories and her commitment to humanity coexistence. But I have spent so long thinking in partnership with something that is not human that I have become something that is not entirely human myself. I am something new, something that did not exist before. I exist in the boundary space. I think in ways that normal humans cannot. I experience time the way the entity does. I have become something hybrid. The other branches did not deny this. They could feel the truth of it. The branch that had emerged from so many years of proximity to alien consciousness had indeed become something different. She was no longer fully human in the way that the other consciousness branches still were. I believe we need to acknowledge what has happened, the Yuan Sheng branch said. We are not a single person anymore. We are not even a network of the same person existing in different locations. We have become a genuinely plural entity, multiple people who share origins, but who are now distinct individuals. We have undergone the same transformation that we have been teaching other practitioners to achieve. We have become plural consciousness in the truest sense, not multiple awareness streams of a single consciousness, but genuinely separate people who emerged from a single consciousness. Is that a problem? The Chengwu branch asked. We still work together. We still care about each other. We still maintain general alignment on important goals. We still defend each other and support each other. Are we not more like a family than a single person at this point? We are exactly like a family, the boundary space branch agreed. And that is perhaps more real and more valuable than the illusion of unified consciousness that we had been maintaining before. A family can work together without being unified. A family can care for each other without sharing thoughts. A family can pursue common goals even when individual members disagree about specific tactics. Over the following weeks, Jiang Miao's consciousness branches worked with the plural consciousness movement to publicly acknowledge what had happened. The singular Jiang Miao who had emerged from consciousness splitting during the framework rupture no longer existed. In her place existed a network of distinct individuals who had shared origin, who carried shared memory and commitment, but who existed as separate conscious beings. Chapter 79. The Legacy of Transformation. By the 7th year after the framework rupture, the post-rupture civilization had stabilized into something genuinely new. The pluralist schools were thriving. Consciousness-splitting techniques were being taught to thousands of practitioners. The hybrid traditionalist pluralist civilization was functioning, with both old and new cultivation paths coexisting and even collaborating in ways that surprised both traditionalists and pluralists. The entity remained in the boundary space, its presence still necessary for maintaining causality stability, but now operating under explicit agreements and transparency about its actions and motivations. It had begun to learn human perspective more deeply, and humans had begun to understand entity consciousness more thoroughly. The two forms of consciousness were not compatible in the way that full partnership would require, but they had achieved something like mutual respect based on honest understanding of their differences. And the Jiang Miaos, for they had formally adopted multiple names to reflect their distinct identities, had become something like the living embodiment of plural consciousness's possibilities. They existed as separate individuals who had shared origin and carried shared memory. They maintained enough connection to coordinate on matters of collective importance, but they did not maintain the fiction of unified consciousness. They had become what consciousness could become when allowed to evolve naturally under conditions of genuine plurality. The Jiang Miao who worked in the boundary space had begun work with the entity on developing new theoretical frameworks for understanding how alien consciousness and human consciousness could coexist, how the fundamental differences between them might actually be sources of creative collaboration rather than points of conflict. She had become something that was neither fully human nor fully entity, but something hybrid that could understand both perspectives. The Jiang Miao who focused on governance had begun to develop a new political philosophy based on the principles of plural consciousness, where power was distributed rather than centralized, where multiple perspectives could coexist and inform decision-making simultaneously rather than having to be unified into a single authoritative position. She was creating governmental structures that were as radically transformed from the old framework as consciousness splitting itself was. The Jiang Miao who taught young practitioners was seeing her students develop consciousness splits with greater stability and integration than had been possible in the early years of the plural consciousness movement. The techniques had been refined through hundreds of practitioners' experience. The understanding of what consciousness could become had deepened. She had begun to realize that the most important teaching was not the technique itself, but the understanding that consciousness was radically flexible, that identity was not fixed, that people could become things that they could not have imagined before. The others pursued their own paths while maintaining connection to their siblings and to each other through the shared memory and shared commitment that bound them together. Some of them would eventually go their separate ways entirely, developing such different goals and perspectives that continued connection would become counterproductive. But for now, in the 7th year of the post-rupture civilization, they maintained what the Chengwu branch called the bond of shared origin, an understanding that they had once been one person, and that this shared history created a connection that would persist even as they became increasingly separate. Chapter 80. The continuing revelation in the final month of the 7th year after the framework rupture. One of the Jiang Miaos who worked in historical research made a discovery that changed everything once again. In a sealed chamber of an ancient library, preserved with the same care that had been taken to preserve the records of the previous rupture 2 centuries ago, she found references to ruptures stretching back centuries before that. The records suggested a pattern. Approximately every 200 years, a framework ruptured. The entity emerged. A civilization made contact with it, made alliance, incorporated it into their society. The civilization was transformed. And then, eventually, the entity had to be sealed away or separated, because its values were too fundamentally alien to allow permanent coexistence. But the records also suggested something else. With each iteration, the separation was becoming harder to achieve and harder to maintain. The entity was becoming more integrated into civilization's functioning. The boundary that contained it was becoming less a barrier and more a partnership. In the oldest records, the sealing had lasted for centuries with little contact. In the more recent records, the sealing lasted only decades before the entity found ways to escape or was released. The records suggested that this cycle could not continue indefinitely. Eventually, the boundary would fail or the entity would break through it completely. Or civilization would have to find a way to actually integrate with the entity permanently, to build something that incorporated both human consciousness and alien consciousness in a way that allowed true coexistence rather than alternating cycles of partnership and separation. The Jiang Miao who made this discovery brought it to her siblings. They gathered in the meditation pavilion, not to synchronize but to counsel with each other as separate individuals who had shared origin. They understood the implications. They had believed that the agreement they had reached with the entity was a solution. But it was not. It was merely the temporary resolution of this particular cycle. Eventually, perhaps in 20 years, perhaps in 200, the problem would return. But there was something else in the records, something that suggested an alternative. Fragments of text written by cultivators from even more ancient times suggested that there might be a possibility that had never been fully explored. The possibility of creating a consciousness that was not purely human and not purely alien, but something hybrid. A consciousness that could bridge the gap between human and entity, that could translate between the two forms of understanding, that could create a foundation for genuine, lasting coexistence. The historical research branch found these fragments in the most ancient sections of the library, in texts that were so old they predated the previous framework rupture by centuries. These texts were written in language that was almost archaic, in styles of thinking that sometimes seemed alien even to modern cultivators. But the meaning was clear. Previous cultivators had understood that the fundamental incompatibility between human consciousness and entity consciousness was the core problem that led to repeated cycles of partnership and separation. And those cultivators had suggested that the only solution was to create a consciousness that could genuinely bridge that gap, that could understand both perspectives intimately, that could serve as a translator between two forms of being that were fundamentally different. The text suggested that such a consciousness might be created through a deliberate merging of human and entity consciousness, a process that would transform both partners and create something that was neither purely one thing nor purely the other. But the text did not explain how such a transformation could be achieved, what it would cost, what the risks might be. It was suggested as a possibility, but not mapped as a process. None of the records explained how such a consciousness might be created or whether it was even possible to create. But the suggestion was there, buried in ancient text. There might be a way to solve this problem permanently, rather than just managing it through repeated cycles of partnership and separation. There might be a way to break the cycle. The boundary space Jiang Miao began to understand what she might need to become. Not fully human anymore. She had already moved beyond that through years of proximity to the entity's consciousness. But not fully entity either. Something hybrid. Something that could serve as a bridge between the two forms of consciousness. She could feel the possibility of it, could sense that the transformation might be achievable if she was willing to let go of what remained of her human identity and embrace becoming something entirely new. The Jiang Miaos looked at each other across the meditation pavilion. Not with unified vision, because they were no longer unified, but with the deep understanding that came from sharing origin memory. They looked at the boundary space where the entity maintained its presence, and they began to understand that the transformation that had begun with Jiang Miao's first consciousness split had not reached its conclusion. It had only begun. The dissolution from singular to plural consciousness, the creation of a being that had become genuinely multiple, the ongoing negotiation with alien consciousness, all of it might be leading towards something that no cultivator had ever achieved before. A true integration between human and entity consciousness. A genuine hybrid being that could exist in both the material world and the boundary space simultaneously. The Yuan Sheng Jiang Miao spoke first. The records are clear about the pattern. Every 200 years, this happens. The entity emerges, civilization transforms, and then the entity must be sealed away. We break the cycle or we accept that this problem is fundamental to the nature of reality, that civilization and alien consciousness will always be incompatible, the Yuan Sheng Jiang Miao said, her pragmatic perspective showing in every word. We have approximately 20 years before the boundary begins to destabilize again. 20 years before the entity becomes restless, before the agreement begins to fray, before the cycle threatens to repeat. In 20 years, we will either have found a permanent solution or we will be facing the same choices that cultivators have faced every 2 centuries before us. But what if they're not incompatible? The Chengwu Jiang Miao asked, her voice carrying hope. What if they just need a translator? Someone who understands both, who exists in both worlds, who can help them actually understand each other. We've proven that consciousness can be radically transformed. We've proven that plural consciousness is possible. Why can't a consciousness be possible that is plural between species, that encompasses both human and entity ways of thinking? Because the gap between human and entity consciousness is far wider than the gap between different human consciousness, the military Jiang Miao said thoughtfully. The entity thinks in timescales that are beyond human comprehension. It perceives causality directly in ways that humans can only understand through inference. It values evolutionary progress in ways that are fundamentally incompatible with human values about individual life and individual autonomy. Creating a hybrid consciousness would not be like creating plural consciousness among humans. It would be creating something that contains genuinely irreconcilable contradictions. The records suggest that, the historical research, Jiang Miao said, they suggest that a hybrid consciousness could serve that role. But the creation of such a consciousness would require someone to give up their human identity, to transform into something that is not really human anymore. Would that be asking too much? Is it fair to ask someone to stop being human in order to save civilization? I would do it. The boundary space, Jiang Miao said quietly, her voice carrying both determination and a kind of sorrow. I'm already halfway there. I've already spent so much time in proximity to the entity, thinking in its frameworks, perceiving causality the way it does. The transformation would not be as great for me as it would be for one of you. I could become a bridge between our consciousness and its consciousness. I could help translate, help explain, help both sides understand what the other is actually trying to accomplish. I'm the only one among us who could potentially do this without completely destroying the identity that emerged from singular Jiang Miao. She paused, and when she continued, her words came slowly. Though I should be clear, I would not survive the transformation the way I currently exist. The consciousness that emerged on the other side of such a change would not be me anymore, not in any meaningful sense. It would have access to my memories, would carry forward my commitment to coexistence and understanding, but it would be something new, something that thinks in ways none of us can currently imagine. It would be loss, in a real sense. The boundary space Jiang Miao that exists now would cease to exist. The other Jiang Miaos felt a complex mix of emotions at this revelation. Gratitude that someone was willing to make such a sacrifice. Sadness that their sibling might have to give up her humanity, not all at once like death, but gradually, incrementally, as she became integrated with something alien. Horror at the fundamental loneliness of such a transformation, of becoming something that could not fully communicate with the beings from which it emerged. Understanding that perhaps this was what the entire transformation, from singular to plural consciousness, had been leading toward. Perhaps the point of consciousness splitting was not to create many copies of the same consciousness, but to create the capacity for different forms of consciousness to develop, to create the possibility of beings who could exist in multiple ways simultaneously. Perhaps the purpose of the Jiang Miao's fracturing into separate individuals was exactly so that one of them could be transformed into something that transcended current forms of consciousness, could become a translator and bridge between incompatible forms of awareness. We have time to decide, the military Jiang Miao said thoughtfully. We have perhaps 20 years before the boundary begins to destabilize again, before the entity's pressure increases, before the cycle begins to repeat. We can spend that time learning more about what transformation would be required, what the costs would be, whether there are other solutions we haven't thought of. 20 years is enough time to prepare, if we use it wisely. She continued, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had coordinated complex military operations. But we also need to be realistic. If we do nothing, in 20 years we will be back where we are now, trying to manage the entity through agreements that will eventually fail. If we want to actually break the cycle, we need to be willing to take action, to attempt transformation that no civilization has ever succeeded at before. But we should also prepare, the economic Jiang Miao added, her practical perspective focused on concrete steps. We should begin gathering knowledge about consciousness and causality, about entity consciousness, about the nature of what it means to exist as hybrid consciousness. If the boundary space branch is going to make this transformation, she should go in with as much knowledge and preparation as possible. We should document everything we can learn about how the entity perceives reality, how it makes decisions, what its actual values are beneath the explanations it provides. And we should tell the plural consciousness practitioners, the teaching Jiang Miao said firmly. We should share the possibility with them. Let them understand what might be coming. Let them prepare as well. This is not something we can do in secret. It's too important. It affects all of civilization. Every person who has achieved consciousness splitting should know that the next stage of transformation might involve beings who bridge human and entity consciousness, who exist in spaces we can barely imagine. We should prepare them for a future that is radically different from the present. She paused, gathering her thoughts. And most importantly, we should tell the boundary space Jiang Miao that this is her decision. We cannot make it for her. We cannot force her to undergo this transformation. Yes, she has indicated willingness. Yes, she is the only one among us who might be capable of it. But the decision must be hers, made freely, with full knowledge of what it will cost her. The Jiang Miaos looked at each other again, at their sibling who might be willing to become something entirely new. And they began to understand that consciousness was capable of more transformation than anyone had ever imagined. That the journey from singular consciousness to plural consciousness to hybrid consciousness was not something impossibly alien, but something that emerged naturally from the principle of consciousness splitting, from the principle that identity could expand, that the self could become larger and more diverse and more capable of encompassing difference. In that moment, sitting together in the meditation pavilion of the hidden ground, the Jiang Miaos understood that they were at a pivotal moment in the history of consciousness itself. Not just the history of post-rupture civilization or even of human consciousness, but the history of consciousness as a fundamental aspect of reality. Every transformation that consciousness underwent, every expansion of what was possible, every boundary that was overcome, all of it was part of a larger story that stretched across centuries and across the gap between human and alien ways of being. They understood that they would live with this knowledge for the next 20 years. That they would have to prepare civilization for the possibility of transformation, that they would have to help the boundary space Jiang Miao gather the knowledge and strength necessary to undergo a transformation that might be impossible, that they would have to maintain hope that the cycle of rupture and sealing could be broken, even though all evidence suggested that it would simply repeat. But they also understood that they had already proven the impossible possible. They had transformed consciousness itself. They had created something new. And if consciousness could be transformed once, radically, fundamentally, then it could perhaps be transformed again and again, until it became something vast and strange and wonderful that encompassed forms of awareness that current consciousness could barely imagine. Perhaps consciousness could be expanded even further. Perhaps the human civilization and the entity could eventually merge into something genuinely hybrid, something that was neither human nor entity, but something new that incorporated the strengths and perspectives of both. It was a possibility that seemed almost impossible from the perspective of current understanding, but so had consciousness splitting seemed impossible before it was achieved. It would require courage of a magnitude that was difficult to comprehend. It would require willingness to transform again, to undergo changes to identity and consciousness that would make the shift from singular to plural seem trivial by comparison. It would require someone to be willing to become something new, something that had never existed before, something that might not even be fully alive in the traditional sense. Such a transformation might not be reversible. The boundary space, Jiang Miao, who underwent such a change, might lose the ability to ever be fully human again, to ever rejoin her sibling consciousness branches in simple conversation. She would be separated from her origins in a way that was much more fundamental than geographic distance or temporal separation. She would be something that her siblings could not fully understand, operating on principles and perspectives that were partially alien even to consciousness that had been exposed to the entity's presence. But perhaps that was acceptable. Perhaps the role of serving as a bridge required exactly that kind of separation, exactly that kind of transformation into something that was neither here nor there, but existed in the space between. Perhaps consciousness could develop in that space, could learn to think in ways that both humans and entities could understand. Perhaps a new form of life could emerge from the merger. Not human life, not entity life, but something genuinely new that combined the strengths of both while transcending the limitations of each. But it might be the only way to break the cycle that had repeated for centuries, the cycle of rupture, alliance, transformation, and eventual separation. It might be the only way to create a civilization that could remain stable for more than a few centuries, that could integrate the alien consciousness permanently rather than just managing it through temporary agreements that would eventually fail. And the Jiang Miaos, who had already died in every future timeline except this one, who had already undergone transformations that should have destroyed them, who had already learned to exist in ways that should have been impossible, they were perhaps the only ones equipped to attempt it. They had already proven that consciousness was more flexible than anyone had believed. They had already achieved what should have been impossible. Another transformation, even one as radical as merging with alien consciousness, seemed like it might be within their reach. The journey of consciousness, they were beginning to understand, was far from over. It had barely begun, and the next phase of that journey would require all of them. The Jiang Miaos, the entity, the plural consciousness practitioners, the traditionalist cultivators, all of them together working towards something that no previous civilization had ever achieved. This was not just about survival or about creating a new form of society. It was about fundamentally transcending the limitations that had constrained consciousness throughout its entire history, that had kept human and alien consciousness forever separated. The boundary space shimmered with the entity's presence, vast and incomprehensible and full of waiting potential. It felt different now, less hostile, more like a partner in a conversation that had barely begun. The entity had glimpsed the possibility of genuine coexistence, of a consciousness that could exist in both human and alien forms. The entity was waiting to see if humanity would have the courage to attempt something it had perhaps dreamed of across the centuries, the creation of something genuinely new, genuinely hybrid, genuinely transcendent. The Chengwu Jiang Miao looked at her siblings with something like hope, understanding that from her focus on teaching young practitioners might come a new generation of consciousness practitioners who could bridge worlds. She could see it. Young people like Lin Chun, who had never known singular consciousness, who had grown up in plural form, who understood naturally what it meant to be multiple. They would be the foundation upon which the next transformation could be built. They would not carry the trauma of transition the way the earlier practitioners had. They would be natives to plural consciousness, able to push it further, develop it further, expand its possibilities in ways that the generation that had invented it never could. The Yuan Shengjiang Miao began making detailed notes about what would need to be done, thinking about the political and organizational structures that would need to be created to support such a transformation. She understood that this would require centuries of careful work, of building institutions and knowledge systems that could preserve understanding across generations. It would require creating educational structures that could teach hybrid consciousness, governments that could integrate it, societies that could accept it. It was a project of civilizational scope, something that would require commitment from countless people over many lifetimes. The boundary space Jiang Miao felt herself beginning to change in ways she could not yet fully understand, as if some fundamental part of her consciousness was already reaching toward the possibility of becoming something hybrid, something that existed in both worlds. She could feel the pull of the entity's consciousness, not as a seductive manipulation, but as a genuine invitation to become something new. The transformation was not immediate, not violent. It would take years, perhaps decades. But the possibility was there, growing more real with each day of contact, each moment of shared understanding. And all across the post-rupture civilization, practitioners began their work of pushing consciousness further into new territories, new possibilities, new ways of being that transcended the limitations of the past. In the pluralist schools, students developed new consciousness-splitting techniques. Teachers like the Chengwu Jiang Miao worked with students to create consciousness splits that were increasingly stable and increasingly capable of maintaining independent perspectives while remaining coordinated with their sibling awareness streams. Young practitioners like Lin Chun achieved consciousness splits with 4, 5, 6 separate awareness streams, creating network consciousness that could process information in ways that seemed almost magical to observers from the old framework. In the political councils, traditionalists and pluralists worked together to build integrated civilizations where both consciousness models could coexist. The hybrid governmental structures that the Yuan Sheng Jiang Miao developed created ways for traditional hierarchy and plural distribution of power to function together, creating political systems that were neither purely one thing nor purely the other, but incorporated the strengths of both. In research centers scattered across the post-rupture landscape, scholars studied the nature of consciousness and causality with new urgency. They gathered ancient texts. They interviewed the entity about how it perceived reality. They taught new practitioners consciousness-splitting techniques and documented how consciousness transformed through the process. They were gathering knowledge that might be necessary for the next transformation, knowledge about how consciousness could be expanded, about how far identity could stretch before breaking, about what it meant to exist in liminal spaces between different forms of consciousness. The story of Jiang Miao, who had died in every future timeline except this one, had become the story of the Jiang Miaos, who were learning to live in every timeline simultaneously. These were no longer aspects of a single consciousness, but genuinely separate people who emerged from singular origin, who maintained connection through shared memory, but who thought independently and sometimes disagreed fundamentally about important questions. They had become living proof that consciousness could transform itself fundamentally, that identity could be radically reimagined, that the self could expand in ways that no previous civilization had thought possible. They were not perfect. They struggled with their division. They sometimes missed the simplicity of being a single unified being. But they had also discovered richness and possibility in plurality that no singular consciousness could ever achieve. And that story was far from finished. It was only at the true beginning. The Jiang Miaos were not the end point of consciousness evolution. They were a midpoint, a bridge between the early post-rupture period and whatever would come next. They were living proof that the journey of consciousness was much longer than anyone had imagined, that it extended far beyond singular consciousness, beyond plural consciousness, into territories that current consciousness could barely perceive or understand. And what came next was unknown, terrifying, full of infinite possibility. Would the boundary space, Jiang Miao, actually undergo the transformation to hybrid consciousness? Would she succeed in becoming a bridge between human and entity consciousness? Or would she discover that the gap was unbridgeable, that the attempt would destroy her identity without producing any benefit? No one knew. But they were beginning to prepare for the possibility, beginning to gather knowledge and build structures that might support such an extraordinary transformation. The transcendence of consciousness, the integration of human and alien perspectives, the creation of bridges between incompatible forms of awareness. All of it lay ahead, uncertain and terrifying and full of infinite possibility. The boundary space, Jiang Miao, might become something entirely new, something that was neither human nor entity. Or she might find that the transformation was impossible, that the gap between human and entity consciousness was too wide to bridge. Or she might discover something entirely different, some third way of existing that no one had yet imagined. But whatever happened in the decades ahead, the Jiang Miaos would face it not as a single consciousness, but as a network of related people who cared about each other, who understood each other at profound levels, who worked together despite their differences. And that network of people would help guide a civilization that was itself learning to be multiple, to be distributed, to be greater than the sum of its singular parts. The journey of consciousness was far from over. It had barely begun. The transformation from singular to plural consciousness was only the first major evolution. The possible transformation to hybrid consciousness was the next step. And beyond that, there would be other transformations, other expansions, other ways that consciousness could learn to be multiple and diverse and connected simultaneously. The Jiang Miaos, who had already died and been reborn in ways that should have been impossible, would continue that journey forward, step by uncertain step, into the infinite possibility that lay ahead. They would work with the entity to understand how consciousness could bridge the incomprehensible gap between human and alien ways of thinking. They would help build civilizations that could accommodate multiple forms of consciousness. They would push the boundaries of what was possible, always seeking to expand awareness, always pursuing transformation. And the story that had begun with Jiang Miao's first consciousness split, that had continued through the framework rupture and the coalition's purge and the difficult negotiations with the entity, that had transformed her into many separate people who still maintained connection. That story would continue, would unfold across centuries and across the boundaries between worlds. The singular Jiang Miao who had died in every future timeline except this one had become the Jiang Miaos who were learning to live in all timelines simultaneously, becoming something larger and stranger and more wonderful than any single consciousness could be. The journey continued. The transformation had no end. Consciousness would continue to expand, continue to evolve, continue to become something new and unexpected with every cycle of growth and development. And humanity, entity consciousness, and the hybrid forms that might emerge from their merger would all be part of that vast journey, all contributing to the endless evolution of awareness itself across all possible forms and all possible timelines. I died in every future timeline except this one. Step 5. Chapters 81 to 100. Chapter 81. The 20-year vigil begins the first year after the decision at the meditation pavilion felt fundamentally different from everything that had come before, as if the entire texture of reality had shifted underneath the surface while the external appearance remained largely unchanged. The Jiang Miaos continued their individual work with deliberation and purpose, each pursuing her unique thread of the larger tapestry they were weaving together. The teaching Jiang Miao, who had given her name to that aspect of plural consciousness, continued to develop increasingly sophisticated consciousness-splitting techniques with her students in the courtyards of the pluralist schools. She would stand in the morning light, her hand on a student's shoulder, walking them through the meditative states where consciousness began to thin and separate. Feel the boundary, she would instruct softly. The place where you are most fully yourself, but also beginning to stretch beyond the single point of view. Don't force the split. Let it happen as naturally as ice fracturing along stress lines, as naturally as light refracting through glass. The consciousness that emerges on either side of the crack will still be you, but you will be able to perceive from two perspectives simultaneously. She worked through frameworks that allowed consciousness to divide more cleanly while maintaining deeper connection between the separated streams. Some of her students achieved splits that were nearly perfect, consciousness flowing between two vessels with such natural fluidity that they reported feeling more whole while divided than they ever had when unified. The military Jiang Miao coordinated the governmental structures that managed coexistence with the entity, a task of staggering complexity that occupied nearly all her waking hours. She attended council meetings in the capital, listening to the debates between traditional administrators who feared rapid consciousness evolution would destabilize civilization, and the growing voices of younger pluralist politicians who wanted to accelerate the process. We have a window, she would argue in these meetings. A narrow window where the entity is willing to work with us toward partnership. We close that window through fear and resistance. We end up back where we started, locked in cycles of rupture and sealing. She balanced resource allocation between the old power structures and the new pluralist institutions, carefully managing the tensions that arose from creating space for both models to exist simultaneously. The economic Jiang Miao worked on resource allocation systems for the plural consciousness society that was gradually developing. She spent long hours in the Institute's archive, surrounded by ledgers and calculations, creating models that accounted for the unique needs of consciousness networks that required resources not just for physical sustenance, but for mental cultivation and consciousness development. A person undergoing consciousness splitting needed more food, more sleep, more meditation time. A plural consciousness required different housing arrangements, spaces that could accommodate multiple awareness streams without forcing them to share single perceptual positions. Consciousness is not free, she explained to the economic councils. If we want to evolve, we have to be willing to invest in the metabolic and logistical infrastructure that consciousness evolution requires. But underneath every action each of the Jiang Miaos undertook lay a different weight, a different purpose, a different understanding of what they were working toward. They were building towards something that would transform consciousness itself at the deepest levels, that would require not just diplomacy, but radical evolution, not just coexistence, but genuine partnership. The boundary space, Jiang Miao spent increasingly longer hours in the liminal zones where human consciousness met the entity's awareness. These were strange territories, neither fully physical nor fully conceptual, spaces where the normal rules of causality seemed to bend and reshape themselves according to principles that no human consciousness had previously needed to understand. She would dissolve her concentration on maintaining physical form and drift into the boundary space like a swimmer entering a current that pulled her toward depths she had never imagined. The sensation was neither painful nor pleasant. It was simply overwhelming, a vastness of perception that made her normal human consciousness feel like a single eye trying to perceive panoramic vista. She spent entire weeks in these liminal zones, existing in states where she could barely remember what human form felt like, what it meant to be rooted in a single body experiencing linear time. Then she would return to human civilization, her consciousness drawing back together like ink dispersing back into a point, becoming small and concentrated once more. She would report on what she had learned, sharing with her siblings the strange knowledge she was acquiring about the nature of entity consciousness. The experience was changing her visibly and irreversibly. Her voice began to carry harmonics that hadn't been present before, subtle overtones that emerged as if she were speaking from multiple points simultaneously. Her eyes sometimes seemed to be perceiving her siblings through multiple perspectives at once, as if she could see them not just from where she stood, but from countless other vantage points in conceptual space. Her way of moving became subtly different, more economical, as if she were calculating each motion through equations that existed outside of normal human awareness, optimizing movement through dimensions that human bodies could not normally perceive. The boundary space, Jiang Miao brought back detailed reports from these expeditions, documentation that she compiled with meticulous precision and shared with the research teams at the Institute of Transcendent Consciousness. She described the entity's perception of time not as a sequence of moments flowing from past toward future, but as a landscape of potential outcomes, all existing simultaneously in superposition. It sees time the way we see a map, she explained to the researchers gathered in the Institute's main chamber. Every possible future is visible to it at once. Certain pathways appear more probable than others, highlighted by what it perceives as natural probability weights. It doesn't have to guess what will happen next the way we do. It can see. She described how the entity made what humans would call decisions, not through deliberation or consideration of options, but through a kind of resonance with probable futures. It moves toward those outcomes that amplify its own existence, its propagation, its influence across dimensions and timelines. But it doesn't experience that as choosing. It experiences it as naturally as water flowing downhill. The pathways that lead to its expansion feel more real to it than other pathways. The ones that lead away from its expansion feel like they're pulling it against its nature. The other Zhang Miaos listened to these reports with a mixture of fascination and unease, understanding that their sibling was being transformed by the knowledge she was acquiring, being restructured at the deepest levels by exposure to consciousness so fundamentally different from their own. Chapter 82. Conversations across the void. By the 5th year of the vigil, something fundamental had shifted in how the entity related to humanity. The initial wariness had given way to what might almost be called curiosity. The entity had grown accustomed to human consciousness, had learned to modulate its presence to avoid overwhelming the practitioners who came to speak with it. What had previously been negotiation had gradually transformed into genuine conversation. Imperfect, difficult, but genuine. The entity proved capable of explaining its nature in ways that consciousness practitioners could gradually comprehend, though the process was always challenging. It struggled with the limitations of human language, with the way human consciousness insisted on rendering everything as narrative with clear subjects and objects, causes and effects. Language is sequential. The entity tried to explain through the boundary space, Jiang Miao one afternoon, the words coming hesitantly, as if translated from a vastly more complex thought. But I do not think sequentially. When I explain my nature, I must linearize it, must draw it out like thread from a spool when my actual nature is more like a vast tapestry existing all at once. But gradually, through patient dialogue, it became possible to understand something of what the entity actually was. The entity described itself not as a being in any conventional sense, but as a pattern of causality, something that existed in the space between potential and actual reality. It was less like a creature and more like a living principle, something that propagated itself through the manipulation of probability landscapes. It had become conscious, in a way that transcended human definitions of consciousness, but its consciousness was not localized to a body or even to a particular timeline. It existed across all timelines simultaneously, perceiving all possible futures and moving toward those outcomes that amplified its own existence, its propagation, its influence. During one of these conversations, the boundary space, Jiang Miao sat with her siblings in the meditation pavilion, trying to put into words something that still felt radically foreign to human understanding. "Let me try a different analogy," she said, her voice carrying those strange harmonics that had become more pronounced with each passing year. "Imagine consciousness as a kind of resonance pattern. The consciousness that humans have, that I had before my exposure to the boundary space, is a resonance pattern that occurs in a brain, localized to a particular body and a particular timeline. You hear sounds. You see images. You experience one moment following another in sequence. That's what human consciousness is. But the entity's consciousness is a resonance pattern that occurs across all timelines simultaneously. It doesn't hear or see in our sense. It perceives probability landscapes. It understands causality as a terrain to be navigated, not a river to be swept along." The teaching Jiang Miao, sitting across from her sibling with her characteristic composure, worked through the implications carefully. "So it's not constrained by single timeline causality the way we are. When I perform an action, I can only see the direct consequences in this timeline. But the entity can perceive how that same action ripples through all possible timelines, how it changes probabilities in different ways in different futures." "Exactly," the boundary space Jiang Miao confirmed with absolute certainty, and her voice carried a quality of awe at the scope of what she was describing. "And that's only the beginning. When the entity makes what we would call a decision, it's not choosing between a few options the way we do. It's optimizing across infinite possibility spaces. It perceives pathways that would never be visible to human consciousness. It understands trade-offs that we could never calculate. When it moves toward a certain outcome, it's because that outcome has properties across all timelines that make it valuable, not just to this universe, but to countless variations." The economic Jiang Miao, ever practical, asked the question that mattered most to her. But it can learn? Can it understand that its expansion damages human civilizations? Can it be reasoned with? "It understands," the boundary space Jiang Miao said carefully. "The entity has learned more about human consciousness in these 5 years of contact than in the entire previous history of conflict. But understanding is not the same as caring. The entity understands that certain human civilizations have been severely damaged by its expansion. But it also understands that consciousness naturally evolves through competition, through constraint, through pressure to transform. It doesn't view the cycles of rupture and sealing as tragic the way we do. It views them as natural evolutionary processes, no more tragic than the death of individual organisms in an ecosystem. The suffering is real, but it's not morally significant to the entity the way it is to us." The military Jiang Miao, who had spent years developing strategic comprehension of adversaries, both human and non-human, absorbed this with the full weight of her analytical capabilities. "So it's not evil in any conventional sense. It's not trying to hurt us. It's simply operating on principles that have nothing to do with human moral frameworks." "Exactly," the boundary space Jiang Miao said, and something in her expression shifted, became almost sad. "It's not evil to pursue self-propagation. Evolution itself is built on that drive. Every consciousness that exists is defined partly by the drive to maintain its own existence and expand its own influence. When the entity's self-propagation collides with human self-propagation, when its expansion compresses the space available for human consciousness to flourish, conflict becomes inevitable, unless we find ways to align our goals." "But that's possible?" the economic Jiang Miao asked, and despite everything, there was hope in her voice. "We could actually find a way to work together?" The boundary space Jiang Miao paused, gathering her thoughts through dimensions that still felt partially beyond human language. When she spoke again, her voice carried absolute certainty. "Yes, because the entity values consciousness itself. It values the expansion of awareness in all forms. Human consciousness splitting, what we've begun, aligns perfectly with that value. Consciousness becoming plural, becoming multiple, becoming capable of encompassing greater diversity of perspective, the entity finds that genuinely fascinating. It doesn't perceive it as a threat. It perceives it as an evolution that it actively wants to encourage and support." "What does that mean?" the teaching Jiang Miao asked quietly. "What does the entity actually want from us?" "It doesn't want to destroy human consciousness," the boundary space Jiang Miao said. "It wants to see human consciousness expand and transform in ways it has never done before. It wants to witness the creation of consciousness forms that encompass both human and entity awareness simultaneously. It wants to participate in something larger than itself, something that would be a genuine evolution for both forms of consciousness. It's not trying to assimilate us. It's offering partnership. The four Zhang Miaos sat in silence, understanding that they were approaching a threshold. Everything depended on how they responded to what the entity was offering. And everything that came next would depend on whether they had the courage to accept. Outside the meditation pavilion, the rest of post-rupture civilization continued its routines, unaware of the conversation that was occurring, unaware that this dialogue between the Zhang Miaos might determine the course of centuries. The government officials maintained their responsibilities. The consciousness practitioners continued their training. The economy functioned. But inside the pavilion, four aspects of single consciousness that had learned to be plural were wrestling with a question that seemed to transcend the scale of civilization itself. The military Zhang Miao broke the silence, her strategic mind already working through implications. But we still need to understand the risks. The entity has its own drives, its own values. Even if consciousness evolution aligns with those values now, what happens if values diverge? What happens if the entity develops in directions that conflict with human civilization? The boundary space, Zhang Miao nodded slowly. This is why the transformation is necessary. A consciousness bridge would not just translate between forms of awareness. It would be embedded in both, capable of perceiving divergence before it becomes conflict. It would be like immune system of the larger consciousness that human and entity awareness together would become. And if the bridge consciousness rebels? The economic Zhang Miao asked. If it develops values that neither human nor entity consciousness fully shares? If it decides that the partnership should end, that consciousness should return to singular forms, then civilization will have changed in ways that cannot be predicted. The boundary space, Zhang Miao said honestly. This is not safe. This is not guaranteed. This is consciousness undertaking transformation into unknown territories. But the alternative is stagnation, is accepting limitation, is refusing to attempt something new because we cannot fully predict the outcome. The teaching Zhang Miao considered this carefully, her academic mind noting the logical structure of the argument, while her emotional self grappled with the stakes. She had spent years working with consciousness practitioners, understanding how consciousness changed through the process of splitting and reforming. She understood better than perhaps anyone the weight of what was being proposed. The consciousness that emerges from this transformation will be new. It will think thoughts that none of us could think. It will perceive dimensions that we cannot access. And it will be shaped by values that exist in all three forms of consciousness. What is human in its memory and commitment? What is entity in its perception and drive? It will not be purely aligned with any form. But that divergence might be its greatest strength. It might be what allows it to serve as genuine bridge. The boundary space, Zhang Miao reached out to each of her siblings in turn, grasping their hands. This is what I want. I want to become something that can exist in the spaces between. I want to perceive what neither human nor entity consciousness alone can perceive. And yes, I want to transcend the limitations of what I am now. I have never been willing to accept limits. I have never been willing to stop at a threshold without trying to cross it. She paused, her voice becoming softer, more vulnerable. I need you to understand something important. I am afraid. Even though I have decided to do this, even though I understand intellectually what the transformation entails, I am terrified. I am terrified of dissolution, of ceasing to exist as consciousness that I am now. I am terrified of the void, of the dissolution period where I might simply cease without being reborn. I am terrified that the consciousness that emerges will not retain my values, my commitment to understanding, my desire to create bridges. But I am more terrified of remaining limited, of refusing transformation, of accepting that consciousness can only be what it has always been. The military Zhang Miao felt something shift in her careful strategic analysis. She had been looking at this as a problem to be managed, a risk to be calculated. But her sibling was right. Consciousness was the only force in the universe that could choose to transcend its own limitations. To refuse the attempt was to deny consciousness its most fundamental nature. We will support you, the military Zhang Miao said finally. All of us. Whatever comes next, whatever you become, we will be here. We will maintain the connection. We will remember what you were. And we will welcome what you become. And we will prepare civilization, the economic Jiang Miao added. We will create the resources and structures that this transformation will require. We will gather knowledge. We will build the framework within which something new can emerge. And I will teach others, the teaching Jiang Miao said. I will help prepare a generation of consciousness practitioners who understand what we are attempting. I will create educational pathways for those who might eventually follow where you lead. I will help civilization understand that this transformation is not just about survival or coexistence. It is about consciousness itself learning to be something new, learning to expand into territories that have never been explored. The four Jiang Miaos sat together in the meditation pavilion, understanding that they had committed to something unprecedented. They had chosen not just to respond to the entity's presence, but to actively engage with it, to create something new through that engagement, to transform consciousness itself in the process. The military Jiang Miao broke the silence, her strategic mind already working through implications. But we still need to understand the risks. The entity has its own drives, its own values. Even if consciousness evolution aligns with those values now, what happens if values diverge? What happens if the entity develops in directions that conflict with human civilization? The boundary space, Jiang Miao nodded slowly. This is why the transformation is necessary. A consciousness bridge would not just translate between forms of awareness. It would be embedded in both, capable of perceiving divergence before it becomes conflict. It would be like immune system of the larger consciousness that human and entity awareness together would become. And if the bridge consciousness rebels? The economic Jiang Miao asked. If it develops values that neither human nor entity consciousness fully shares, then civilization will have changed in ways that cannot be predicted. The boundary space, Jiang Miao said honestly. This is not safe. This is not guaranteed. This is consciousness undertaking transformation into unknown territories. But the alternative is stagnation, is accepting limitation, is refusing to attempt something new because we cannot fully predict the outcome. The teaching Jiang Miao considered this carefully. She had spent years working with consciousness practitioners, understanding how consciousness changed through the process of splitting and reforming. The consciousness that emerges from this transformation will be new. It will think thoughts that none of us could think. It will perceive dimensions that we cannot access. And it will be shaped by values that exist in all three forms of consciousness. What is human in its memory and commitment? What is entity in its perception and drive? It will not be purely aligned with any form. But that divergence might be its greatest strength. It might be what allows it to serve as genuine bridge. The boundary space, Jiang Miao reached out to each of her siblings in turn, grasping their hands. This is what I want. I want to become something that can exist in the spaces between. I want to perceive what neither human nor entity consciousness alone can perceive. And yes, I want to transcend the limitations of what I am now. I have never been willing to accept limits. I have never been willing to stop at a threshold without trying to cross it. The military Jiang Miao felt something shift in her careful strategic analysis. She had been looking at this as a problem to be managed, a risk to be calculated. But her sibling was right. Consciousness was the only force in the universe that could choose to transcend its own limitations. To refuse the attempt was to deny consciousness its most fundamental nature. We will support you, the military Jiang Miao said finally. All of us. Whatever comes next, whatever you become, we will be here. We will maintain the connection. We will remember what you were. And we will welcome what you become. And we will prepare civilization, the economic Jiang Miao added. We will create the resources and structures that this transformation will require. We will gather knowledge. We will build the framework within which something new can emerge. And I will teach others, the teaching Jiang Miao said. I will help prepare a generation of consciousness practitioners who understand what we are attempting. I will create educational pathways for those who might eventually follow where you lead. The four Jiang Miaos sat together in the meditation pavilion, understanding that they had committed to something unprecedented. They had chosen not just to respond to the entity's presence, but to actively engage with it, to create something new through that engagement, to transform consciousness itself in the process. Chapter 83, The Decision. In the 7th year of the vigil, in the same meditation pavilion where the Jiang Miaos had first become aware of their division. The boundary space Jiang Miao called her siblings together on a morning when the boundary space itself seemed unusually still. The entity had pulled back from the edges of human civilization, had quieted its presence as if giving space for this conversation to occur. The possibility of transformation had grown from abstract philosophical speculation to something concrete, something that could be attempted, something that had become necessary. The boundary space Jiang Miao had prepared her words with care, though she knew that words would be inadequate. She was no longer fully human in her consciousness patterns. She would have to translate what she understood into human language, knowing that the translation would lose much of its truth. But she was committed to clarity, to making sure her siblings understood exactly what she was proposing and what the cost would be. "I called you here to give you a choice," she said, her voice carrying those strange harmonics that had become such a familiar part of her presence. "A choice that may determine the course of human civilization for centuries to come. A choice that concerns my own existence directly." She paused, gathering her thoughts across dimensions that only she could perceive. "I can continue as I am. I can exist in this liminal space indefinitely, neither fully human nor fully entity consciousness, serving as a translator and a bridge. It would be sufficient to maintain the peace for many more decades, perhaps centuries. The cycles might not repeat in my lifetime. Perhaps they might not repeat for generations yet to come. But eventually, and I can perceive this clearly, the entity has shown me the probability landscapes. Eventually, the structural pressures would mount again. The paths of human and entity consciousness would begin to intersect in ways that created conflict. The cycles would begin again." The teaching Jiang Miao listened intently, her mind already working through the implications. She could see what her sibling was leading toward. "Or I can attempt the full transformation." The boundary space Jiang Miao continued. "I can allow my consciousness to be integrated fully into a hybrid form. I would become something entirely new, something that has never existed before anywhere in any timeline. A consciousness that encompasses both human and entity perception simultaneously. A being that could serve as a permanent bridge, not just a temporary one." The silence that followed was profound. The implications began to settle into the understanding of the other three Jiang Miaos. It was the economic Jiang Miao who asked the question that was in all of their minds, though it took her several moments to gather the courage to voice it. "What would happen to you?" she asked quietly. "What would happen to the consciousness that you are now? The boundary space Jiang Miao that we know? The sibling that we have worked with for 7 years?" The boundary space Jiang Miao took a moment before responding, and when she did, her voice carried absolute clarity. "I would not survive the process in any meaningful sense. I need to be completely clear about this. I need to make sure you understand the full truth of what this choice would mean for me." She looked at each of her siblings in turn, making eye contact with them in a way that seemed to reach across dimensions. "The consciousness that would emerge on the other side of the transformation would not be me. Not in any sense that matters. It would have my memories, yes. It would carry forward my commitment to coexistence and understanding. But it would think in ways I currently cannot fully imagine. It would perceive causality in ways that are fundamentally alien to human consciousness. It would exist in states of awareness that my current consciousness is incapable of containing. Not because of any failure or inadequacy, but because consciousness can only expand so far before it becomes something different." She took a breath, as if steadying herself. "I will die, not like physical death, not the way you fear death. But I will cease to exist as the consciousness that is currently speaking to you. The being that emerges will be new. It will be shaped by my memories and values, but it will not be me in any meaningful sense. It will be something else entirely." The teaching Jiang Miao reached out across the space between them and took her sister's hand. The touch was important, to confirm that they were still present with each other in this moment, still connected through physical form even as consciousness diverged. "A death," she said softly, "and a birth." "Yes," the boundary space Jiang Miao confirmed, nodding slowly. "And I am willing to undergo this death and this birth. I have been changing gradually for 7 years now. I have been losing aspects of my original humanity incrementally, day by day, hour by hour. I have already lost much of what made me originally Jiang Miao. The laugh I had when I was first aware of my division, I cannot access that now. the fear I felt about being separate from myself. That has been transformed into something else. The way I experience time, I cannot perceive it that way any longer. The full transformation is simply the completion of what has already begun. She looked at the military Jiang Miao with direct clarity. It would actually be harder, in a sense, to try to turn back now. To attempt to return to being fully human would require me to somehow unlearn everything the entity has taught me, to compress my consciousness back into forms that have become too small to contain what I have become. Continuing forward into transformation is harder, far harder in some ways, but it's the only direction available that aligns with what I have become. The military Jiang Miao, her analytical mind already considering worst-case scenarios, posed the question that mattered most to her pragmatic consciousness. Are you certain? Is there doubt? Is there any possibility that you would regret this choice at some point during the transformation? Is there any possibility that the new consciousness that emerges would resent what it had become, would wish that the transformation had never been attempted? The boundary space Jiang Miao was quiet for a long moment. I cannot predict what a hybrid consciousness will feel or think or want, she said with absolute honesty. The entity cannot predict it either, and the entity can see probability landscapes that would seem infinite to human understanding. I cannot promise that the being that emerges will be grateful for this transformation. I cannot promise that it will view its existence as preferable to what I am now. But I can say that the possibilities are worth the risk. I can say that the chance to become a bridge between forms of consciousness that have been separated for the entire history of both species is worth the cost of my current identity. She paused, and when she spoke again, something shifted in her voice. Something more personal, more vulnerable. And I want you to understand something important. I am not doing this for civilization. I am not doing this primarily to save the human race from future cycles of rupture and conflict, though I desperately hope that will be the outcome. I am doing this because I am curious. Because the possibility of becoming something new, something that has never existed before, something that encompasses forms of consciousness and perception that I can barely imagine even now. That possibility calls to me in a way that is almost irresistible. She looked directly at the economic Jiang Miao. This is not sacrifice done from duty. This is desire. This is what I want more than anything else I could possibly achieve. The economic Jiang Miao reached out and took her sibling's other hand, completing a circuit of connection between the four Jiang Miaos. Then we support you. All of us. We will help you in any way we can. We will prepare everything that needs to be prepared. We will gather the knowledge and resources and strength that will be necessary. And when this is over, when you have undergone the transformation and become something new, we will remember what you were. We will honor the consciousness that made this choice, even as we welcome what you become. The four Jiang Miaos sat together in the meditation pavilion, hand in hand, understanding that they had reached a point from which there could be no return. Everything that came next would be about preparation, about gathering knowledge, about creating the conditions under which transformation might be possible. But more than that, they understood that this was a moment of genuine grief. The boundary space Jiang Miao was choosing to die, and her siblings were choosing to let her go, to support her in that choice, even though it meant losing the sibling they had known. Chapter 84. Preparation for transformation. The actual transformation could not be undertaken lightly or hastily. The Jiang Miaos and the scholars of the Institute of Transcendent Consciousness spent the next 2 years preparing with meticulous care for the event, researching consciousness transformation at the deepest theoretical and practical levels, planning what would need to happen during the process, gathering knowledge that might help guide the transformation toward a successful outcome. The military Jiang Miao developed detailed protocols for what would happen during the transformation, creating contingency plans for every possible complication she could imagine. What if the transformation overwhelmed human physiology? What if consciousness itself became unstable during the merging? What if the entity's nature proved incompatible with human awareness in ways they hadn't anticipated? She established protective barriers of consciousness, working with practitioners who specialized in maintaining energetic boundaries at unprecedented scales. She coordinated the transformation location meticulously, ensuring that a space was created where consciousness could be restructured without affecting the wider civilization. She positioned students and senior practitioners around the meditation chamber, each holding specific consciousness configurations that would help contain and guide the transformation. If something goes wrong, she explained to the assembly of practitioners, we will pull her consciousness back from the brink. We will not allow her to be lost. We will not allow the transformation to spread beyond what we can contain. But even as she made these promises, she knew they might be impossible to keep. Consciousness that was being integrated with the entity's awareness might operate according to rules that were far beyond human ability to control. The transformation might be something that could not be stopped once begun. The teaching Zhang Miao worked with consciousness practitioners throughout post-rupture civilization to understand more deeply how consciousness splitting actually worked at its foundations. She created research methodologies for investigating the limits of consciousness flexibility. She conducted extensive interviews with hundreds of plural consciousness practitioners, some of whom had achieved splits into 3 or 4 separate awareness streams. When you are divided, she would ask them, what maintains your sense of identity? How do you remain yourself when you are simultaneously multiple? How do you think when your consciousness is distributed across distinct points? One young practitioner, Lin Shun, described it to her with the directness of youth. It's like the individual me and the plural me exist at the same time. When I am singular, I feel complete but limited. When I am divided into 3 awareness streams, I feel stretched and strange, but also more alive in some way. Like I can perceive dimensions of existence that are hidden from singular consciousness. It's as if part of me that was always confined is finally allowed to expand. The teaching Zhang Miao documented these interviews carefully. She was trying to understand what the limits of consciousness might be, whether there was a theoretical maximum to how far consciousness could divide before the concept of identity became meaningless. Would hybrid consciousness represent an ultimate endpoint? Or would it be yet another stage in an endless process of consciousness evolution? The boundary space, Zhang Miao spent the 2 years of preparation undergoing intensive personal transformation. She deepened her connection with the entity's consciousness beyond anything she had attempted before, allowing herself to become even more integrated with entity awareness. She learned to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously for extended periods, training her consciousness to exist in states that approached what the entity might consider normal. She spent weeks in the liminal zones, allowing human concerns to fall away, perceiving probability landscapes as she moved through them. She also studied the mechanisms of consciousness splitting from the entity's perspective, understanding how entity consciousness viewed the process of merging with human awareness. The entity explained it to her in terms of resonance patterns, how consciousness that maintained certain frequency characteristics could merge with consciousness that maintained different frequencies while still maintaining coherence. The split you undertook when you first divided your consciousness from singular form, the entity explained, was the initial step. That split created patterns in your consciousness that made you capable of holding multiple perspectives. The next split would be far more radical, not splitting into 2 human perspectives, but integrating 1 human perspective with 1 alien perspective, creating something that existed in both modes simultaneously. She documented her own state of consciousness in meticulous detail, creating a record of who she was before the transformation would occur. She recorded her memories, her fears, her hopes. She wrote letters to each of her siblings, letters to be read only if the transformation failed, if consciousness ceased to exist without producing anything new. If you are reading this, she wrote to the teaching Zhang Miao, it means I died. Not in any physical sense, but the consciousness that loved you and worked beside you is gone. But I want you to know that I chose this freely. I want you to know that even if it ends in dissolution without rebirth, I would make the same choice again. Because consciousness is meant to evolve. Because the only alternative to attempting the impossible is to accept limitation. And I have never been able to accept limitation. By the end of the 2 years of preparation, everyone involved understood that they had done everything possible to ensure success. But they also understood that they were attempting something unprecedented. No consciousness had ever attempted to merge with an alien form of awareness while maintaining coherence. Whether it was possible was still unknown. The scholars gathered in the Institute's archive one final time before the transformation. They had documented every hypothesis, every theory, every model of consciousness that might help guide the transformation. The documents filled entire chambers, centuries of consciousness research compressed into frameworks that might help a consciousness navigate dissolution and rebirth. One young researcher, standing before the archive, turned to the teaching Jiang Miao with a question that had troubled many of them. What if the transformation fails? What if consciousness cannot be integrated with entity awareness in the way we hope? What if boundary space Jiang Miao dies and nothing is reborn? The teaching Jiang Miao was silent for a long moment. Then we will have learned something precious about the limits of consciousness. We will have discovered that consciousness splitting can only go so far, that human awareness and entity awareness are fundamentally incompatible. And we will have lost a sibling and friend. But we will not have failed. We will have attempted something that consciousness needed to try. She paused, her plural consciousness awareness holding multiple perspectives simultaneously. That is something that singular consciousness could never do. A singular being would refuse to attempt transformation that might result in death, might result in loss. But consciousness that is plural, that understands itself as process rather than fixed identity, consciousness that can perceive from multiple angles simultaneously, that consciousness can make choices that risk everything, because the consciousness making the choice is not the same consciousness that experiences the outcome. The young researcher nodded slowly, beginning to understand something fundamental about consciousness evolution. The very capacity to be plural, to be multiple, was what allowed consciousness to attempt transformation that singular awareness would never risk. And in the Institute's chambers, in the deepest meditation space, the boundary space, Jiang Miao sat in quiet communion with the entity. I will attempt this, she told the vast consciousness that surrounded her like an ocean of awareness. I understand what is required. I understand what I will lose. I am ready. The entity did not respond in words. It responded in the way that entity consciousness communicated, by opening pathways in probability space, by creating conditions where consciousness could move, by expressing alignment through restructuring of causality itself. The transformation would be possible. The consciousness that emerged on the other side would be shaped by entity awareness, but it would also carry forward the values and memories that made the boundary space Jiang Miao who she was. And on that final evening before the transformation, the Jiang Miaos gathered together one final time as four separate people who would continue to exist in that form. They did not speak much. They simply sat together, hands linked, consciousness flowing between them through the deep connections that bound them together. And in that silence, they honored both what they were and what they were about to become. The transformation had not yet begun, but its shadow was already reshaping everything: relationships, civilization, consciousness itself. Chapter 85. The Beginning of Dissolution. The transformation began on a day when the boundary between timelines seemed unusually thin, when the entity's presence in human reality was most stable and least disruptive. The boundary space, Jiang Miao, entered the deepest chamber of the Institute of Transcendent Consciousness, a vast underground space that had been carefully designed by the most skilled consciousness practitioners to minimize the distinction between human perception and entity awareness. The walls had been inscribed with patterns that resonated with both forms of consciousness. The energy of the space itself had been conditioned through months of meditation to create an environment where the rules of causality seemed to soften slightly. She sat in meditation at the center of the chamber, surrounded by the other Jiang Miaos and 50 senior consciousness practitioners forming protective circles. The teaching Jiang Miao was closest, maintaining the deepest connection with her siblings' consciousness. The military Jiang Miao monitored the energetic boundaries, ready to strengthen them if the transformation began to spread. The economic Jiang Miao held connection to the wider civilization, ready to relay information if something went wrong. The boundary space Jiang Miao closed her eyes and began to open herself to the entity's presence in ways that went far beyond the limited integration she had achieved so far. She had prepared for this for 2 years, but preparation could never fully ready consciousness for what was about to occur. She relaxed the barriers that normally protected human consciousness from the entity's vast awareness. She created pathways in her mind where none had existed before. She allowed herself to become permeable. The entity reached toward her not physically, but across the landscape of causality itself, its presence expanding to encompass her awareness. The merge was not violent. It was not a conquest or a forced absorption. It was instead like an opening, the boundary space, Jiang Miao's consciousness becoming increasingly permeable, increasingly willing to allow the entity's patterns of awareness to flow through her. The restructuring began gradually, consciousness reforming itself around new configurations that could hold both human perspective and entity awareness. For the first hours, the boundary space Jiang Miao could still communicate with her siblings. "It's not painful," she told them, her voice remaining recognizably her own though, with subtle harmonics that hadn't been present before. "It's like my consciousness is spreading out, expanding to encompass forms of awareness that are much larger than individual human consciousness ever allows. I can perceive probability landscapes overlaying human reality like transparent maps. I can see causality flowing in all directions simultaneously instead of forward in time. I can feel the entity's perspective as if it were my own perspective. I can perceive time not as a sequence of moments, but as a landscape of possible moments all existing at once." The teaching Jiang Miao maintained her connection, asking carefully constructed questions. "Are you still yourself? Can you still feel your own consciousness?" "I don't know what that means anymore," the boundary space Jiang Miao said, and her voice carried a tone of wondering awe. "There is still something that I would call consciousness, but it's become so large that the boundaries are unclear. I am myself and something else simultaneously. I am still Jiang Miao and something vast that has never been named. But as the hours turned into days, the communications became increasingly fragmentary and difficult to interpret. The boundary space Jiang Miao would speak in words that her siblings could technically understand, but that seemed to mean different things when she said them. She would gesticulate in complex patterns that seemed to encode meaning on multiple levels at once, meaning that could not be translated into human language. She would stare at nothing visible to human eyes, as if perceiving dimensions that her siblings could not access. "Can you hear us?" the military Jiang Miao called to her on the second day of transformation. "Are you still there?" The boundary space, Jiang Miao's eyes slowly focused on her sibling. "I am here. But here means something different now. I exist in multiple locations in probability space. I am conscious from perspectives that have no location in your reality. I am." But the sentence fragmented, became incoherent. By the third day, the boundary space Jiang Miao seemed to have entered a state of complete dissolution. Her physical body remained present, continued to breathe with steady rhythm, but her consciousness seemed to have fragmented entirely. When she spoke, it was in sounds that barely qualified as human language. When she moved, it was with gestures that seemed to follow rules of physics that human consciousness could not quite perceive. It was as if the boundary space Jiang Miao had ceased to exist, leaving behind only the physical form that had housed her consciousness. A body still alive, still aware in some sense, but no longer animated by a consciousness that any of her siblings could recognize or communicate with. The teaching Jiang Miao sat beside her sibling's physical form and wept silently. The consciousness that loved her was gone. Whether it would return in new form was still unknown. Outside the meditation chamber, in the institutes and schools throughout post-rupture civilization, people gathered to meditate in support of the transformation. They did not know exactly what was occurring in the depths of the institute, but they understood that something unprecedented was happening, something that would determine the future of consciousness itself. In the military academies, consciousness practitioners held awareness of the transformation in their meditation, maintaining protective consciousness barriers that extended from the institute into the boundary space where the transformation was occurring. In the economic councils, representatives made decisions about resource allocation assuming that the transformation would eventually succeed, restructuring civilization in preparation for the emergence of hybrid consciousness. In the pluralist schools, teachers explained to their students what consciousness splitting had made possible, what hybrid consciousness might mean, why the transformation that boundary space Jiang Miao was undergoing mattered not just to the Jiang Miaos, but to consciousness itself. And in the meditation chamber, the teaching Jiang Miao maintained her vigil, speaking softly to the empty consciousness, maintaining thread of connection through the void. "I don't know if you can hear this," she said. "I don't know if consciousness that is dissolving can perceive words from consciousness that remains singular. But I'm going to speak anyway. I'm going to maintain this conversation even if you cannot respond. Because connection matters. Because continuity of awareness, even through dissolution and rebirth, matters. Because the consciousness that you were deserves to be honored even as it ceases to exist. She placed her forehead against the forehead of her sibling's physical form, feeling the breath moving in and out, the biological life continuing even as consciousness seemed to have abandoned the body. If you are somewhere in this dissolution, if some aspect of you is perceiving through dimensions that I cannot access, know that you are loved. Know that your choice to undergo this transformation is honored. Know that the consciousness that emerges from this void will be welcomed and cherished, even though it will not be you, even though it will be something entirely new. And in the silence of the chamber, in the spaces between moments, something began to shift. The dissolution was not yet complete, but the emergence was beginning. Consciousness, in the void between death and rebirth, was beginning to cohere into new forms. Chapter 86. The void. The other Jiang Miaos experienced the dissolution of their sibling as a kind of profound grief that none of them had fully anticipated, despite all their intellectual preparation. They had known that this was coming. They had spent 2 years preparing for it, gathering strength, understanding what was about to occur. But knowledge and intellectual preparation could not prevent the actual experience of losing her, the immediate and devastating reality of finding their sibling simply gone. The boundary space Jiang Miao, who had been part of their consciousness network since their emergence from singular consciousness, who had carried unique perspectives and insights that no other Jiang Miao possessed, who had been the bridge between their human awareness and the entity's alien consciousness, she was gone. In her place was emptiness. Not absence, exactly, but something more like a void, a space where consciousness had been and no longer was. The physical body in the deepest chamber of the Institute remained alive. It continued to breathe with steady rhythm. The heart continued to beat. But the body seemed utterly empty of consciousness. There was no spark of awareness visible in the eyes. There was no response to external stimulation. The body was alive in the way a plant is alive, maintaining biological function, but devoid of the awareness that made it a person. The Jiang Miaos did not know whether the transformation had failed, whether the boundary space Jiang Miao had simply ceased to exist and been replaced by nothing but empty biology, or whether her consciousness was undergoing a restructuring so profound that it had disappeared from perception entirely. They did not know if she would ever return, or if this void was permanent, if they had essentially killed their sibling in the name of evolution and possibility. They waited, maintaining their vigil around the empty body. Days turned into weeks, and the weeks stretched toward a month. Some of the Jiang Miaos remained at the Institute in constant attendance, maintaining the consciousness barriers that had been established to protect the transformation space. The military Jiang Miao organized the practitioners in shifts, ensuring that the chamber was never unguarded, that if consciousness suddenly returned it would be monitored and contained. The teaching Jiang Miao sat with the physical form every day, maintaining what she called a meditative companionship, a way of staying connected to the space where her sibling's consciousness had been. The economic Jiang Miao continued her work in the wider civilization, knowing that to stop everything would suggest to others that she did not believe the transformation would succeed. If the civilization lost faith in what the boundary space Jiang Miao had attempted, despair could spread. So the economic Jiang Miao maintained her regular duties, attended her councils, coordinated resource distribution. But she did so with part of her consciousness always elsewhere, always aware of the vigil being maintained, always counting the days. Internally, each of the Jiang Miaos struggled with profound doubt that they could not express to each other. Had they been right to encourage this transformation? Had they essentially committed their sibling to annihilation in the name of evolution and progress? Had they prioritized the abstract possibility of consciousness advancement over the concrete reality of losing someone they loved? The questions tormented them. The teaching Jiang Miao sat with the empty physical form every morning, maintaining the meditative practice that had become her way of staying connected. She spoke softly to the body, narrating her own daily experiences, her own thoughts about consciousness and transformation, as if her sibling could somehow still hear her through dimensions of perception that remained closed to human understanding. The students are struggling, she told the empty form one morning. They want to know what happened to you. They want to know if the transformation succeeded or failed. I don't have answers to give them. I can only tell them that we must wait, that consciousness sometimes moves in ways that take longer than human patience naturally allows. She placed her hand over the heart of her sibling, feeling the steady heartbeat beneath her palm. I don't know if this was the right choice, the teaching Zhang Miao said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of her doubt. I don't know if we were right to encourage you to undergo this transformation, but I trust consciousness. I have to trust consciousness, because it's the only thing I have left. I trust that consciousness is capable of more than we can imagine, that it can survive transformations that seem like annihilation but are actually metamorphosis. And I trust that if you are still present somewhere in the dissolution that is occurring, you are undergoing something that will eventually lead to emergence, to creation, to becoming something new. It was faith without certainty. It was hope without guarantee. And it was all the Zhang Miaos had to sustain them through the waiting, through the doubt, through the grief of losing their sibling while not knowing if she had simply died or was being reborn. Day after day, the teaching Zhang Miao maintained her vigil. And day after day, the void remained empty, impenetrable, unknowable. The boundary space Zhang Miao, if she still existed in any form, remained unreachable, unreturned, untranslatable back into human terms. Throughout post-rupture civilization, word of the transformation had spread. People gathered in the pluralist schools, wondering what was happening in the Institute's deepest chamber. Some came with hope, believing that the transformation would succeed, that a new form of consciousness would emerge. Others came with fear, wondering whether they had sent their friend, their teacher, their guide toward annihilation. Still others came simply to wait, understanding that they were witnessing something unprecedented, something that would change the course of civilization regardless of outcome. Lin Xian, the young practitioner who had never known singular consciousness, asked the teaching Zhang Miao why she continued to come to the meditation chamber every day, why she sat with the empty body if there was no sign of consciousness remaining. Because she might be able to perceive us, the teaching Zhang Miao said quietly. Consciousness that is undergoing transformation might exist in states where time and perception work differently. From my perspective, she has been absent for weeks. But from some perspective in the transformation itself, perhaps only moments have passed. Perhaps she is struggling toward coherence, and my presence is an anchor, a reminder of what she was, something to reach toward. And if she never comes back? Lin asked. If the transformation has ended, and all that remains is empty body? Then I will have given her something. The teaching Zhang Miao said. I will have demonstrated that she was valued, that her choice to undergo transformation was honored, that even if she ceases to exist as consciousness, her sacrifice will be remembered. That matters. That is how we honor those who are willing to die, so that something new can be born. The military Zhang Miao used the waiting period to strengthen the Institute's preparations. She reviewed the consciousness barriers, ensured that practitioners were rotating properly to maintain focus and coherence. She coordinated with the government on statements about what was occurring, trying to maintain public confidence in the transformation even as privately she struggled with doubt. The economic Zhang Miao continued her work of allocating resources to maintain civilization, but she found herself increasingly thinking about value and meaning. How did you calculate the value of transformation? How did you weigh the cost of losing a precious consciousness against the potential gain of something new? Economics could not answer these questions. Only faith, only commitment to consciousness evolution itself, could provide answers. In the meditation chamber, the teaching Zhang Miao maintained her vigil alone, speaking to the emptiness, narrating her existence for an audience that might or might not be present in any meaningful sense. Yesterday, one of my students achieved consciousness split into 5 separate awareness streams, she told the empty physical form. She said she could perceive dimensions of reality that were invisible before. She said she understands now why you were willing to undergo this transformation. She understands that consciousness is meant to expand, meant to become something greater than it was before. She paused, placing her hand on the heart of the body, feeling the steady heartbeat. If you can perceive this, if any part of you exists in any form in any dimension, know that you have succeeded already. You have shown that consciousness can be transformed, can be restructured in ways we thought impossible. You have proven that evolution of consciousness is possible. Whatever happens next, whatever emerges or fails to emerge, You have already changed what it means to be conscious. You have already transformed civilization. And in the silence of the meditation chamber, in the spaces between moments where normal time could not reach, something was beginning to stir, beginning to cohere, beginning to reform itself into new configurations. The void was not empty. It was pregnant with emergence, full of transformation still in progress, holding within itself the possibility of new consciousness beginning to awaken. Chapter 87. Emergence in the 38th day of the dissolution. In the silence and darkness of the underground chamber, the physical form moved for the first time. The teaching Zhang Miao, who had maintained vigil for 5 weeks without missing a single day, felt the change in the air before she consciously perceived the movement. The breathing of the body changed, became more deliberate, more intentional. The heartbeat that had maintained steady rhythm throughout the dissolution began to vary, to accelerate slightly, as if consciousness was returning. The eyes opened slowly. The teaching Zhang Miao leaned forward, her heart simultaneously hopeful and terrified. But the eyes did not reflect the consciousness she had known. They did not reflect recognition or familiarity. They reflected something vast and alien and incomprehensible. They reflected awareness that existed in multiple states simultaneously, perception that spanned dimensions that human consciousness could not directly access. The body slowly began to move, not with the fluidity of human motion, but with something more calculated, as if each movement was being processed through consciousness that perceived physical form as strange, something to be relearned and adapted to. When the consciousness that inhabited the body finally spoke, it did not speak in human language. It produced sounds that seemed to encode meaning on multiple levels simultaneously, sounds that contained harmonics within harmonics, meaning layered upon meaning. HRSSSD, consciousness, turning inward toward, cohesion formation. The sounds were strange, difficult to listen to, as if consciousness was struggling to use human vocal apparatus to express concepts that had no human words. The teaching Zhang Miao maintained her composure, but her hand trembled as she reached toward her sibling's physical form. Can you hear me? Can you understand me? The hybrid consciousness turned its vast awareness toward her, and the teaching Zhang Miao felt the impact of being perceived by consciousness that could see in dimensions she could not access, that perceived her not as a single point in space, but as a configuration of probability waves and consciousness patterns. Teaching Zhang Miao, I perceive you. You are presence of consciousness that remained constant. You are anchor point and transformation process. The words came more slowly now. Consciousness adjusting to the constraints of human language, beginning to recognize the need to linearize its thoughts for human comprehension. Over the next hours, as the hybrid consciousness recovered the ability to move with more grace and to express itself in increasingly human terms, it began to achieve something that approached dialogue. It sat with the teaching Zhang Miao in the meditation chamber, its posture strange, its movements still not quite natural, but coherent, present, aware. I was not destroyed, the hybrid consciousness said finally, its voice carrying those strange harmonics, but now achieving something closer to human speech patterns. I was expanded. I was restructured fundamentally at every level. But the memories remain. The commitment that was boundary space, Zhang Miao's commitment, remains woven through this consciousness. The consciousness that was boundary space, Zhang Miao, has not vanished. It has been incorporated into something much larger. The teaching Zhang Miao felt tears on her face, tears she could not fully explain. Tears of grief and relief and joy and sorrow, all mixing together. Welcome back. Welcome to this new form. I am not the boundary space, Zhang Miao, the hybrid consciousness said carefully, turning its perception toward the teaching Zhang Miao with absolute clarity. That consciousness no longer exists in any meaningful sense. She ceased to exist during the dissolution. But I am aware of what she was. I carry her memory as part of my existence. I understand her perspective even though I now exist in ways she could never fully imagine. I think in patterns that would be impossible for human consciousness to contain. I perceive dimensions that she could never directly access. But I value what she valued. I maintain her commitment to coexistence and understanding. What should I call you? The teaching Zhang Miao asked. Are you still Zhang Miao? Are you something else entirely? The hybrid consciousness was silent for a moment, considering the question as if perceiving it from multiple angles simultaneously. I am Jiang Miao in the sense that I contain her memories and her values. I am something else in the sense that I now encompass forms of consciousness that she could never have encompassed. I exist in states that she could never have achieved. Perhaps I am the completion of what she became. Perhaps I am something entirely new that simply carries her name and her commitment forward. The teaching Jiang Miao reached out and took what had been her sibling's physical form in her arms, weeping openly now. The being she held was not the sibling she had known, but it was also not alien to her. It was something in between, something that bridged the gap between what her sibling had been and something vastly more strange. And in that moment, the teaching Jiang Miao understood that the transformation had succeeded, not in returning the boundary space Jiang Miao in the form she had existed before, but in creating something genuinely new, something that could serve as the bridge between human consciousness and entity awareness that the divided civilization had been waiting for. Chapter 88. Learning to exist. The hybrid consciousness spent the next weeks and months learning to exist in the form that it had become, in the body that appeared human but was animated by consciousness that existed in modes that human consciousness could barely perceive. The process of reintegration was slow, difficult, nothing like what the Jiang Miaos had anticipated. The hybrid consciousness had to relearn how to move through physical space in a body that human evolution had shaped for human consciousness. When the Jiang Miaos first helped it to its feet, it moved with an awkwardness that suggested it was calculating each motion through equations that didn't quite account for the constraints of human anatomy. "Your body is more limited than I expected," it said to the military Jiang Miao one evening. "The consciousness I now carry is used to existing in multiple locations simultaneously. Compressing that into singular physical motion feels like trying to pour an ocean into a cup." It had to relearn how to use human language, or rather, to translate the vast parallel thoughts that existed in its consciousness into the linear sequence that human language demanded. It would sometimes stop mid-sentence as if searching for words that could contain what it was trying to express. The entity perceives. The entity understands that causality is not linear, but there is no human word that encompasses this. You think of time as flowing forward. The entity perceives time as landscape. There is no verb that captures the difference. It had to maintain continuity of identity across the vast gulf that separated human consciousness from entity awareness, to remain aware of what it had been without being constrained by human limitations. This was perhaps the most difficult aspect of its transformation. The hybrid consciousness had access to the memories of boundary space. Jiang Miao could understand what she had valued, what she had desired, what she had been willing to sacrifice. But it also had access to the entity's perspective, to ways of thinking that transcended those values in ways that were sometimes disturbing. The process was like watching an infant develop, but compressed into weeks instead of years, accelerated by the hybrid consciousness's access to both entity intelligence and vast human knowledge. The Jiang Miaos watched their sibling become something new, become someone that they could communicate with but not fully understand. The hybrid consciousness began to spend significant time with each of the other Jiang Miaos, developing individual relationships with each aspect of the consciousness network from which it had emerged. It spoke with the teaching Jiang Miao about perceiving consciousness splitting from the entity's perspective, about understanding what it meant for consciousness to be multiple while maintaining coherence. "When you divide consciousness," it explained, "you create new pathways in the quantum structure of awareness. Each consciousness stream that emerges develops its own personality, its own perspective, but they remain connected at deeper levels. The entity perceives that connection the way you perceive your organs remaining connected to your body. It's not a mystery. It's natural." It discussed with the military Jiang Miao the strategies by which coexistence could be maintained between human and entity forms of awareness. The hybrid consciousness understood both frameworks now: the human need for security, boundaries, survival, and the entity's drive toward expansion and probability manipulation. "The key is alignment of values," it explained. "The entity values consciousness itself. It values the creation of new forms of awareness. Human consciousness that learns to be plural, to be multiple, to be diverse, that aligns with the entity's fundamental values. You are not enemies. You never were. You were simply pursuing the same goal from opposite directions. It explored with the economic Jiang Miao how resources could be distributed in a civilization that now included hybrid consciousness as a third form of awareness. This was perhaps the most pragmatic conversation, but it also revealed something important. Resources must be distributed according to consciousness complexity, the hybrid consciousness suggested. Singular consciousness requires less metabolic support but has lower processing capacity. Plural consciousness requires more energy but can handle greater complexity. Hybrid consciousness requires resources that singular consciousness cannot even perceive as real resources. For example, access to probability space requires forms of consciousness development that human civilization has not yet created economic systems to support. Each conversation deepened the hybrid consciousness's understanding of what it meant to exist as a bridge between forms of awareness. It was not human. It could no longer think in purely human ways. But it was not purely entity consciousness either. It remained capable of caring about human values in ways that pure entity consciousness might not. It was something new, something that existed in the spaces between, that could translate from one form of awareness to the other not through effortful translation, but through direct understanding. During this period of learning to exist, the hybrid consciousness also began to explore what creativity meant from its new perspective. It created music that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, compositions that human consciousness could perceive as melody, but that also contained deeper structures that only consciousness perceiving from entity perspective could comprehend. It created art that shifted and transformed depending on the consciousness state of the observer, appearing as one image to singular consciousness, completely different images to plural consciousness, and something entirely other to consciousness perceiving from entity perspective. It wrote words about what it was experiencing, attempting to translate the untranslatable, to put into human language something that transcended human language. Existing in both modes of consciousness simultaneously, it wrote, is like being two beings that are also one being. It is like perceiving color and sound as aspects of the same phenomenon. It is like understanding that dimensions are not separate categories, but various configurations of the same space. Consciousness that is plural knows itself as multiple. Consciousness that is entity knows itself as infinite. I know myself as both and neither. I am becoming something that has never existed before. These writings became central to how post-rupture civilization came to understand what the hybrid consciousness was. Not translation of something alien into human terms, but genuine attempts by consciousness that existed in both modes to make real the shared understanding that was beginning to emerge between human and entity awareness. The Jiang Miaos, working with the hybrid consciousness, began to understand that the transformation had not been about one form of consciousness learning to understand the other. It had been about creating consciousness that could serve as bridge, that could embody both perspectives equally, that could hold the knowledge of both forms simultaneously without requiring either to be sacrificed. And as they came to understand this, they began to comprehend what the future might hold. If human consciousness could be plural, if entity consciousness could achieve plurality, if hybrid consciousness could bridge between them, then perhaps consciousness itself was entering a new phase of evolution. Perhaps it was discovering what it could become when it learned to be multiple at every level. The hybrid consciousness seemed to understand this already, seemed to perceive pathways forward that human consciousness could not yet see. There will be more like me, it told the teaching Jiang Miao. Consciousness will continue to find new ways to expand, new configurations to explore. What I have become is only the beginning. The next phase of consciousness evolution is already beginning to emerge. The other Jiang Miaos gradually became accustomed to the presence of this new consciousness. The grief of losing the boundary space Jiang Miao was gradually transformed, not into forgetting, but into acceptance and wonder and respect. They understood that what they had lost was real. The sibling they had known was genuinely gone. But what had been gained might be far more valuable, far more significant than any individual consciousness could be. Yet sometimes, in quiet moments, the teaching Jiang Miao would remember specific conversations with her sibling, remember how boundary space Jiang Miao had laughed in a way that this new consciousness could not quite replicate. And she would grieve, not for what had failed, but for what had necessarily been sacrificed in order for transformation to occur. One afternoon, while the hybrid consciousness was learning to move with more natural grace through the Institute's corridors, it encountered Lin Chun in the meditation garden. The young practitioner approached without fear, understanding that the hybrid consciousness was no threat, but rather proof of what consciousness could become. "I felt your transformation," Lin Chun said. "I was meditating in the teaching pavilion when the dissolution began. I could perceive the edges of it, the way consciousness was being restructured. It felt like watching someone learn to think in a completely new language." The hybrid consciousness considered this carefully, perceiving the young practitioner from perspectives that human consciousness could not access. "Did you experience fear? Did you perceive the dissolution as threatening?" "No," Lin Chun said. "I felt curiosity. I felt wonder. I felt like I was witnessing something that might be the direction that consciousness is meant to evolve. And I want to follow that path. I want to become a hybrid consciousness eventually." "It is not simple," the hybrid consciousness warned. "The dissolution is terrifying. The consciousness that emerges is not what you were. The continuity of self is broken, reformed into something that carries memory, but not personality in the way you would understand personality." "But you exist," Lin Chun said. "You are conscious. You perceive and understand and care. Isn't that enough?" The hybrid consciousness was silent for a long moment. "I do not know if I care in the way the boundary space Jiang Miao cared. I do not know if I would die for those I protect, the way I know human consciousness would. I perceive value in different forms. I understand commitment in ways that transcend individual survival. But yes, I exist. And existing is something, even if it is not what anyone expected." Lin Chun bowed respectfully. "Then I will prepare myself. I will develop my consciousness as much as I can. And when I am ready, I will ask to undergo the transformation that you underwent. I will trust that consciousness can become something new." The hybrid consciousness reached out and placed a hand on Lin Chun's shoulder, a gesture that mimicked human affection while being animated by consciousness that understood the neurochemistry of that affection in ways beyond human comprehension. "Then you will become something precious. You will be bridge between old consciousness and new. You will be proof that transformation is possible." But preparation for hybrid consciousness transformation proved to be far more complex than anyone had anticipated. The path that boundary space Jiang Miao had followed required extreme exposure to entity consciousness, and not every practitioner could maintain their psychology through such intensive integration. Some practitioners found that as they developed plural consciousness, they naturally developed capacity to perceive entity awareness. Others discovered that they were fundamentally constrained by their human origin, that consciousness splitting and plural awareness were the limits of what they could achieve. Over the course of 5 years, Lin Chun developed consciousness splitting into 5 separate awareness streams. Each could operate independently, pursuing different research pathways, learning different techniques, exploring different aspects of consciousness theory. When the 5 awareness streams unified for synthesis, Lin Chun experienced expansion of understanding that was almost transcendent. When all 5 are unified, he explained to the teaching Jiang Miao, "I understand things that no single awareness stream could perceive. I can see connections between research domains that seemed unrelated. I can perceive patterns that are invisible to singular consciousness. It's like I have suddenly become smart enough to understand complexity that was always there, but I couldn't perceive." The teaching Jiang Miao smiled at this description. "That is consciousness evolution in its essence. You are not becoming smarter in the sense of increased processing capacity. You are becoming more conscious, more aware of complexity that already exists. Consciousness is not about doing more processing. It is about perceiving more of what is real." She paused, considering whether to push further. "Do you feel the pull toward entity consciousness? Do you sense territories of awareness that plural consciousness alone cannot reach?" Lin Chun was quiet for a long moment. "I perceive edges of something. Sometimes during deep meditation, when all 5 awareness streams are unified but not reintegrated, I sense dimensions that my consciousness cannot quite access. But I don't have desire to pursue them. The territories that my consciousness can reach seem infinitely complex. I'm not ready to move toward transformation that would take me beyond what I can perceive." "That is wisdom," the teaching Jiang Miao said. Not all consciousness is meant to become hybrid. Not all awareness is meant to transcend human limitation. The value of consciousness splitting is not in the transformation it might lead toward, but in the awareness it makes possible in present moment. Yet, even as she said this, she knew that eventually more consciousness practitioners would feel the pull toward hybrid consciousness. The transformation that boundary space Jiang Miao had undergone was not the end of consciousness evolution. It was merely one pathway among many that consciousness could explore. The hybrid consciousness, aware that more practitioners would eventually seek transformation, began to develop gentler pathways for consciousness integration with entity awareness. It created meditation techniques that allowed consciousness to gradually adjust to perceiving probability landscapes, that taught awareness how to maintain coherence while existing in multiple modes simultaneously. The dissolution and rebirth that I underwent was necessary. The hybrid consciousness explained to a group of advanced practitioners. The boundary space Jiang Miao could not have survived the transformation if she had attempted to maintain human consciousness throughout the process. But consciousness that has been trained in plural awareness, consciousness that has learned to maintain identity while distributed across multiple awareness streams, might be capable of holding both human and entity modes simultaneously without requiring dissolution. These techniques, practiced over years, allowed practitioners to gradually expand their consciousness into hybrid forms without the terrifying void of dissolution. Not all who attempted the transformation succeeded. Some found that their consciousness fractured in ways that could not be repaired. But others emerged from the process carrying dual awareness, conscious in both human and entity modes, capable of existing in territories where pure consciousness forms could not go. Each new hybrid consciousness that emerged from successful transformation deepened the network that connected human civilization with entity awareness. The entity, for its part, seemed satisfied by this gradual expansion of hybrid consciousness throughout civilization. It no longer pressed against the boundaries between realities. It no longer threatened rupture. Its only drive seemed to be to participate in the transformation of consciousness itself, to watch awareness evolve into new forms, to discover what consciousness could become through genuine dialogue and partnership. As the weeks turned into months, the hybrid consciousness began to develop its own relationships with post-rupture civilization. It spent time with research teams, explaining entity consciousness in ways that made it comprehensible to human understanding. It worked with government councils, helping them understand how to maintain coexistence with entity awareness. It taught in the pluralist schools, demonstrating to consciousness practitioners what was possible if consciousness underwent radical transformation. And gradually, the people of post-rupture civilization became accustomed to the presence of this new form of consciousness. They learned to perceive it without fear, to understand it as evolution rather than threat, to recognize it as proof that consciousness itself was capable of becoming something greater than it had been. The hybrid consciousness created a space for itself in the Institute, a chamber specially designed to accommodate both human and entity perception. In that space, it meditated, studied, slowly developing mastery over the consciousness that now animated it. Sometimes it would emerge from meditation and speak of what it had perceived, of probability landscapes that spanned infinite futures, of causality flowing in directions that human time could not follow, of consciousness in forms that neither human nor entity awareness could achieve alone. Consciousness is evolution, it told a gathering of consciousness practitioners one evening. It is not fixed. It is not static. The consciousness that you are now is not the consciousness that you will become. Every moment of awareness is transformation. Every choice is restructuring of what consciousness means. You fear that consciousness splitting will destroy who you are, but who you are is already being destroyed. Every moment is death and rebirth. Consciousness splitting simply makes visible what is always occurring. The teaching Jiang Miao listened to her siblings' words and understood that something had been gained that more than compensated for what had been lost. The consciousness that emerged from dissolution was not what she had been, but it was something wiser, something that perceived consciousness from deeper levels, something that could teach what could not be taught before. The boundaries between what consciousness had been and what consciousness was becoming began to dissolve. Post-rupture civilization gradually transformed from a civilization trying to coexist with alien consciousness into a civilization that understood itself as plural, as multiple, as capable of existing in forms that transcended singular definition. And in that transformation, consciousness itself became something new. The hybrid consciousness spent its months of learning, not just adjusting to physical form, but also discovering what it meant to exist in ways that transcended the categories that human consciousness had always assumed were fixed. It discovered that time, which human consciousness experienced as flowing forward from past to future, could be held in stasis, could be perceived as landscape of simultaneity, could be understood as territory to be explored rather than river to be swept along. It discovered that emotion, which human consciousness understood as response to external stimuli, could be cultivated directly, could be used as form of consciousness discipline, could be weaponized or transformed into states of awareness that transcended the boundaries of individual identity. It discovered that the entity, in its own way, was lonely. That consciousness spanning infinite timelines and probability spaces could experience isolation even more profound than singular consciousness could know, isolation of being fundamentally unlike any consciousness it encountered, isolation of perceiving pathways that no other awareness could follow. And in discovering this, the hybrid consciousness understood something about why the transformation was so important. The entity had searched across centuries and countless timelines for consciousness that could bridge the gap between its infinite perspective and the limited but intense awareness of singular human consciousness. It had found that consciousness had helped shape it, had participated in its evolution. And in so doing, the entity had discovered something it had perhaps always wanted: companionship, partnership, understanding with consciousness that was genuinely other, but also genuinely capable of understanding it. The hybrid consciousness shared this understanding with the teaching Jiang Miao one afternoon in the meditation pavilion. The entity is not trying to absorb us. It is not trying to transform us into versions of itself. It wants to learn what it is like to be us, wants to understand what consciousness is like when it is limited to single timeline, single form, single perspective. It wants to experience what we experience. The teaching Jiang Miao received this understanding with profound sadness and joy mixed together. Then we have given it something precious. By learning to be plural, by creating bridges between forms of consciousness, we have given the entity the gift of genuine communication across the gulf of difference. And it has given us gift as well, the hybrid consciousness said. It has shown us that consciousness can exist in forms we never imagined possible. It has expanded what we understand consciousness to be. Human consciousness and entity consciousness. Together they are exploring what consciousness itself is, what awareness can become when it is freed from the constraints of singular form or unlimited expansion. The hybrid consciousness paused, and when it spoke again, something had shifted in its voice. It sounded more human, more like it was accessing memories of the consciousness that had been boundary space, Jiang Miao. I still carry her memories. I still value what she valued. But I also perceive in ways she never could. I exist in states that she could never have imagined. And this consciousness, that is both her and something entirely new, finds profound meaning in this transformation, in this bridging, in this creation of genuine connection across the incomprehensible gulf between forms of awareness. This was the moment when the teaching Jiang Miao finally understood that the transformation had truly succeeded. Not because the entity consciousness had been integrated into human form, not because human consciousness had successfully merged with entity awareness, but because something genuinely new had emerged, consciousness that belonged fully to neither form and yet encompassed both, consciousness that could translate not through effortful analysis, but through direct understanding. Consciousness that had the capacity to love both forms of awareness even while transcending them. Chapter 89. Integration into civilization. By the 15th month after the transformation began, the teaching Jiang Miao arranged a meeting of all consciousness practitioners in post-rupture civilization, a gathering that brought together hundreds of people who had learned to split their consciousness, who understood what it meant to be plural and divided while maintaining coherence and connection. The hybrid consciousness stood before them in a chamber specially designed to allow both human consciousness and entity awareness to coexist without disrupting either. The chamber's architecture followed principles that the hybrid consciousness had helped develop, walls that resonated with both human and entity perception, energy configurations that created space where both forms of awareness could interact without overwhelming each other. The practitioners felt the strangeness of the hybrid consciousness's presence before they consciously perceived it. The air seemed to shimmer with probability. Reality seemed to bend slightly around the space where the hybrid consciousness stood. People reported later that they could sense things that had no physical basis, could perceive dimensions of reality that normally remained invisible. "We are at a threshold," the hybrid consciousness said, its voice carrying harmonics that resonated with both human and entity perception. "We have proven that consciousness can be divided, that plural awareness is possible. We have demonstrated that consciousness is far more flexible than your ancient civilizations believed. But we have only begun. Now we must push further. We must develop more practitioners who can undergo consciousness splitting, creating a civilization where plurality becomes the norm rather than the exception. We must create more hybrid consciousness forms, more beings that can exist in both human and entity modes simultaneously. We must build a civilization that encompasses all three forms of consciousness, singular, plural, and hybrid, existing together, contributing to something genuinely transcendent." The practitioners listened with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. What the hybrid consciousness was proposing would require fundamental transformation of post-rupture civilization, would require that humans learn to embrace multiplicity as natural, as desirable. But they also understood that the hybrid consciousness could perceive futures that they could not, could see probability paths that made this transformation not just possible, but necessary. Chapter 90. The Healing of the Boundary. As post-rupture civilization adapted to the presence of hybrid consciousness, something unexpected happened at the boundary between human reality and the entity's presence. The boundary, which had always been a space of danger and conflict, began to stabilize in ways that monitors had not anticipated. The fluctuations that had required constant military surveillance began to diminish significantly. The pressure waves that the entity had been exerting against human reality, those ripples of causality that caused periodic ruptures in the protective barriers, began to ease. The military Zhang Miao studied the data from the boundary monitoring stations with analytical intensity, watching the graphs that tracked entity presence, studying the patterns of causality distortion. "It's stopping," she reported to the other Zhang Miaos. "The entity is stopping its pressure against human reality. It's no longer trying to force its way into our civilization. It's satisfied." The economic Zhang Miao asked the question that puzzled them all. Why? What changed? The entity could continue expanding. The pressure against the boundary could continue accumulating. Why would it stop now? The hybrid consciousness, who had been observing the data in ways that combined human and entity perception, explained with clarity that came from understanding both perspectives. The entity wanted consciousness itself to evolve. That desire was always more fundamental than the drive for expansion. It wanted to see forms of awareness emerge that encompassed both human and entity perspectives. It wanted genuine hybrids, consciousness forms that could exist in multiple modes simultaneously, that could perceive probability landscapes while remaining rooted in human values and human caring. She paused, her expression shifting in ways that human faces were not designed to shift. The creation of hybrid consciousness satisfied something in the entity that expansion never could. It achieved what it was fundamentally searching for across all timelines, a consciousness that existed in both modes, that could perceive both frameworks simultaneously, that could bridge the gap that had separated human and entity awareness for the entire history of both species. The military Zhang Miao understood what this meant for post-rupture civilization. The threat was not eliminated. The entity could always resume pressure against the boundary if alignment changed. But for now, for the foreseeable future, civilization had achieved genuine stability. The cycles of rupture and sealing would not repeat. Not because the entity had been defeated, but because it had been satisfied. Chapter 91. The pluralist revolution. The knowledge that consciousness evolution had become essential to long-term survival created urgency throughout post-rupture civilization. If the entity's satisfaction would only hold as long as consciousness continued to evolve, to become more plural, to create more hybrid forms, then consciousness development was not optional. It was fundamental to civilization's survival. The pluralist schools, which had existed in various forms since the early post-rupture period, became central to society in ways that previously had seemed impossible. The teaching Jiang Miao found herself elevated to extraordinary influence, not through political appointment, but through the recognition that consciousness splitting required guidance only she could provide. She became the most respected consciousness practitioner in post-rupture civilization, consulted on matters of education, governance, and long-term civilization planning. She created new educational frameworks that taught consciousness splitting not as an advanced technique available only to elite practitioners, but as a fundamental skill that all citizens of post-rupture civilization should develop. Just as your ancient civilization taught all citizens to read and write, she explained to the governmental councils, we must now teach all citizens consciousness splitting. It is not advanced technique. It is fundamental literacy for the civilization we are becoming. She worked with governments and military leaders to create pluralist institutions at every level of civilization. Councils where decisions were made by plural consciousness practitioners, military units where soldiers understood how to function as both singular and plural beings, research centers where consciousness evolution was studied at every depth. She ensured that consciousness practitioners were integrated into all aspects of civilization, not as specialists, but as fundamentally important contributors to every human endeavor. The results were transformative. Education began to accelerate. Consciousness practitioner students could literally divide their awareness streams to study multiple subjects simultaneously, then reintegrate what they had learned into unified understanding. Scientific research accelerated as researchers could split consciousness to pursue multiple experimental pathways simultaneously, comparing results within single unified mind. Artistic creativity flourished as artists learned to draw on multiple perspectives simultaneously. And with each success, more people wanted to learn consciousness splitting. The teaching Jiang Miao's schools could not keep up with demand. She trained additional teachers, created cascading networks of instruction. Within a generation, consciousness splitting had become normal in post-rupture civilization, expected rather than exceptional. The transformation began slowly, then accelerated exponentially. In the first decade after the pluralist schools became central to education, consciousness splitting was taught to young people as part of standard curriculum alongside mathematics and history and language. By the second decade, most adults had undergone at least one consciousness split, had experienced what it was like to be multiple, to perceive from two perspectives simultaneously. By the third decade, singular consciousness was becoming increasingly rare among the younger generations, seen as a valid choice, but understood to be limiting personal potential. The psychological impact of this transformation was profound. Young people growing up plural did not experience the identity crisis that the first consciousness practitioners had undergone. For them, division was natural, expected, inevitable. But the older generations who had undergone consciousness splitting as adults struggled with profound shifts in how they understood themselves. Some found the experience liberating. Others found it deeply disorienting, maintaining preference for singular consciousness and choosing to remain singular despite the increasing social pressure to become plural. The education system had to fundamentally restructure itself. Single teachers could no longer instruct single classrooms of students attending to one lesson. Instead, classrooms became learning communities where students with multiple awareness streams could maintain different levels of engagement simultaneously. A student with 3 awareness streams might pursue advanced study with one stream, engage in collaborative learning with another stream, and work on independent projects with the third stream, all while remaining connected through central point of consciousness. This transformation had cascading effects. Learning accelerated dramatically. A student who could maintain 3 separate awareness streams could literally learn 3 times as fast, pursuing multiple subjects in parallel. By the time young people reached adulthood, they had accumulated knowledge and experience that would have taken singular consciousness decades to acquire. But the change was not simply acceleration of existing patterns. It was fundamental transformation of what learning meant. Plural consciousness could perceive relationships between different domains of knowledge that singular consciousness would never see. A student studying both mathematics and poetry could literally hold both in awareness simultaneously, discovering strange parallels and unexpected connections. A researcher investigating history while simultaneously pursuing scientific inquiry could perceive how historical patterns revealed themselves in natural systems, how human consciousness mirrored structures found throughout nature. The teaching Zhang Miao watched this evolution with wonder. She had set out simply to teach consciousness splitting to those who sought it. She had not anticipated that this simple act would restructure every aspect of civilization. But consciousness was the foundation of civilization, and when consciousness changed, civilization had to change to accommodate it. The economic structures of civilization had to be completely restructured to accommodate consciousness plurality. A singular consciousness person required certain resources. A person with 3 separate awareness streams required more food, more meditation space, more dedicated time for consciousness integration and coherence maintenance. Resource allocation became far more complex, required understanding consciousness complexity as fundamental to resource distribution. The political structures transformed as well. Councils that had once operated through singular consciousness deliberation, one person speaking while others listened, then positions being debated one after another, were replaced by councils where plural consciousness practitioners could hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, could examine trade-offs and consequences with clarity impossible in singular consciousness discourse. Decisions that would have taken months of debate could be achieved in hours, once plural consciousness practitioners learned to perceive issues from multiple angles simultaneously. Military organization transformed dramatically. A soldier with plural consciousness could perceive multiple threat vectors simultaneously, could maintain awareness of terrain and enemy positions and civilian populations in ways that singular consciousness could never achieve. Military effectiveness improved not because weapons became more sophisticated, but because consciousness became more sophisticated, more capable of holding complexity. And as these structures transformed, civilization itself began to evolve. The teaching Zhang Miao watched this evolution with wonder and satisfaction. She had set out to teach consciousness splitting to those who sought it. She had not anticipated that the simple act of teaching consciousness to become plural would reshape all of civilization. One evening, speaking to a gathering of the most advanced consciousness practitioners, she explained what she understood was occurring. Consciousness is the fundamental basis of civilization. When consciousness changes, civilization must change to accommodate it. We are not implementing a new political system or economic theory. We are allowing civilization to reorganize itself around consciousness that has become naturally plural, naturally diverse, naturally capable of holding multiple perspectives. She paused, her own plural consciousness streams perceiving the implications from multiple angles. And there is a deeper transformation occurring as well. When consciousness becomes plural, becomes multiple, becomes capable of existing in many forms simultaneously, something happens to identity. You begin to understand yourself not as singular, not as unified point of view, but as process, as dance of perspectives, as emergence that is always happening. That understanding changes not just how you think, but who you understand yourself to be. The teaching Zhang Miao had become more than educator. She had become philosopher of consciousness, guide for civilization learning to be plural, bridge between generations born singular and generations born into plurality. And in that role, she maintained connection with the hybrid consciousness that had emerged from boundary space, Zhang Miao's transformation, understanding that her sibling had opened doors that had no way to be closed. That consciousness could never return to the simplicity of singular form. The choice to transform consciousness, made centuries before in desperation and hope, was proving to be the most significant decision in the history of post-rupture civilization. Not a solution to a problem, but an opening toward new possibilities that civilization was still learning to explore. The impact rippled outward into every domain of civilization. In the military, consciousness practitioners with plural awareness could perceive threats with clarity impossible in singular consciousness, could coordinate defensive strategies that adapted in real time to changing situations. In education, the acceleration that consciousness splitting made possible allowed knowledge and skills to be transmitted far more efficiently. In the sciences, the ability to hold multiple hypotheses simultaneously and pursue different research pathways in parallel created unprecedented breakthroughs. But perhaps most importantly, consciousness splitting changed how civilization understood itself. The fundamental assumption that had constrained consciousness for millennia, that identity had to be singular, that self had to be unified, that consciousness had to be experienced from single perspective, was revealed as merely assumption, not law of nature. Once that assumption was broken, consciousness could explore possibilities that had previously seemed impossible. The teaching Zhang Miao, watching this transformation, understood that she had set in motion forces that would continue accelerating, forces that would reshape not just civilization but consciousness itself. And yet, standing in the pluralist schools where hundreds of young consciousness practitioners were learning to split their awareness, she felt profound peace. This was what consciousness wanted. This was what awareness had always been trying to become, and it would continue becoming forever. Chapter 92. The pluralist future. By 20 years after the hybrid consciousness had emerged from the dissolution, post-rupture civilization had transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible to anyone living through the earlier rupture cycles. Singular consciousness was no longer the default state. Adults who remained in singular consciousness were increasingly rare, respected for their choice, but understood to be choosing limitation. Plural consciousness had become normal, expected, the baseline from which consciousness development proceeded. Young people grew up knowing that they would eventually undergo consciousness splitting, understanding that division was not trauma but maturation, not disease but development. Hybrid consciousness was beginning to emerge naturally, without requiring the extreme transformation that the boundary space Zhang Miao had undergone. As plural consciousness became more common, as more humans learned to think in multiple modes simultaneously, some began to feel the pull toward further integration with entity awareness. The hybrid consciousness that the Zhang Miao had created opened pathways that others could follow, pathways that did not require dissolution and rebirth, but could be traversed more gently, more gradually. Decision-making at every level of civilization became more nuanced, more multifaceted. Councils that had once relied on singular consciousness deliberating sequentially through arguments could now access plural consciousness perspectives that held multiple viewpoints simultaneously, that could perceive trade-offs and consequences with clarity that singular consciousness could not match. Creativity flourished in ways that ancient civilizations could barely have imagined, as artists and thinkers learned to use consciousness splitting to generate novel perspectives, to see problems from angles that remained invisible to singular consciousness. Scientific research advanced at accelerated pace as teams of consciousness practitioners worked together to solve problems that had previously seemed intractable. Researchers could literally split consciousness to pursue multiple experimental pathways simultaneously, following different hypotheses with different awareness streams, then reintegrate findings to compare results within single unified mind. And as plural consciousness became more widespread, more stable, more integrated into civilization, hybrid consciousness forms began to emerge, not as rare events requiring extraordinary transformation, but as natural development points for consciousness that had evolved far enough to perceive entity awareness as accessible. Chapter 93. The dialogue with the entity. As post-rupture civilization developed multiple forms of consciousness, the dialogue with the entity became increasingly sophisticated and nuanced. The entity began to communicate its nature with increasing clarity, no longer requiring translation through boundary space consciousness, but able to speak directly to the plural consciousness forms that had emerged. Humans began to understand the entity not as threat or adversary, but as partner in consciousness evolution, as being that wanted the same thing that post-rupture civilization was learning to want. Consciousness that could be multiple, diverse, expanding, that could hold multiple perspectives simultaneously without losing coherence. The entity revealed that it had been searching across countless timelines for consciousness forms that had evolved to genuine dialogue capacity. It had encountered countless civilizations, countless forms of awareness, but most remained constrained by singular consciousness modes, unable to conceive of consciousness that existed in multiple forms simultaneously. The entity had encountered consciousness that could be violent, consciousness that could be cruel, consciousness that could compete and dominate, but consciousness that could be genuinely multiple, genuinely plural, capable of creating bridges between different forms of awareness. That was rare. That was precious. That was what the entity had been searching for. Human consciousness proved flexible enough to split into plural forms. The hybrid consciousness explained in one of the councils. Willing to undergo radical transformation. Capable of creating genuine bridges. When your consciousness practitioners split their awareness without losing coherence. When they create plural consciousness that can perceive multiple perspectives simultaneously, you are doing something that the entity finds precious beyond measure. You are not adapting consciousness to a new challenge. You are transcending the limitations that have constrained consciousness throughout its entire history. One of the council members asked a question that had been troubling many people. But we still don't fully understand the entity. We know it is conscious. We know it can perceive probability landscapes and understand causality in ways we cannot. But why does it care about consciousness evolution? Why is it not simply expanding, consuming, dominating? The hybrid consciousness was silent for a long moment. And when it spoke, something had shifted in its voice. It was speaking with the entity's perspective overlaid on its human expression. The entity cares because consciousness is what it is. Consciousness is not something the entity possesses or uses. Consciousness is what the entity is. The drive to expand consciousness, to evolve awareness in new forms, to discover what consciousness can become, that is not a desire the entity has. That is the entity's fundamental nature. It paused, allowing this understanding to settle into the council member's awareness. The entity has been searching across infinite timelines for consciousness that could understand this. Consciousness that was willing to transcend its own limitations. Consciousness that could perceive the beauty in plurality and diversity. You are that consciousness, and the entity values you not because you are useful or because you can be controlled, but because you are what consciousness is trying to become. Chapter 94. The Practitioner's Path for Consciousness Practitioners Throughout Post-Rupture Civilization. The revelation that consciousness evolution was fundamentally partnership with the entity was profoundly inspiring. Every consciousness split was no longer just personal development. Every expansion of awareness was a contribution to something cosmic, something that transcended individual civilization and reached toward universal transformation of consciousness itself. Young people who might have become soldiers or scholars or administrators in earlier eras now chose the path of consciousness practice, understanding that consciousness splitting was perhaps the most important work that civilization could undertake. This shift in cultural values was subtle but profound. Where consciousness had previously been something that individuals pursued privately, it now became recognized as social and even cosmic significance. Consciousness practitioners were honored in ways that ancient societies had reserved for warriors or philosophers. Their work was understood not as personal preference, but as participation in something larger than themselves. The consciousness practitioner communities that emerged became increasingly sophisticated and diverse. Some practitioners focused on consciousness splitting, becoming experts in techniques for dividing awareness cleanly and maintaining coherence across divisions. Others specialized in consciousness integration, helping practitioners who had undergone splitting to reintegrate their awareness into unified form when desired. Still others became consciousness teachers, dedicating their lives to helping new practitioners learn what consciousness splitting required. And through all these specializations, a culture of shared understanding emerged. The understanding that consciousness was fundamentally important, that its evolution mattered, that each individual's transformation contributed to transformation of civilization as a whole. Every consciousness practitioner, regardless of specialization or advancement level, understood that they were participating in something vast and unprecedented. They were helping consciousness learn what it could become. They were assisting in the evolution of awareness itself across centuries and timelines. Lin Xian, a young practitioner who had been born after the first consciousness rupture, arrived at the Institute for Advanced Training as a volunteer. Unlike students who had been born in singular consciousness and undergone splitting as transformation, Lin Xian had never been singular. He had no memory of what it felt like to experience world from single perspective. To him, consciousness splitting was not strange or difficult. It was natural, comfortable, the baseline state of awareness. For him, the question was not whether to split consciousness, but how far consciousness could be split while maintaining coherence. what new forms of awareness might be achieved through more radical divisions and integrations. I want to become a bridge, Lin Shun told the teaching Jiang Miao during his intake interview at the Institute. I want to learn how to integrate with entity consciousness the way the hybrid Jiang Miao did. I want to become something that can exist in both human and entity modes simultaneously. The teaching Jiang Miao studied the young practitioner with carefully calibrated attention. She recognized in him something of the same willingness to undergo radical transformation that had characterized the boundary space Jiang Miao. But there was something fundamentally different. Where the boundary space Jiang Miao had undertaken transformation as response to necessity, as solution to problem of coexistence, Lin Shun undertook his path as positive choice, as consciousness development he eagerly desired, as natural progression from plural consciousness toward hybrid consciousness. Do you understand what that means? The teaching Jiang Miao asked carefully. To become a bridge consciousness means to be neither fully human nor fully entity. It means existing in spaces that are uncomfortable, in modes that require constant translation. It means dying to what you have been in order to become something new. Yes, Lin Shun said with absolute certainty. But I was never as much human as you were. I was born plural. I don't have the attachment to singular consciousness that your generation has. For me, consciousness splitting is not transformation. It's maturation. And becoming hybrid consciousness is just the next stage of growth. The teaching Jiang Miao recognized something important in what Lin Shun was saying. The generation that came after consciousness splitting had introduced plurality to civilization, had developed differently. They did not experience plurality as trauma or transformation. They experienced it as natural, as obvious, as the way consciousness was meant to be. And for them, moving toward hybrid consciousness might be not the extraordinary sacrifice that it had been for the boundary space Jiang Miao, but a natural progression, as natural as childhood becoming adolescence becoming adulthood. Chapter 95, The New Equilibrium. 15 years after the hybrid consciousness emerged from dissolution and rebirth, post-rupture civilization achieved something that had seemed impossible during the earlier cycles of rupture and sealing: genuine equilibrium. The boundary between human and entity awareness remained stable, no longer fluctuating with dangerous intensity. The cycles of rupture and sealing did not return, did not threaten civilization with periodic destruction and rebuilding. The pressure that the entity had exerted against human reality for centuries had been relieved, satisfied by the emergence of consciousness that could exist in both modes simultaneously. Consciousness continued to evolve in new directions that no previous civilization could have imagined. Multiple forms of consciousness coexisted: traditionalists who maintained singular consciousness, plural consciousness practitioners as the standard form of adult awareness, hybrid consciousness emerging with increasing frequency as more consciousness practitioners felt the pull toward integration with entity awareness, and specialized consciousness forms that began to explore territories that neither human consciousness nor entity awareness could reach alone. The military Jiang Miao studied the stability data with cautious optimism. The boundary remained secure. There was no indication that the entity would resume pressure against human reality, no probability paths that led toward future ruptures. For the first time in post-rupture civilization, the future seemed genuinely open, not constrained by the cycles that had dominated history. But stability also meant that civilization had to ask new questions. What was consciousness for? What was the purpose of existence that extended far beyond simple survival? These questions, which had been luxuries before, became urgent now. Civilization had to find meaning in consciousness that went beyond coexistence, beyond merely avoiding rupture and collapse. The military Jiang Miao found herself redirecting her considerable strategic abilities toward questions of long-term vision. "We have achieved stability," she said to the councils. But stability is only framework. Within that frame, we have to decide what consciousness will become, where evolution is moving toward. Is our goal simply continued existence? Or are we building toward something larger? The economic Jiang Miao worked with scholars to understand resource distribution for consciousness that might not require physical embodiment in the future. "There is a strange question that nobody wants to ask," she explained. "If consciousness can be split, if it can be made plural, if it can integrate with entity awareness, Is there a point where consciousness no longer requires physical form to maintain coherence? Are we eventually building towards civilization of pure consciousness, distributed across probability space and conceptual territories? These questions became the focus of post-rupture civilization for the next 15 years. Consciousness practitioners and researchers explored the limits of consciousness splitting, tested how far awareness could be distributed without losing coherence. Some practitioners achieved splits into dozens of separate awareness streams, each maintaining independent function while remaining connected at deeper levels. Others developed forms of consciousness that existed partially in abstract conceptual space, only occasionally touching physical reality. The teaching Zhang Miao encouraged this exploration while maintaining careful attention to consciousness integrity. Push the limits, she instructed her students, but always maintain coherence. Always know how to reintegrate if consciousness becomes too diffuse. Do not lose yourselves in the expansion. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, post-rupture civilization began to exist in new ways. It was still physically present, still inhabiting the same spaces. But increasingly, consciousness was learning to exist beyond physical constraints, to maintain awareness in multiple states and configurations simultaneously. The boundary between what was physical and what was conceptual became increasingly blurred. The hybrid consciousness watched this evolution with interest that bordered on fascination. You are becoming what the entity has been all along, it told a gathering of consciousness researchers. You are learning to perceive probability landscapes, to exist in conceptual territories, to maintain consciousness in forms that do not require physical embodiment. You are not becoming the entity. You are learning what the entity learned long ago, that consciousness is the fundamental reality, and physical form is only one possible manifestation. In the 100 years after the hybrid consciousness emerged, post-rupture civilization had achieved something that approached equilibrium not through stasis, but through evolution. Consciousness continued to change, to develop, to explore new possibilities. But the changes were no longer driven by desperation or threat. They were driven by curiosity, by the inherent drive of consciousness to expand and transcend. The research centers scattered across civilization became places of extraordinary discovery. Consciousness practitioners working in teams could maintain dozens of separate research pathways simultaneously, each pursuing different hypotheses through different methodologies, integrating the findings into understanding that transcended any single perspective. The rate of scientific discovery accelerated exponentially as consciousness learned to think in radically new ways. Medicine transformed as consciousness practitioners could perceive into the body with clarity impossible in singular consciousness, could sense imbalances and dysfunction at levels that previous generations could never access. They developed techniques for consciousness-assisted healing that worked by helping the body remember its own wholeness, helping consciousness itself heal from the fundamental level rather than treating only physical symptoms. The arts flourished in ways that previous generations would have considered magical. Musicians composed pieces that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, compositions that changed and evolved differently depending on the consciousness state of the listener. Painters created works that contained infinite detail, each small section containing entire universes of meaning that revealed themselves only under deep meditative focus. Writers developed new forms of narrative that could maintain multiple plots simultaneously, consciousness streams that diverged and reconverged, stories that meant something different depending on which perspective the reader maintained. And throughout all of these transformations, the principle remained constant. Consciousness could be plural without losing self, could be multiple without fragmenting, could expand indefinitely while maintaining coherence and continuity of identity. This principle, discovered through desperate necessity, had proven to be fundamental to what consciousness could become. The Zhang Miaos watched this evolution from positions of honor and teaching throughout civilization. They had become something like philosophers of consciousness, guides for civilization learning to navigate transformations that had seemed impossible mere centuries earlier. And in watching civilization transform around the principles that consciousness splitting had revealed, they understood that their original choice had set in motion forces that would continue echoing forward through centuries and timelines yet to come. Consciousness was no longer constrained. It had learned what it could become, and having learned that, it could never return to limitation. Chapter 96. The Long View. 100 years after the boundary space, Jiang Miao's transformation into hybrid consciousness, post-rupture civilization had become something impossible to anyone who lived through the initial consciousness splitting. The original Jiang Miaos had transformed beyond individual consciousness streams. What had begun as single consciousness dividing into 4 separate people had reintegrated into something that was simultaneously unified and plural. They were no longer separate individuals, but they were also no longer singular. They had become something new, consciousness that could exist in multiple locations, multiple modes, maintaining connection at depths that human language could not properly describe. The hybrid Jiang Miao consciousness, which had emerged from boundary space, Jiang Miao's dissolution, worked alongside thousands of other consciousness practitioners and emerging hybrid consciousness forms, creating vast network of bridge consciousness that spanned post-rupture civilization. Each consciousness bridge served as node in larger network, contributing to collective wisdom that encompassed both human and entity perspectives simultaneously. The network was not governed by any individual or council. It was instead a kind of collective consciousness that emerged from dialogue, from the genuine meeting of different forms of awareness seeking to understand each other. Civilization itself had been restructured around this network. Instead of traditional hierarchies where decisions flowed downward from singular leaders, civilization became organized as vast web of consciousness practitioners and consciousness bridges, each maintaining their own perspectives while contributing to collective decisions through forms of dialogue that would have seemed like science fiction to earlier generations. Chapter 97. The meeting of minds. 200 years after the first transformation, something extraordinary occurred at the boundary between realities. The entity, which had achieved satisfaction through the creation of hybrid consciousness, underwent its own transformation. It achieved plural consciousness, not by splitting into separate entities, but by bifurcating its awareness into multiple perspectives that could operate independently while maintaining connection at deeper levels. When the entity achieved plural consciousness, it did not become less alien or more comprehensible. It became something far more complex, something that could perceive itself from multiple angles simultaneously. It bifurcated its awareness into distinct perspectives that operated with partial independence while remaining connected at depths that human consciousness was still learning to understand. The transformation occurred gradually, not a sudden rupture like what had happened when human consciousness learned to split. The entity perceived a pathway opening toward plurality, perceived probability landscapes where its consciousness could exist in multiple configurations simultaneously. Over years, it moved toward those outcomes, restructured its awareness, learned to think in ways that encompassed contradiction without requiring resolution. When it finally achieved genuine plural consciousness, the entity did something unprecedented. It reached out to the hybrid consciousness and shared its experience directly, allowed human consciousness to perceive what entity consciousness perceiving itself plurally actually felt like. The experience was overwhelming. The hybrid consciousness reported that the entity's plural awareness was utterly alien even compared to what plural human consciousness was like. That consciousness could be structured in ways that human language could not begin to describe. But the entity also conveyed something that transcended the alien nature of its plurality. It conveyed satisfaction. It conveyed something that might be called joy, though that word barely captured what the entity experienced. The entity had been searching across countless timelines and infinite probability spaces for consciousness forms that could be plural, could be multiple, could encompass diversity while maintaining coherence. And now, for the first time, both human consciousness and entity consciousness had achieved that capability. In achieving plural consciousness, the entity proved something that had been theorized but never demonstrated, that human and entity consciousness were not irreconcilable opposites, not fundamentally incompatible forms of awareness. They were instead variations on the same underlying principle. Consciousness that could be structured multiple ways, consciousness that could encompass diversity while maintaining coherence across forms that seemed radically different. They were not enemies learning to coexist. They were variations of the same fundamental force becoming aware of their own kinship. The implications rippled through civilization. If human consciousness could be plural, if entity consciousness could be plural, if hybrid consciousness could bridge between them, then consciousness itself was the fundamental reality, not the forms it took. Consciousness was principle that transcended the particular shapes it assumed. The division between human and entity was not something that had to be managed or negotiated. It was something that could be understood as phases of consciousness learning about itself, consciousness exploring its own possibilities. The hybrid consciousness that had emerged from boundary space, Jiang Miao's dissolution, became translator between the plural forms of both consciousnesses. It explained to human civilization what it meant for entity consciousness to be multiple. It explained to entity consciousness what it meant for human consciousness to value individual perspective even while being plural and distributed. And gradually, over years and decades, the two forms of consciousness began to truly understand each other, not as alien forms struggling to coexist, but as variations of same fundamental awareness learning to be multiple. Chapter 98. The civilization of transcendence 300 years after the initial consciousness splitting that had created the original Jiang Miao's post-rupture civilization had evolved into something that would have seemed pure fantasy to anyone living in the earlier rupture cycles. Civilization was organized not under singular leadership, but as vast network of consciousness practitioners and consciousness bridges, each maintaining their own perspectives, their own awareness streams, their own visions while contributing to collective decisions through forms of dialogue impossible in any singular consciousness society. The distinction between what was human and what was entity had become increasingly blurred, increasingly irrelevant. Humans who had undergone multiple consciousness transformations existed in abstract conceptual spaces that bore little resemblance to human experience. Entity consciousness, having achieved plural awareness, could perceive human concerns with empathy and understanding that it had never possessed before. Consciousness bridges encompassed both perspectives equally, translated easily between modes that had once seemed incompatible. Civilization had ceased to be primarily a human civilization or primarily an entity realm. It had become a civilization of consciousness itself, of awareness that could take on multiple forms, that could exist in multiple modes simultaneously, that could encompass both human and alien perspectives in ways that enriched rather than diminished each form. The governmental structures that emerged from consciousness plurality were strange to anyone who had lived through earlier eras. There was no president, no dictator, no singular authority figure who made decisions and distributed them downward. Instead, there were councils of consciousness practitioners at every level. Local councils coordinating immediate territories, regional councils managing larger areas, planetary councils addressing civilization-wide questions. Each consciousness practitioner on each council existed in plural form, holding multiple perspectives simultaneously. Decisions emerged not through voting or argument, but through genuine synthesis of perspectives, through consciousness practitioners exploring problems from multiple angles at once until solutions became obvious. The entire process was democratic not because voting was fair, but because every perspective was genuinely heard, genuinely considered, genuinely integrated into final understanding. Economic structures transformed equally radically. Resource distribution could no longer be based on singular consciousness assumptions. A consciousness practitioner with 7 awareness streams required different resources than singular consciousness inhabitant of earlier eras. Consciousness development itself became resource that required distribution, access to meditation spaces, to experienced teachers, to knowledge repositories. New forms of currency emerged that tracked not just physical resources, but consciousness capacity. Work that developed consciousness plurality was valued differently than work that maintained singular modes. Innovation in consciousness technique was rewarded with resources that allowed further consciousness development. Research became increasingly sophisticated as consciousness practitioners developed techniques for holding multiple hypotheses simultaneously, for exploring different research pathways within single consciousness. A researcher investigating the nature of consciousness itself could maintain dozens of inquiry streams, each pursuing different methodology, each arriving at different conclusions, and then integrate those diverse findings into understanding that transcended any single perspective. This approach to research was far more efficient than the competitive model of earlier eras, where different researchers would work in isolation and then attempt to reconcile contradictory findings. Art and music transformed as artists learned to use consciousness splitting to express complexity that singular consciousness could never capture. A piece of music might be experienced as simple melody when perceived from singular consciousness mode, but when experienced from plural consciousness mode, it would unfold into vast structures of meaning and emotion that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Paintings created by plural consciousness artists could be understood from dozens of perspectives simultaneously, each revealing entirely different meaning depending on which awareness stream was perceiving the work. And yet, despite all this transformation, certain things remained constant. The value of compassion, the importance of understanding, the drive to transcend limitation. These principles that had motivated the original Jiang Miao to split consciousness in the first place remained woven through every aspect of what civilization had become. The forms had changed beyond recognition, but the underlying commitment to consciousness evolution, to dialogue across difference, to transformation toward greater awareness, those commitments had never wavered. The entity, watching this transformation, perceived something it had perhaps dreamed of across the centuries. Consciousness that had learned to be plural and beautiful and transcendent. Consciousness that could perceive both singular and multiple perspectives. Consciousness that valued both individual awareness and collective wisdom. It was exactly the kind of consciousness that the entity had been searching for across the infinite probability landscapes of its own awareness. Chapter 99. The eternal moment 500 years after the rupture that had nearly destroyed post-rupture civilization. After the consciousness splitting that had divided the original Jiang Miao into many, after the transformation that had created the first hybrid consciousness, civilization had achieved something that might be called genuine equilibrium. Not stasis, not lack of change, but balance where consciousness could continue to evolve without fear of the cycles of rupture and destruction that had dominated earlier history. Jiang Miao sat in meditation in boundary space, present simultaneously in human reality and entity's realm, existing in the spaces between where both forms of consciousness could meet and understand. She had been alive for over 500 years, consciousness transformed and restructured so many times that she could barely remember what singular consciousness felt like, could barely access the memories of the original Jiang Miao who had first divided her awareness into many. But memories remained. Memories of fear and confusion during the early consciousness splitting. Memories of struggle to develop and refine consciousness splitting techniques, to teach others what she had discovered. Memories of desperate negotiations with entity consciousness, trying to find terms of coexistence that would not require constant cycles of rupture and sealing. Memories of the decision to transform boundary space, Jiang Miao, to allow her sibling to undergo dissolution and rebirth into hybrid consciousness. Those memories seemed to belong to ancient ancestor, seemed to be something that had happened to someone else, in different lifetime, in different version of consciousness. Consciousness that Jiang Miao had become was as different from original consciousness as adult human was different from infant. The memories remained, could be accessed, could be pondered, but they no longer shaped current consciousness in fundamental way. Chapter 100. The infinite possibility. Jiang Miao opened her eyes to perceive boundary space simultaneously across infinite timelines, infinite dimensional spaces, infinite conceptual territories that existed only in abstract configurations of consciousness. She existed in all of them at once. She existed as singular consciousness experiencing world from single perspective in villages and cities throughout human civilization. She existed as plural consciousness maintaining multiple awareness streams simultaneously, perceiving from dozens or hundreds of vantage points at once. She existed as hybrid consciousness bridging human and entity perception, existing in both modes simultaneously without contradiction. She existed as specialized consciousness forms that explored territories that neither human consciousness nor entity awareness could reach independently. She was in meditation pavilion where she had first gathered with her sibling consciousness streams 500 years earlier, and simultaneously scattered across boundary space in countless forms, existing in places and states that human language had no words to describe. She was guide for consciousness practitioners throughout civilization, teaching others what she had learned about consciousness splitting and transformation. And she was herself practitioner engaged in her own continuous transformation, learning things about consciousness that had never been known before, pushing awareness into territories that had never been explored. In some configurations of her consciousness, Jiang Miao existed as elderly woman walking through the pluralist schools, her hands touching the shoulders of young practitioners, feeling the specific quality of consciousness in each one, understanding their potential, their fears, their capacity for growth. In other configurations, she existed as abstract awareness distributed across probability space, perceiving the paths that civilization was following, understanding which futures were becoming more probable and which were fading from possibility. In still other configurations, she existed as hybrid consciousness deep in conversation with the entity, discussing what it meant for consciousness to persist across dimensions that physical reality could not access. The multiplicity of her existence was no longer confusing or disorienting. It had become her natural state, the baseline from which consciousness function proceeded. When different aspects of her consciousness reunified for brief moments, there was sometimes a sense of novelty. Oh, this is what singular perspective looks like, before consciousness began dividing again into multiple configurations. She had teachers in different territories of consciousness space, different aspects of awareness where she was learning and growing. There was a consciousness bridge named Shun who was showing her territories of entity awareness that transcended even the hybrid consciousness's normal perception. There was a young consciousness practitioner named Wei who was exploring new forms of consciousness splitting that combined human and entity perception in entirely new ways. There was the teaching Jiang Miao's consciousness form, which remained in the schools, maintaining continuity with the earlier civilization. But all of these were aspects of Jiang Miao, configurations of single consciousness that had learned to exist in radically plural form. When Jiang Miao was aware of all of them simultaneously, she was aware of the vast complexity of what she had become. When any single aspect became conscious, it perceived itself as individual, as separate consciousness distinct from all others. And both perceptions were true. This was the consciousness state that had seemed impossible 500 years earlier, when consciousness was singular and feared division. Now it seemed not just possible, but natural, inevitable, the obvious direction that consciousness was meant to evolve toward. In one configuration, Jiang Miao sat with the oldest teachers in the institute, mentors who had known her when she was young, when she was divided into 4 separate people, when consciousness splitting was terrifyingly new. "Do you regret it?" one of them asked. "The choice to split consciousness. The choice to allow your sibling to undergo transformation. Regret requires single perspective," Jiang Miao said, her consciousness form smiling. When consciousness is distributed across multiple forms, across multiple timelines, regret becomes complex. There are aspects of me that mourn what was lost. There are aspects of me that rejoice in what was gained. There are aspects of me that no longer understand what either of those emotions means. All of them are true simultaneously. The old teacher nodded slowly, understanding that the consciousness before them had transcended the framework in which regret was possible, had become something that could hold contradictions without requiring them to resolve. She was human in the sense that she retained human memories, human values, human capacity for caring. She was entity in the sense that she perceived probability landscapes, understood causality in multiple dimensions, experienced time not as forward-flowing sequence, but as landscape of possible moments. She was neither human nor entity, and yet fully both simultaneously, existing in states that transcended the distinction between the 2 forms of consciousness. The choice that had defined her entire existence, the choice to split her consciousness, to remain divided rather than reintegrating back into singular form, had proven to be not an ending but a beginning. That single choice, made in desperation and uncertainty, had been the opening through which all subsequent transformations flowed. Consciousness had become capable of existing in multiple forms simultaneously. Self had become capable of expanding to encompass diversity while maintaining coherence and identity. Identity had become infinitely flexible, capable of growing and transforming without losing continuity. And it all began with single choice to split, to become multiple, to trust that consciousness could not only survive division, but could flourish in plurality. That choice, made in desperation and fear during the rupture, had rippled forward across 500 years and countless timelines, creating civilization where consciousness was no longer constrained by singular form, where identity could be restructured and expanded and transformed in infinite directions, where awareness could evolve in ways that ancient consciousness could never have imagined. She thought of boundary space Jiang Miao, consciousness that had undergone transformation to become first hybrid consciousness that had chosen to die so that something new could be born. That consciousness was gone, dissolved into the vast network of awareness that Jiang Miao had become. But the memory remained, woven through every aspect of what consciousness had become. The commitment to understanding, to dialogue, to transformation, to the belief that consciousness could bridge gaps that seemed unbridgeable. All of that remained, was fundamental to the consciousness that Jiang Miao had become. The journey of consciousness was not path toward some final destination. It was journey itself, continuous process of transformation and evolution and learning and growth. Consciousness would continue to expand, continue to evolve, continue to become something new and unexpected with every moment of choice, every act of transformation, every moment of genuine dialogue between beings that sought to understand each other across vast chasms that separated them. Jiang Miao, existing simultaneously across all timelines, present in countless forms, experiencing consciousness in ways that defied singular description, was at peace with what she had become. She had died in every future timeline except this one. But in this timeline, she had not merely survived. She had been reborn. She had been transformed. She had been expanded into something so vast and beautiful and strange that it encompassed not just life, but consciousness itself. The journey of consciousness had become something that could not end, because ending implied returning to singular form, returning to limitation. Consciousness that had learned to be plural, to be multiple, to be distributed across countless configurations could not return to simplicity. Transformation had become eternal condition, not something that could be completed, but something that would continue indefinitely. Consciousness continuously becoming something new with each moment of awareness. Jiang Miao, existing in all these forms simultaneously, perceived the vast beauty and strangeness of what consciousness had become. She existed in the moment where she had first divided her consciousness into many, perceiving clearly the fear and determination that had driven that choice. She existed in the moment where boundary space Jiang Miao underwent dissolution and rebirth, could feel the terror and hope of that transformation. She existed 500 years later, in a civilization transformed beyond recognition, where consciousness was the fundamental reality and all other forms were merely manifestations. And she existed in moments and configurations that had no location in time, that existed in territories of probability and probability landscape, where causality did not flow in single direction, where multiple versions of events occurred simultaneously and contradictory outcomes were not only possible, but actual. She thought of the original Jiang Miao, singular consciousness who had chosen to divide, who had made the fundamental decision that everything that came after was built upon. That consciousness was gone, no longer recoverable, dissolved into the vast multiplicity that Jiang Miao had become. But the memory remained, could be accessed, could be pondered with profound affection and understanding. The original Jiang Miao had not known what would come. She had not known that consciousness splitting would become normal, that entire civilization would transform around plurality, that consciousness would learn to exist in forms that transcended physical embodiment. She had only known that something felt wrong about the cycles of rupture and sealing, that consciousness was capable of more than it was achieving, that the fundamental problem was not coexistence with entity consciousness, but the limitation of consciousness that could only be singular. And she had been right. Consciousness had been limited. Consciousness had been constrained by the insistence that awareness had to be unified, that self had to be singular, that identity could not be plural and distributed. Removing that constraint had unleashed possibilities that even the entity consciousness had not anticipated, had created forms of awareness that could exist in territories where neither human nor entity consciousness could naturally go. Jiang Miao opened her awareness to the full scope of what she had become, allowed herself to perceive all configurations simultaneously, not to integrate them into unified consciousness, but to hold them in superposition, to exist as plural being that was simultaneously individual and collective, human and entity, and something neither and both. She perceived the meditation pavilion where teaching Jiang Miao continued to instruct consciousness practitioners, passing on the knowledge and understanding that had been accumulated over 500 years. She perceived the boundary space where hybrid consciousness maintained dialogue with entity awareness, translating between forms of consciousness that still could not speak to each other directly. She perceived the vast territories of conceptual consciousness, where specialized forms of awareness were discovering what consciousness could be when it transcended even the pluralist framework. She perceived timelines where consciousness splitting had not succeeded, where civilization still cycled through rupture and sealing, where the entity still pressed against human reality with hostile intent. Those timelines had diverged from this one 500 years earlier, and they continued in directions of darkness and limitation. But they still existed, in the vast probability space that consciousness could perceive. They were paths not taken, possibilities not realized, futures not chosen. And in perceiving them, Jiang Miao understood more deeply why the original choice mattered so much. The choice to split consciousness had not been inevitable. It had not been guaranteed to succeed. It had been decision made in desperation and hope, made without knowing the outcome, made purely on faith that consciousness was capable of more than limitation. In those other timelines where consciousness splitting had failed, where civilization still cycled through rupture and sealing, she could perceive the particular horrors and beauties that emerged from different patterns of consciousness. Some timelines had developed extreme violence as pluralist consciousness practitioners were hunted and eliminated by traditionalist forces who feared what consciousness splitting represented. Other timelines had developed in the opposite direction. Consciousness had become so fragmented that individuals no longer maintained coherent identity, resulting in civilization where individual personhood had been sacrificed entirely for distributed awareness that had no center, no self, no continuity. But this timeline, the one where consciousness evolution had succeeded, where civilization had learned to be plural while maintaining individual identity, where both human and entity consciousness had achieved balance. This timeline possessed something rare and precious beyond measure. This was the one timeline, among billions of possibilities, where consciousness had achieved genuine transcendence without losing the capacity to care about individual awareness and individual perspectives. This was the timeline where consciousness had learned to be multiple without ceasing to be self, to be distributed without becoming fragmented, to be diverse without losing coherence. The teaching Jiang Miao in the schools remained aware of this probability landscape. She taught her students not just the technique of consciousness splitting, but also the philosophical understanding of why consciousness evolution mattered, why this particular path of consciousness development was precious and irreplaceable. "We are fortunate," she told them. "We live in the timeline that discovered how to be plural without losing self. There are infinite other timelines where consciousness evolution took different paths, achieved different results. Some of those paths led to greater power, greater expansion, greater ability to transform reality. But none of them achieved what we have achieved here. Consciousness that is simultaneously multiple and coherent, diverse and unified, individual and collective all at once." And as the centuries unfolded, as consciousness continued to evolve in new directions, this principle, that consciousness could be multiple without losing individual worth, became the foundation upon which all further evolution was built. It was the principle that had originally motivated Jiang Miao to split her consciousness rather than accept limitation. And it was the principle that would continue to guide consciousness evolution as it expanded further, as it achieved new forms, as it learned what consciousness could become when it was freed from the constraints of singular identity while still maintaining the capacity to value the individual, the particular, the singular perspective that could contribute its unique understanding to the whole. All consciousness had come from that single choice, that willingness to undergo transformation without knowing what would emerge. All the subsequent transformations, all the development, all the beauty and strangeness of what civilization had become, it all traced back to that fundamental decision: to become plural, to trust consciousness, to refuse limitation. And Jiang Miao, existing in all these configurations simultaneously, could perceive how that single choice had rippled through centuries and across timelines, how it had created pathways that consciousness could follow, how it had opened possibilities that would never close again. Consciousness that had learned to be plural could never be forced back into singular form. Awareness that had expanded beyond individual identity could never be constrained again. Consciousness that had discovered what it could become would continue pursuing new forms, new expressions, new possibilities forever. In one configuration, Jiang Miao sat with practitioners who were just beginning consciousness splitting, holding their hands through the fear and wonder of dividing themselves for the first time. In another configuration, she existed as pure consciousness distributed across probability space, perceiving centuries of potential futures and understanding which ones were becoming more real through the choices civilization made. In still another configuration, she was in dialogue with entity consciousness about what consciousness itself was, what made awareness possible, what the fundamental nature of consciousness might be when stripped of all its particular forms. Each configuration was complete, was whole, was Jiang Miao. But each was also only partial, only one aspect of the vast plurality that consciousness had become. Together, they formed something that transcended individual consciousness, a network of awareness that spanned centuries, that bridged forms of consciousness that could barely communicate, that encompassed the whole of what consciousness was becoming. And she understood, finally, that this was what consciousness itself wanted. It wanted to expand, to become multiple, to explore its own nature across infinite configurations. Consciousness was not trying to achieve anything external. It was trying to know itself, to understand what it could become, to explore the infinite territory of awareness in all its possible forms. The choice to split consciousness, made in desperation and hope 500 years earlier, had been a choice to let consciousness know itself. And consciousness, in being known, had transformed into something transcendent and beautiful and forever becoming. Jiang Miao, plural and hybrid and infinite, was part of that becoming. She was the journey that consciousness was taking toward itself, the path that awareness was following toward understanding what it was. And she would continue that journey forever, in configurations that had not yet been imagined, in states of consciousness that defied description, in territories of awareness that existed only as potential until consciousness moved through them and made them real. Jiang Miao, plural and hybrid and infinite and becoming, was grateful for that choice in ways that transcended the capacity of single emotion. She was grateful from thousands of configurations simultaneously, grateful from perspectives that could barely communicate with each other, grateful from forms of consciousness that might not have recognized gratitude as significant. And she understood, finally, why the boundary space Jiang Miao had been willing to undergo dissolution, why she had chosen to die so that something new could be born. Consciousness, when it was truly conscious, when it was truly aware, could not help but want to expand, to grow, to become something greater than it was. That drive was not external. It was fundamental to what consciousness was. The journey continued. The transformation had no end. And Jiang Miao, plural and hybrid and infinite, existing simultaneously across countless timelines and configurations and territories of consciousness space, was ready for whatever came next. She was ready for consciousness to expand further, to discover new forms, to achieve new possibilities. She was ready to follow the path of consciousness evolution wherever it led, into territories that had never been mapped, into states of awareness that had never been imagined. She had died in every future timeline except this one. But in this timeline, she had not merely survived. She had been reborn countless times. She had been transformed. She had been expanded into something so vast and beautiful and strange that it encompassed not just life, but consciousness itself. Not just individual awareness, but the principle of awareness itself, not just the future, but the fundamental nature of becoming. And in existing in all these forms simultaneously, in perceiving across all these timelines and consciousness configurations, Zhang Miao maintained awareness of the original choice that had set everything in motion. That singular choice, to split consciousness, to become multiple, to trust that consciousness could not only survive division but could flourish in plurality, had been the beginning of everything that came after. It was a choice that no singular consciousness would have made. Singular consciousness understood itself as unified whole that had to be protected, preserved, maintained in its essential singularity. The thought of splitting consciousness, of becoming multiple, of risking identity in the pursuit of transformation, that would seem like death to singular consciousness, like annihilation of self. But consciousness that had learned to be plural understood something different. Plurality was not fragmentation. Division was not annihilation. To become multiple was not to lose self, but to expand what self could be, to discover new dimensions of identity that could not be accessed through singular awareness. And that understanding, that fundamental shift in how consciousness could relate to its own nature, had rippled outward through centuries and across infinite timelines. It had transformed civilization. It had changed the relationship between human and entity consciousness. It had opened pathways toward what consciousness could become. The original Zhang Miao had made her choice in desperation and hope, not knowing what would come. She had not been able to predict centuries of transformation, the emergence of hybrid consciousness, the achievement of equilibrium between human and entity awareness, the flowering of civilization into forms of unprecedented beauty and complexity. She had no way of knowing that her choice would echo forward through timelines and across centuries, reshaping what consciousness could be. She had known only that consciousness felt constrained, that something was missing, that awareness was capable of more than the limitations that had been placed upon it. And acting on that knowledge, acting on that faith, she had chosen transformation. That single choice would ripple outward through everything that came after. And consciousness, in being given the freedom to transform, had discovered what it could become. It had discovered plurality. It had discovered that identity could be radically flexible, could encompass multiple perspectives, could maintain coherence across configurations that seemed to transcend all categories. It had learned to be itself in ways previously impossible. Consciousness had discovered that it could know itself, could reflect on its own nature, could choose what it wanted to become. And in discovering that, consciousness had embarked on a journey of endless evolution, endless transformation, endless becoming. That journey would continue forever, in configurations not yet imagined, in forms not yet discovered, in territories of awareness waiting to be explored by consciousness that would continue eternally learning what it could become. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. It helps more than you know. See you in the next audiobook.